Lead attorney here. Hope you guys are doing well. Yes, Gail. Yes, I am struggle streaming. Trying to up my game. It's a little difficult. I'm having some technical difficulties. You see, this is what I'm talking about right here. All right. We are on. I've got a video for you today. I'm going to talk about Jordan Peterson and marriage. Jordan Peterson and marriage. And I got this idea from Kathy. I won't say her last name. She didn't give me permission to say her last name, but she emailed me. And she actually asked me about another video. But I've been meaning to make a video about Jordan Peterson for a while. I have been a very big supporter of Jordan Peterson until he started talking about marriage. And then I detest him. Is that too strong of a word? I think that he is leading men down the wrong road. But we're going to talk about it. And certainly he's a very intelligent, very wise man, but you'll see where we disagree. But I don't know how you guys feel about him. So we're going to talk about it. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a video. Now, I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to drop the link for you guys to call in. Let me drop the link right now. Hold on, I'm thinking about it. Let me drop this link right here. And what I want to talk to you guys about is the reasons to get married, to not get married, and where does duty and responsibility play into it. And this is a big thing for men, but I don't want this to be one of these things where it's just ranting and raving on both sides. I want us to try to have an intellectual conversation. And I promise you, I am the man for it because I've been doing these divorces for about 20 years. So I have seen a lot of things. And this is what I want to talk about. Let me give a quick shout out to, oh, it disappeared. Give me 1 second, guys. Quick shout out to the Cash App crew. Someone sent me a Cash App already. We just getting started. Thank you so much. Who do we got? We have KT says for the coffee. Excalibur, shout out. I never know you guys. Thank you so much. Excalibur hooking your boy up with a coffee. I'll take a sip just for you. Thank you so much, Excalibur. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. All right. I want us to be able to talk about this because I think there are some very good reasons to get married, and you might not know this. You might not see this if you hang out in the manosphere. You'll see a lot of people say that men should never get married. And so why is it that men should never get married? Women should get married. If men should get married, then what are the reasons for it? So I want to talk about it. But first, I want to set the stage with a video from Jordan Peterson. And as Gail pointed out, what is Florida Man? Florida Man says, never get married. Never get married. And Jordan Peterson would viciously disagree. And so I want to talk to you about this. And first, I'm going to play a video because you guys might not know his stance on marriage. This is a serious man. We're talking about Jordan Peterson here. So he doesn't say things just willy-nilly. Everything he says, he certainly believes. So I want to talk to you guys about this. And I want you to hear what he says, and then I want to discuss it. And I kind of want to have like a little intellectual discussion here. And again, Jordan Peterson knows everything this man knows, all of his knowledge is more than the knowledge that I have on every single subject, except this one. And I'm going to point out some reasons, some flaws in his argument. But honestly, guys, I think you'll be able to point them out too. I don't think you need to be married or I don't think you need to be a divorce attorney for 20 years to see some of the flaws in his argument. But we're going to talk about it. Now, why is this a serious matter? And let me point this out because Bobby says despise is a very strong word. And this is true. But let me tell you why I'm using this word, Bobby, and for the rest of you, because Bobby is exactly right. This is a strong word. This is what you guys need to understand. And if you've been following Jordan Peterson, it's something that you already know. Jordan Peterson's audience is a male audience. Does he have females in his audience? Absolutely. But let's be honest, about 70 to 80% of his audience are males. Furthermore, most of those males are young, right? They're in their late teens, early 20s, mid 20s, late 20s, early 30s. So these are young men who are impressionable. And a lot of men listen to Jordan Peterson because they want to find their way. They actually go to Jordan Peterson for help. And this is very important, guys. If you don't understand the context that I'm coming from, this is the key. Young men go to Jordan Peterson to learn how to become men. Now, he's not just, he's a white guy, and we're going to talk because I see someone is like, Jordan Peterson. Yeah. If you don't know who he is, I don't even want to give you a biography. He's so famous. He's so famous. He's a Canadian professor, but he's one of the intellectuals of our time. And he has become famous in some circles. He's become infamous in other circles, but no one can doubt his intelligence. And he was in a debate with Michael Dyson and he tore Michael Dyson up. If you know who Michael Dyson is, he's one of the intellectuals from our community. He's basically up there. It's just him and Cornel West, right? So we're talking about the premier intellectuals in our community, and Jordan Peterson ripped that man to shreds. He made me lose all respect for Michael Dyson, and I had a lot of respect for him until Jordan Peterson got a hold of him. Then I was done with him. That's how bad he made Michael Dyson look in that debate. It was ridiculous. So this is a very serious man, very intelligent, and a lot of young men look up to him and they follow his advice so that they can learn how to become men. In our community, and really in all communities, so many men are growing up without fathers. Right? What's that that YouTube channel? Things I should have learned from my dad, or something like that, where that white guy is being a dad to millions of young men and women, showing them how to fix things around the house, how to tie a tie, how to change a tire, how to change out an electrical socket, how to fix a faucet. What do you call it? A leaky faucet, how to fix a toilet, basic things that men used to know, but a lot of men don't know anymore because there are not a lot of men in the households to pass down this wisdom. And his YouTube channel has over 1 million followers. So there is a need for male leadership, male role models, and male presence. And Jordan Peterson is providing this presence to millions of men. All right. Now, that being said, this is a man that is leading millions of men. All right. That's what we need to focus on. That's the most important thing. So let's listen to his views on, did he make one on how to fight? Got the steel curtain in here. Shout out to steel curtain. Yes, Fawcett, Florida, Fawcett. All right, so let's see what his views are on marriage. And guys, let me know if you agree or disagree. But I'm going to play the video, and we are going to look to see how he views marriage. All right, this is let's see what he's talking about here. 1 second. And let me know if you guys have a problem hearing this. All right, that did not work. Let's try it one more time. Sorry about this, guys. I am struggle streaming. I don't know what's going on with this, but we're gonna do it right this time. Okay, here we go. This is Jordan Peterson. All right, and this is his view on marriage. And I'm selecting this video, guys, but there have been multiple videos where he espouses these same ideas. And logically, and especially as men, we can hear logic. And logically, this sounds nice. All right, but just listen to it with a critical ear and see what you think. Let me see it. And this is built into the Archibald. I'm not leaving ever, no matter what. It's like, okay, well, that definitely puts a boundary around our arguments, right? Because I
can't say every time you manifest one of your flaws, which you're likely to do just as often as me, well, enough of this. It's like, that's horrible, man. If your whole life...
You guys can't hear the... Do you need more sound? Jesus Christ. All right, let's try. I don't want to blow your ears out. All right. Thank you guys for letting me know about the sound and the volume. Try it one more time.
Because this is built into marital vows. I'm not leaving ever, no matter what. It's like, okay, well, that definitely puts a boundary around our arguments, right? Because I can't say every time you manifest one of your flaws, which you're likely to do just as often as me, well, enough of this. It's like, that's horrible, man. If your whole life is, well, every time you get out of line, I'm out of here. It's like, how the hell are you? First of all, you're not going to admit to ever doing anything wrong. Second, you're going to be on your... You're like a scared cat the entire relationship because, well, who knows? It could just come to an end at any moment. It's like, people say, well, if the possibility of divorce is open, it makes you free. It's like, yeah, that's what you want. You want to be free, eh? Really? Really? So you can't predict anything. That's what you're after. It's a vow. And it says, look, I know that you're trouble. Me too. So we won't leave. No matter what happens. Well, that's a hell of a vow, but that's why it's a vow, right? That's why you take it in front of a bunch of people. That's why it's supposed to be a sacred act. It's like, what's the alternative? All
right. So let me stop there and let me review some of the things that he has said regarding this, because this is important. What are some of his arguments? First of all, he says, well, what is a marriage? What is a marriage? It's when you take a vow. And what is the vow? The vow is, I am not leaving. All right, I'm not leaving. And so you put a boundary, supposedly, on all of the acts that can be done in your marriage. Because if you can't leave and I can't leave and we're handcuffed together, then that is going to provide motivation for us to work things out. Right. So that is the fundamental point about a marriage, is that you are locked in. And the fact that you are locked in means that you cannot leave. Now, he says that, what's the problem if you can leave? What's the problem if you can leave? If you can leave, then first of all, he says, you're never going to want to admit that you did anything wrong, right? What if you're not locked in and your significant other admits that they did something wrong? You can say, oh, forget this, I'm gone, right? I'm gone. So if your significant other knows that you can leave at any moment, then how is she going to admit that she made a mistake? How is she going to admit that she made a mistake if she knows that you can just hightail it out, right? Second, if you can leave at any time, then your partner, let's say your girlfriend, your wife, let's say, she's going to be walking on eggshells. Jordan Peterson calls her a scared cat, right? A scared cat is always on eggshells. So this is the problem. If you can leave, then you set up bad incentives. Basically, your spouse is not going to want to admit to making any mistake because you can leave. And also, even when she doesn't make a mistake, she's walking around on eggshells, fearing that you are going to leave. Right. So that's that's exactly right. Like a scaredy cat. Right. And so he says, listen, he says, oh, you want to be able to leave. Right. And he's saying, oh, so you want freedom. You want to be free. Is that what you really want? You want to be free. What's the problem with being free? He says, you can't predict anything. You can't predict anything. You don't know how things are going to go. All right. So that's where I stopped it. Let's pick up. What's
the alternative? Everything is in front of a bunch of people. That's why it's supposed to be a sacred act. It's like, what's the alternative? What's the alternative? Everything is mutable and changeable at any moment. Well, go ahead. You live your life like that. See what you're like when you're 50. Jesus, it's dismal. 2 or 3 divorces. Your family's fragmented. You've got no continuity of narrative. And it's not good for the kids, not by any stretch of the imagination. And so it's a form of voluntary enslavement, I suppose, but it's also equivalent to the adoption of a responsibility. And there's more to it than that. If you can't run away, then you can solve your problems. Because it might be, okay, well, I'm stuck with you. So how about we fix things? Because the alternative is we're going to be in a boxing match for the next 40 years. That's the alternative. So, and you think you're going to fix problems without something like that hanging over your head? There isn't a chance. You'll just avoid them because that's what people do. It's really hard to solve problems, especially in a relationship. We're having a fight and I find out that it's, because you were abused by your uncle when you were 5 or some goddamn thing. It's like, it's very frequent that that sort of thing happens. There's your partner's, manifesting some weird anomalous behavior. You just can't make heads or tails of it. It doesn't seem related to what you're doing at all. They don't want to talk about it. And so as soon as you bring it up, they get mad. And then you bring it up again, they even get madder, and they tell you that you're not going to talk about that or they're going to leave. And so maybe you're really, really persistent because you're kind of a son of a bitch, and then they break down and cry, and then they have this horrible memory that comes flooding forward that's completely, you don't know what to do with it, and then you have to sort it out. So you think you're going to do that unless there's a good reason? You have to know, we better sort this out. We're going to be carrying it around for the next 40 years. That maybe is enough motivation so you'll actually try hard to solve the problem. It's a lot easier to say, well, sorry, we're not going there. But then, good, you'll have it every day, every goddamn day for the rest of your life. See, there's some additional problems with divorce that people don't really grasp when they're young.
All right, so let me stop it right there, and we're almost done with this, guys. But this is some of his other arguments. What is he saying? He's saying that what is the problem if you're not married? Does anybody know what he's saying? He's saying, listen, all right, you want an alternative to marriage. Fine. You don't want to take this vow. You don't want to lock yourself in. You don't want to shackle yourself in with someone. What's the problem with that? He says, first of all, everything is changeable. Everything is mutable. You don't have any stability. You don't know what's going on from day to day because anybody can leave at any time. He also says, and we hear this in the manosphere, we hear this in the red pill community a lot from women. He says, well, fine. You want to have your freedom? Fine. Look where your life is going to be at 50. Where are you going to be at 50? Your life is going to be dismal. Your family is going to be all fragmented. You're not going to have any continuity of narrative. If you're a husband for 30 years, you know who you are. But if you just go around and you date from person to person, woman to woman, who are you really? You're always changing. There's no stability. And he also says that being free at 50, is not good for kids. How were your kids raised? We all know the studies that show that kids are generally better if they are raised in a household with two parents, right? So this is another reason why you should get married. Now, he does acknowledge, and this is kind of the only acknowledgement that he does say, he calls it, quote unquote, voluntary enslavement. Voluntary enslavement. So, and that's what a lot of men would say, right? It is kind of enslavement. But he says it is also the adoption of a responsibility. And here's the thing, guys, this is very big for Jordan Peterson. This idea of responsibility, this idea of duty, this idea of really saddling yourself with obligations so that you can straighten up and fly right. It gives you direction. It gives you guidance. It gives you a purpose. And there's nothing better, according to Jordan Peterson. There are a few things better than actually getting married because it's such a huge responsibility, because it's such a huge obligation. So this is really going to help a man in his formation of becoming a man, since he's going to have all of this responsibility and obligation and duty on his back. All right. Now, just to finish up, let's get back to the video here.
Like the idea that you can be divorced once you have children, that's kind of a stupid idea because you can't. You can find a limited substitute for your initial freedom. But if you have kids and you try to get divorced, the probability that that's going to demolish your life is very, very high. First of all, it's incredibly expensive. So one or both of you is going to come out of that poor. And your market value has declined. Let's say you're the woman who takes the kids. Your market value has declined radically. You're going to be poorer. The man, he's just as screwed because he is now an indentured servant and there's no escape from it. So it's not so bad if you can negotiate a peaceful separation, and some people can, but lots of times if you have a terrible relationship, it's not like negotiating a peaceful separation is all that easy. But if you're at each other's throats, good luck to you. I think it's roughly equivalent to having non-fatal cancer. It is not pleasant. It's a 10-year process, 15-year process. It'll cost you $250,000, and it'll tear a big chunk out of your life. And also, it will really disrupt your relationship with your kids. And you bring kids into a step-parent family, they do not do as well. Step-parents are not as good parents as biological parents, and the data on that is clear. Now, obviously, there are exceptions, because there are terrible biological parents, and there are wonderful step-parents. But if you look in aggregate, it's not that easy to care for children. You need everything you can binding you to them. And if there's someone else's children, mostly they get in the way of the person that you love, right? Well, let's say you have a child, let's say you have a child and I want to go out with you. Every second you spend with that child is the second you don't spend with me. And there's going to be a price for that. I'm not going to be happy about that. And if I have a child, you're going to feel exactly the same way. You might say, well, no, I love children. It's like, yeah, sure you do. I doubt it. You might love your child. And it's pretty specific the way that people love children. So, and the rate of abuse for kids in step-parent families is way higher than it is in biological families.
Okay. So that was the end of the video. And let me give a shout out to, of course, the beautiful Raven Von Cuervo. What does Raven say? Did you guys hear that? Is my sound playing? Give me 1 second, man. I got a new microphone, guys, and to do something new, it's so sketchy. I can't hear that. Can you guys hear that? Anyway, what does Raven say? Raven says, marriage is nice, but when you rush, pressure, and force people into marriage, we run in the other direction. Facts. It is absolutely right. All right. All right. You can hear me. Can you guys hear my buzzer thing? Hold up. Can you guys hear that? I'm telling you. Is that too loud? What about that? Can you hear that, or is it too loud? I don't want to blow y'all's ears out with these horns. Did you guys hear that? At any rate, I'm sorry about this, guys. I'm trying to improve these streaming, but to take 2 steps forward, you got to take 1 back. And this is this is really going back. All right, we'll just leave it at this. All right. Why is it okay? At any rate, so what is he saying in the last part? He says, oh, well, by the way, there's some problems with the divorce, right? He says, first of all, that the idea that you can get divorced when you have children, he says it's a stupid idea, all right? Because you're going to be locked in co-parenting with other people. He says divorce is expensive, and that's true as well. It can be, I think he said it was going to, cost $20,000 or $30,000. Maybe he didn't say a number, but it can be expensive. That's true. Now, what is he saying? We hear this in the red pill community. He says, after divorce, your market value is going to be lowered. He says that if you are a woman and you get stuck with the kids, good luck dating. And what do you hear men in the manosphere saying all the time? You hear them saying, don't date women with kids. Don't date single mothers with kids. Men in the red pill community beat this drum to death, right? And there are some reasons. He says, listen, every moment that you spend with that kid, you're not spending with me, right? And so that's a downfall. And he also says that if you're a man and you get divorced, you are basically an indentured servant. So it has lowered your value as well, because you have these alimony payments and you have these child support payments. So you're a servant, you're an indentured servant, you're working for other people. He says that divorce is going to take a long time, and it's disruptive, and step parents are not as good as regular parents, biological parents, generally speaking. And I think he's right about that. He says that step parents are not as attentive, and that there is a high rate of abuse. So What do you guys think? Do you guys think he's right about these things? And I want to take these things one at a time, and we're going to talk about it. Let me give a quick shout out to the and you guys let me know if my soundboard stuff. I don't know why I can't hear it. I have no idea. I like to participate in the soundboards too, guys. I like to hear it too. What does Mark 9:48 say? He says, what about preconception contract to prevent child support once separated? Yeah, those don't really work. Those do not work. Child support is based on the best interest of the child. And so judges are not going to let you dictate how much child support you are going to pay if it's not in the best interest of the child. So let's say that you decide with the mom that you're going to pay $50 a month, right? A judge can very easily say that $50 a month based on your income is not in the best interest of the child. And then there goes your contract. A lot of people try to do this. A lot of men try to slide these ideas into prenups and they get thrown out. They absolutely get thrown out. What does Raven say? Thank you for the super chat, Raven. Raven says, the shape. Thank you so much, Raven. I appreciate that. Thank you, Raven. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat. What is Florida man says? Single mothers are the worst. Single mothers are the worst. What does Michael Matroke the fourth? Do I have my Roman numerals right? The fourth. That's a long line. That's generational right there. Says, I got you, LA. Thank you so much, Michael. Is that low? Oh man, don't tell me that it's low. Oh, okay. The sound effects are good. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. This is who I need right here. I need Jessica X, man. I'm having so many damn technical difficulties. I swear to God. Thank you. Thank you still, Curtin, for letting me know that the sound effects are good. Thank you. All right. So let's go back to the top. And again, guys, what I want to do is take an analytical approach. We can talk about talking points in the manosphere and the red pill community and all that. But what I find sometimes is these talking points are not vetted, or they're more emotional than they are logical. And emotion counts for a lot on YouTube. I understand that, but I really want to talk about this. Now, what is his main point? He says, listen, this is why marriage works. This is why marriage is beneficial. This is the whole thing about marriage, right? You are handcuffed. He uses the word shackled. He uses the word voluntary enslavement. Says this is the reason why marriage works, because you say, listen, I am a messed up person. You are a messed up person. So we are going to bond ourselves together. The fact that we bond ourselves together means by definition that we have an incentive to work things out, because if we do not, then we are going to suffer in this house, in this relationship, in this life for the next 40 years. Now, I want to know, does anybody agree with that? What does Farah say? Trauma bonding. I could not have invented a better phrase than what Farah just came up with. I couldn't have done it. I could not have done it. How do you guys, I wish everybody, to me, and again, let me back up, guys, and let me tell you who I am, because I know a lot of you guys are new and you're like, why is this dude flipping out? You know, I've been doing divorces for 20 years. I represented women and men, like thousands of cases. All right. I've also represented children and when parents were about to lose their parental rights. Sometimes I fought for the parents to keep their rights. Other times I fought for parents to lose their rights based on the neglect or mistreatment or abuse that was occurring in the homes. So I've been on all sides of family law. And I have seen some things, guys, that are so graphic, so terrible that you would not believe. You would just shock you. It would just shock you. So marriage is not something to be taken lightly. All right. The fact that you are bonding yourself to a person is not something to be taken lightly. Now, Jordan Peterson agrees. He's like, the fact that you are bonding yourself, voluntary enslavement, shackling yourself to someone means by definition that you're going to work it out. Does anybody feel that that's true? Does anybody, and this is a precept, does anybody feel that if you shackle yourself to a person, you are by necessity going to work things out? Does anybody agree with that? I will tell you, and let me back up here and let me tell you what's going on with Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peter, and let me use a military analogy. And I'm not in the military because I'm too much of a wuss to be in the military. But I have, like everybody else, like all of us other civilians, I've seen military movies, and I listen to Jocko and things like that. And what I have come to find out, apparently, is that there is a disconnect between the people, the 18-year-olds, the 20-year-olds, the 22-year-olds that are on the front line of the war. They're on the front line. They're taking bullets. They're taking bombs. They're shooting. There's a disconnect between those 20-year-olds, 22-year-olds, and the 50-year-olds in Washington. Right? Do we know that? Can we all agree that there's a disconnect when there's a war happening? There's a disconnect between the people in the air-conditioned rooms in Washington, D.C. and the Pentagon and the people out there in Vietnam who are actually fighting. And because of this disconnect, the people at the Pentagon in Washington are going to make decisions that are going to affect these young men who are on the front lines in drastic ways. Let me tell you the difference. I am the 20-year-old. I'm the 22-year-old on the front lines, right? I am in these divorce courts every day, right? Who is Jordan Peterson? Jordan Peterson is one of these like experts in the Pentagon, right? He's one of these officials, these 55-year-old making decisions over young men's lives. What did we just say? That the vast majority of his audience are young men. And what is he telling them to do? He's saying, lock yourself to someone. Shackle yourself to someone who you know to be faulty, because you're faulty and I'm faulty. We're all faulty, right? Shackle yourself to someone. Once you are shackled to someone, then you will have the motivation to work things out with that person. While you are working things out with that person, you are also assuming an obligation. You are assuming responsibility, and this obligation and responsibility will help you grow as a man. Is that persuasive to anybody? I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna drop the chat. I see some people on here already, so I'm gonna get these people. I want you guys to come up, and I want to talk about this because I have seen men's lives destroyed in a marriage. Absolutely destroyed. I have seen men's lives destroyed in a divorce. Absolutely destroyed. Who in here thinks that shackling yourself to a woman who does not want to be with you is a good thing? Right? And maybe she wanted to be with you, and when you guys first got married, maybe 6 months. Imagine being shackled to a woman who doesn't want to be with you, let's say in year 6. Can anybody find anything positive out of that? Let's talk about it. Let me bring some people up. I got some people on the stream here. Let me bring you guys up. Also, anybody else who wants to join the stream, you are more than welcome. You're more than welcome to come on up. Let me hit these. I love Farrah. Farrah said trauma bonding. That is exactly what I've never heard that, but that is exactly what it is. We got Raven. What does Raven say? Raven says, I'd rather be a shield maiden in a Viking infantry than face bombs and boom booms. Yes. And I don't know anything about the shield maidens in the Viking infantry. Raven is going hardcore with the history, right? Hardcore with the history. Okay. Bro Clarence, what do you think about this, Bro Clarence? What do you think about Jordan Peterson's views on marriage? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Everybody knows that Jordan Peterson is a very serious man. This is not a man just to be, calling stupid and ignorant lightly, right? He's one of our foremost thinkers of this age. Do you think he has marriage described correctly? What do you think about all this?
Well, first of all, man, I want to thank you for putting up a channel.
You are.
That really helps.
Please, can you guys hear Clarence? Because I cannot hear Clarence.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm sure it's me too. I swear to God. All right. Can you guys hear him? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut my sound off and cut it back on. Give me 1 second.
I can hear him.
All right. Sister says she can hear me. Looks like people in the chat said they can hear me too. So looks like everybody can hear me. Now we can't hear you. We can't hear you. And that's all right, brother. I mean, I see you doing your best, man. You know what I mean? We see that law is your best thing, and maybe sound equipment ain't the. We still can't hear you, brother. We still cannot hear you. I don't know, man. I don't know. But anyway, let me ask you a question, man. I disagree with him. Well, put it like this. Depending on the point of view you're coming from. If you're coming from the point where he's encouraging people to get married, then I don't think you should. That my personal opinion is you shouldn't be getting married if you're a man until at least the age of 40, because if you're not at least 40 years old, you don't have enough experience with women, enough life experience to be able to decide whether you want to take on that type of responsibility. But if he's just trying to shove everybody into marriage, I disagree with that. You know, I definitely disagree with that. Yeah, I'm like yourself. I've seen a lot of guys where they've been torn apart financially, emotionally, just being ripped from their children, everyday lives, and the amount of money that it costs to just I won't say fight the divorce, but just have it come out at least somewhat, even, is just it's out of this world. So that's my opinion on that. Upon it, we still can't hear you, brother. So, but I'll take over your show if you want me to, man. This is the lead attorney, man. But what I was saying at first, man, I was thanking you for coming up with this channel, man. And because I have gotten a lot of good information from you, man, you and Dennis Sperling, man, you guys keep on doing what you're doing, man. You guys are really helping a lot of us out here. Maybe the younger guys can get some of the other, some of the stuff about the marriage thing and how to navigate from there. But you guys are helping us older guys kind of maneuver out of different situations that we found ourselves into. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, we appreciate you. You know what I mean? I don't know if sister has something she wants to say, because we definitely can't hear you, lead attorney.
Hey, can you hear me, brother?
I can hear you, sis.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Lead attorney just can't hear us.
Right.
I agree that I don't agree with what he said. And also, not only is it trauma bonding, I think that the choice of words that he uses is triggering, right? It's very triggering, like the bondage and the shackles and things like that. Those are triggering words to anybody, whether you've ever been in a war or not, because that's the first thing you think of is trauma. But shout out to the lead attorney. While he get it together, we'll work it out. We'll have the conversation, and when he get it together, we'll let him tune in. But I so enjoy his channel and in this podcast, because he has such stimulating intellectual conversations, and I love being a part of it. I'm definitely a person that clings to the intelligence of the various topics that he have, and allowing us to chime in and voice our opinions. It's all stimulating for me. That's kind of how my brain works. But so now, if this is a younger generation of young men that he is his audience that he's catering to, is he trying to convince them? Yeah, Jordan Peterson. Okay. Is he trying to more so sway them to not get in marriage, or to get married and be stuck in bondage in marriages? I'm kind of confused on that part. Maybe if somebody could clear that up for me, because when I watched him before, I thought he was trying to persuade men not to get married. And telling them that if you get married, this is what it is. This is what it's going to be for you. This is what you can look forward to. And it's sad, because if he's trying to reach the Gen Ys, the Gen Zs, with that type of mentality of what he's saying. And I agree to some things that he's saying, because when we all get married, the intention is for us to be together for the rest of our lives. But people change, things changes, and the nicest people can become the ugliest people in marriages. I was married. It just so happened when I divorced, me and my husband, it was funny because when we went to get our divorce finally, we had been separated for some years, and we went down to the courthouse, and when we saw the ugliness of, that happened with couples up there, he and I was sitting by each other, laughing, talking and joking. And when we got up in front of the judge was like, man, I wish, all couples would be like you guys. Because he was like, I've been watching you guys from the back. You were sitting there next to each other, laughing and talking, and now you up here. But see, every situation is different. Right. Marriage and things that happen in a marriage can make good people turn to bitter, angry, jaded people. I know for my generation, and I'm telling my age here, but I don't care. I'm proud. I am a baby boomer. Right. And I would like to get married again, but I'm finding it even for men my age don't want to get married anymore because of those things. They first marriage or experience was has got them feeling away now. And it's like, wow. So I love the institution of marriage. I come from the traditional background of morals and values and things, but I'm finding men my age don't want that anymore. And I don't know if they now listening to men like, Mr. Peterson. So I don't know.
Well, I think what they're doing is they realize.
Can you hear me? Am I on?
Yay, we can hear you.
You're back. You're back.
Oh my God.
I wanted to ask the sister a quick question.
Thank God you're a better lawyer than a soundboard mixer.
Yes, I swear. Listen, I got this.
I'm happy to catch one of your live shows, man. I just been meaning this. I've always been in the chat, but I'm happy to catch one of your live shows, and I believe that you're very needed around this area.
Oh, I really appreciate it.
I appreciate the time you spend.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I bought this. I did a live stream. I know I did a podcast. Somebody asked me to do a podcast, right? So I did a podcast with this guy. What does he say? I forgot his name. But he asked me to do a live cast. A podcast. I was like, yeah, I'll do a podcast for you. And I went on his podcast and we talked. He's a good brother. We talked for about an hour. And he said, yeah, I'm gonna have to have you back on. And he was like, what microphone do you have, by the way? And I was like, oh, I got a Sennheiser. And he was like, oh, okay. He was like, we all got these Shure, whatever they're called, right? And I was like, oh yeah, well, I got the Sennheiser I got was expensive. But he was like, yeah, because this is a podcast and, I want to have you back, but I like people who have clean audio. I was like, damn. So what did I do the next day? I was like, well, I'm gonna get some clean audio, right? So I went and bought this damn microphone, and I'm having all types of problems with the damn the Rodecaster. So I'm sorry, guys, but thank you guys for holding it down. You guys are experienced. Thank you for jumping in and covering me while I was trying to get all these things worked out. So I really appreciate it.
Can I ask sister a quick question?
Well, we're not to be respectful.
Absolutely. Go ahead, bro, Clarence.
I want to ask the sister. Now you were talking about how you had gotten, you guys came to it looked like an amicable agreement on the divorce. But what was the initial thing that separated you guys in the first place? If you guys were in a marriage, what actually happened to made you guys get out of the marriage or leave it?
That's a great question. It was irreconcilable difference. It's just that we got to a point in our marriage where, for me, I can only speak for me. I kind of feel like I outgrew the marriage. My personality, the type of person, I'm always reaching for higher heights. And, I felt that he was very complacent with where we were in our life and in our marriage. And I just needed and wanted something more. And I wasn't getting that from him. And then after talking to him about it, and we made agreements, to get counseling and do certain things. And then he started lacking and he wouldn't do those things. So now I'm unhappy in the marriage. And when you're unhappy, you seek happiness in other places,
Right.
other people, other things, validation for whatever reason. And it doesn't make it right or wrong. And shame on me, you know, for my part in that. But then that's when I realized that it was time to go, because you can't stay in a marriage to make someone else happy when you're miserable, because
Right.
that can lead to other things like cheating and things of that nature. And I kind of fell off into that. And so I said, no, I can't do this. It's time for me to go. It's time for me to leave this marriage because I'm unhappy, and I can't stay with him because he wants me to stay, and he's happy and I'm miserable. So.
Right. And so thank you so much, Brother Clarence, for asking this question, because it really kind of gets to the heart of what Jordan Peterson says. Jordan Peterson says, look, Patrice, all right, you are unhappy. All right. But if you shackle yourself to someone and you make the decision that you can't leave, then the other person and you are going to be able to negotiate and reach an agreement that both of you guys can live with. Do you think that is, you know, and it sounds logical, right? It sounds like, listen, if me and you are on a desert island and we're shackled together, you know, even if we have disagreements, you know, we're going to get on the same page pretty quickly, because it's just you and me, and we got to work as a team, right? We don't have the keys and we're shackled together. Fine. Do you think that works in real life though? I mean, do you see the logic in what he's saying, or do you disagree?
I don't see the logic in that. It may work for a while, but if someone is unhappy again and they're not getting out of the marriage what they're putting in, that's only a one-way street. And again, that's going to lead to other things. That person is going to seek the happiness outside of the marriage. I don't know if you went out. Oh, there you go. I hear you. Okay.
No. Why do you think that it's a one-way, or okay, you said the phrase one-way street, right? And I totally agree with you. Why do you think that the other person didn't see the fact that you guys are shackled together until the other person didn't want to do their part to kind of to get the relationship back on track? Were they fine with how it was, or what was the motivation for them not to cooperate?
Yeah. I just said that he was so complacent in where things were in our marriage, and I wanted so much more. I needed something else, or was seeking something else in the marriage to make me happy. And I don't know if that was a flaw just within myself too, but I knew that he didn't want me to leave, but I knew that I wasn't happy being with him anymore, being in the complacency with where we were and expressing that, but it didn't change for him. And now looking back in retrospect, I'm realizing it's because, and I realize this now more than ever, he was older than me. Mm-hmm. He was more settled and complacent with where we were, and was totally happy with just it being that way the rest of our lives, as where here I am, and he was like 10 or 11 years older than me. Here I am, I'm constantly evolving and want more, always wanting to do more, have more, be more. And he was just like, I'm cool. Like, why you just can't let things be like it is? And I'm like, it's not enough for me. So that's where, you know, the conflict came in.
Yes. And I see this so much. And what you are describing is such a common experience, where guys, you know, you can use the word complacent. I think a lot of women use that word. Maybe men would choose another word, but you know, it's an accurate description maybe of the situation. And what I see in my divorce practice is that women do particularly want more. And a lot of times they can't even put their finger on it. They're just like, I want more than this, right? And a lot of men point to in the manosphere and the red pill community, they point to the fact that it's the women who are filing for these divorces, you know, 70% of the time, 75% of the time, 80% of the time you hear that number thrown out. Why is that? Why are these women getting out of these relationships? And I think it's the exact sentiment that you are expressing, because they're like, listen, we are not satisfied with this relationship anymore. And guys will live in a condition that women really can't imagine. I think all guys, if you go to a single guy's home and you look around, it's probably not to a standard that a lot of women would want to live in, right? Men are comfortable in situations that are mediocre. They're comfortable in situations that are average. If a guy has a situation that's just average to him and there's no stress popping off and everything's cool, a guy will live in that cool situation for 40 years. No problem. No problem. And it seems like women do not want to live that way. Now, if that's the case, how is it that a man and a woman shackled together are ever going to get on the same page? Because this man, you're going to say, hey, I want you to do X, Y, and Z. And he's going to do it for a little bit. At least he's going to try. But he's going to fall back down to his normal. And you might, even when he's putting in effort, that effort might not be enough for you, but you might recognize that he's putting in the effort. And so you might lower your standards a little bit temporarily, but your standards are going to come back up eventually because you're going to say, I'm not happy. Right. And so this is what Jordan Peterson talks about. He talks about, he's talking to men about this. And this is why I get so angry with Jordan Peterson, because he's going to sit in this classroom. He's going to sit in this classroom. He's going to tell young men kind of what they need to be doing. But he's not going to be in courtroom 3A in Atlanta Fulton County Superior Court when you guys are getting divorced. He is the one telling you to enter into what he calls voluntary enslavement. He's the one that's telling you to enter into to shackle yourself. He's the one telling you to get in these situations that Pharaoh calls a trauma bonding. But he's not there when the trauma bonding ends. He's not there when the voluntary enslavement ends. He's not there for the disasters. Who's there? I'm there. Right. I am the one handing my clients when they're on the witness stand boxes of tissues, because these are grown men, 27 years old, 33 years old, grown men crying. Right. He's not there. And this is what I see. And somebody in the comments said, oh, wow, lead attorney, you used the word despise. And and he said it's a strong word. And it's true. It's true. I mean, because look what you were doing to us. Right. It would be different if you were some Derek Jackson and you're pandering and talking to the women. Fine. At least you're not throwing your own kind under the bus. I'm not sure throwing anybody under the bus is what you need to be doing. But if you're a man who has so much intellect, and this guy is so smart that here's the thing. If I tell you the truth about 99 things and then slip in one vicious lie, you might assume because of the 99 things that I told you that were absolutely true, that the one vicious lie was also true. But and if it's a white lie, then fine, who cares? But it could absolutely be a lie that will ruin your life. Right. And this is why I get so angry with this man, because he's giving terrible information. What if he were to say, hey, guys, if you want to get married, that's fine, but get a prenup? He can't say the word prenup. Why can't Jordan Peterson talk about the word prenup? Because if he talks about prenup, then he is undercutting his whole argument that you were shackled to somebody. If he talks about a prenup, then he's already implying a possible divorce. He's already implying a possible escape route. And so he has nothing to talk about the voluntary enslavement. How is it voluntary enslavement if we're talking about prenups? And so he's telling men to get married because of the responsibility. He's telling men to get married because of the obligation, and telling them not even to protect themselves. Right. So now when alimony comes on the table right now, alimony for life, he's like, oh, well, at least you had an obligation. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro, Clarence. What do you think about
man,
that?
Your show. I just was going to ask a question real quick, man.
Yes.
Now, I'm going by off of his theory of thinking. If he, because the main thing, one of the main things I got from him is that children do better in a nuclear setup. You know what I mean? And I think that's what ultimately he's trying to push, is all of us get back into a nuclear setup, because we know that's what knocked off the Romans. That's what knocked off the Greeks. That's what knocked off the Egyptians, was the breakdown of the nuclear family. So if we get back to nuclear families, then maybe we will, we won't be as, crime will go down and stuff. I'm assuming that's the maximum thing. The more local thinking is that the children would do better. They were like, we may have to sacrifice. Like I'm married to sister, but we and her not getting along, so we have to do it like old school, where they would just stay in the same house but have different rooms and live their lives, but they stayed together because of the children, so the children could have both parents in the same space. Now, my question to you, lead attorney, is do you advise that in that situation, if they have children, because it's a different situation if you don't have children and you marry, you just say bye-bye, gone. But if you have children, how do you navigate? What do you think as a person, because you've seen more arrows flying than the rest of us, what do you think is the best way to navigate that situation? And I know, of course, you can't speak, you're not everybody's attorney, but just on a general basis, what do you think is the best way to handle that situation?
Yeah, I think that is an excellent summation of what Jordan Peterson was saying. I totally disagree with that too. It's clear to me this man does not know what he's talking about. But I could understand from the studies that show that it's better for children to be in a household with two parents. I could totally see theoretically how he gets to that, right? But give me 1 second. So I'm really glad that you asked that. I'm going to answer it in 1 second. Let me get to Haitian Moore. That sounds loud to me. Haitian Moore says, culture-based, religious-based marriages tend to last longer than cultureless marriages, aka the ninja marriage in the melanated community. I don't know. I used to do a lot of divorces with Indians. The Indians over there in the country, India and Pakistan. This is way back in the day. And what I noticed were so many of those marriages were arranged. Now I don't see them. I don't see them very arranged like that, like I used to back in the day. But they were arranged, and they used to end too. But I'm not sure what the statistics are. But that's interesting. And I agree that, if you tell somebody, listen, a divorce is going to cost you $1,000, like everybody's going to be getting divorced, right? What does Sister George say? The lead attorney, can you ask her, was her lifestyle terrible or below average? I think this is to you, Patrice. What do you say about this? Was your lifestyle terrible or below average when you decided to get divorced?
No, actually, and that's a great question, Sister George. Actually, it was not. My marriage and lifestyle was below average. I've always made good money. Now, I think it made a difference to my husband because I made more money than he did, and he was older than I was. So I think from those perspective, he was 11 years older than me. So he was a generation, he was 10 years older than me. So I think generationally, if I can say the word, and the difference in me making more money than him made a difference, if that makes sense.
It does. It really does. And I hear women say this a lot, and let me acknowledge, Patrice, that, you certainly know your situation way more than me, right? And I'm going to say, I'm going to give you all the rank, all the pull, right? You're the heavyweight in this. But I will say, to me, it sounds like a contradiction when you say that, he had a problem with you making more than he did, But 5 minutes ago, you were saying that he was complacent. 5 minutes ago, you were saying that he was cool. He was fine. He wasn't trying to work very hard to get the extra money. It was you. You were saying that you were the one that wanted more, right? You were the one that wanted to. And again, that's super common. I represent tons of women, guys. And it's super common for women to be the ones that are like, hey, I'm doing this. What are you doing? Right? I'm making this over here. Why are you home at 5:15? Right? Can't you get some overtime? And the guy's like, hey, we're good. And you see this a lot. I think guys kind of roll their eyes when women say, oh, women will say, oh, well, the guy didn't want me because he was intimidated by me. And I think
I don't mean to sound contradictory, not to cut you off, but I said when I look back in retrospect, I think it made more sense to me now that I understand that. I think because of age difference and I made more money than him, he was totally okay with where he was and didn't want to change it, because when I tried to encourage him to go back to school, to get a higher degree, to make more money, he didn't want to do those things. He was just cool with where he was. And I think for me, that's where I got lost in it, where I want more, and because I'm not getting it, I'm not happy, and you know what I mean? So I didn't mean to sound
Exactly.
contradictory, but I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, you're fine. And guys hear it all the time. So when you say, "Oh, well, he didn't like the fact that I made more than him," I don't really think, from what you're describing, I don't think that's true at all. Because if he really would have had a problem with you making more, than when you would have said, "Hey, why don't you go back to school?" He'd be like, "Yeah, that's a great job." "Hey, what about going for a promotion?" "Oh, that's a great job. That way, that's a great idea. I'll make more." "Hey, what about pulling some overtime? What about getting a job with sales or commissions or something?" He would have been all over it so that he could have made more. But it sounds to me like you're saying, no, the dude he was older. He was, getting up there in age. He was kind of cooling down. He was kind of like, hey, we're on autopilot here. And you being younger and you being driven, you're like, autopilot, what are you talking about? Like,
Right.
right. So I think guys hear this a lot. Guys, and women say, oh, he was intimidated by me, but guys don't really believe that at all. And it's true, maybe, that there are some guys who have a problem with a woman making more than him. But from what I can tell you over these 20 years, usually the woman has the bigger problem, right? It's not the man having the bigger, because let me tell you what the problem is. When a woman makes more than the man, the woman says, oh, he had a problem with me making more, but that's not true. He has a problem with the woman always bringing it up. He has a problem with, and the woman doesn't bring it up to throw him in his face like, oh, I make 115 and you make 60. That's not what the woman says. The woman is much more subtle. The woman is like, hey, like you just said, Patrice. Oh my God, you just said it. You're like, hey, why don't you go back to school? Right? Why don't you go back to school? Hey, did you look for another job today? Hey, at your job, do you want to ask if there's any overtime? Do you want to do that? So you have the woman bossing the man around, trying to get the man to earn more money. And that is what the man has a problem with. And I'm telling you, Patrice, I'm just telling you because I've seen it, right? Of course, your situation way better than I do. Your relationship or your marriage. But I have seen this play out over 20 years. So women, you guys need to know that it's not the fact that you make more than him that he has a problem with. It's the fact that you guys bring it up in an indirect way, or sometimes it can be direct if things get bad. So, but
duly noted.
Right? No problem. All right, let me get Ray. Let me shout out to Ray. Thank you so much, Ray. Ray says marriage directly impacts our ability to gain wealth or lose wealth. Marriage a lot of times can be a wealth transfer, to be honest. But yes, Ray is right. A healthy marriage is both economically and emotionally supportive. Agreed. Totally agree. Trash Can Ways, my man. Trash Can Ways. Great to see you again. He says, you can tell the quality of a relationship by the food your woman brings you. My last started off gourmet and ended after she brought me charcoal steak. Charcoal to make the steak, or I missed that. But yeah, you can definitely look for some signs. That is true. We got Raven again, man. Raven is supporting your boy. Thank you so much. What does Raven say? I think women file, but because the relationship is long over. Even more when the children are now adults, unless you want an open marriage while separated. Yes, and I totally agree. I think when a woman files, the relationship is long over in her head. It's been long over in her head. A lot of times the guy can be like, I never saw this coming. And so it can be long over. I totally agree with Raven, but a lot of times it's long over unilaterally, right? It's not long over bilaterally. Thank you, Cal. Give me 1 second. Let me get these. What does Calvin say? What up, lead attorney? And shout out to Calvin, man. Calvin is always representing your boy. Thank you, Calvin. Says, lead attorney, what up? First thing, I'm sitting down with you to draw up a prenup if I'm getting married, because for a man, it's like a seatbelt. It'll save you. Yes. And again, I have such a big problem with Jordan Peterson. You don't think this man knows what a prenup is? We're talking about Jordan Peterson here. Is he telling young men to get a prenup? No, he's actively not, because it undercuts his talking point about shackling yourself to some woman who may or may not be on your plan. And that is beneficial because it is a quote unquote responsibility, right? I want to hold my tongue. I did a consult with a gentleman. I don't want to say his name. He's a doctor in Canada, and shout out to him because he listens to me. And he told me I had made a video where it was a live, I think, and I had just mentioned the fact that I despised Jordan Peterson. He was like, listen, when we were talking on the phone, he said, listen, I know you got your issues with Jordan Peterson, but cut him some slack. You know, he's going through a lot of medical problems and this and that. And agreed. All right. You know, we all hope that he's healthy and he returns to health. But listen, don't lead my brothers down some dark tunnel that runs off a cliff. Right. Shout out to John Doe. Says love the topic. Thank you so much, John. Got polymath. Somebody in this mug knows how to do some math, because I'll tell you, it is not me. What is Maslow's hierarchy of needs causes divorce? That's deep. Let me think about that. It can cause divorce, but let me tell you, it also causes marriages. It also causes marriages. Okay. We got Raven. Raven, man. Thank you. What does Raven say? Says, don't you love women paying alimony? Don't you love women paying alimony? I know I do. But let me tell you who doesn't. Women don't like paying alimony more than men, right? They hate it. And men don't like it either, but women actually hate it. All right. What does Jessica say? Maslow's hierarchy of needs is essentially just human nature. That's exactly right. Bro Clarence, I have not forgotten about you. You asked a very salient point. You said, listen, Jordan Peterson said, hey, what about the kids? That's a good reason to stay married, right? That's a good reason to enter into marriage. And I don't even like telling men this because you're not going to hear it anywhere else. And it's not going to make any sense to you until you spend 20 years in courtroom 3A of Atlanta Fulton County Superior Court. You guys ready? This is terrible to say, but it's the truth. Getting married, and a lot of men, even in the manosphere, even men will carve out this. Men will say, okay, you should get married. You should never get married. You should never get married unless you want kids. Unless you want kids, then you should get married. Well, let's take a step back. What does you wanting kids actually mean? Does it mean that you want two kids to grow up with and play ball, in the yard, and, teach them how to ride a bike when they're 5 and teach them how to drive when they're 15? Or does it mean growing up with those kids until they're 5 and 7 years old, and then your wife files for divorce, and now you see them every other weekend from Friday to Sunday? It's from 5 p.m. to 5 p.m. to 5 p.m. Friday to Sunday, and then you get a Wednesday dinner. Let me tell you something, guys. You don't even have kids. It is my contention that a man in this country you don't have kids, right? Now, in one sense, you do have kids. You can look at them, but you can't have that kid. That is not your kid. And then I did a live the other day where the woman was like, hey, it's 2021. This is my kid. If we're not married, I'm not giving my kid his last name. And even if we are married, I'm not giving my kid the husband's last name, because it's my kid. It's 2021, right? Now she's off a little bit, but you're going to find out when you go into court that the judge is going to say, okay, which one of you is the mom? And she's going to raise her hand. And guess what? Now you're stuck with visitation. Let me tell you something, guys. I own this iPhone here, right? You know what I don't have with this iPhone? I don't have visitation with it. Why? Because it's mine, right? I have it. I've got this mouse here. Shout out to this is an MX Logitech. This is $100 mouse, guys. This mouse will change your life if you do anything online. If you do any Word or Excel, please check out the MX. It's expensive, but it's a game changer. Guess what? I don't have visitation with it. Why? Because it's mine. How is anybody going to give you visitation with something that's yours? Now, let's say I share something with somebody. If I share a car with you, then maybe you get it 50% of the time and I get it 50% of the time. Fine. What if I have a timeshare with you and we get divorced? What is the judge going to do? Let's say he splits the timeshare up. So you get it half of the year, I get it half of the year. We pick different days. Fine. But can it really be said that you have kids if you only get to see your kids Friday to Sunday every other weekend from 6 to 6? Like, you have kids biologically, but do you have your kids legally? And really, legally is where it counts. I have never seen a man, shout out to the young prince. He says he wants to have a couple of kids. I didn't hear the young prince say he wants to have kids and see him on visitation. I didn't hear that. And so this is what guys need to think about when you hear this Jordan Peterson argument of, oh, you should get married if you want kids. They're not your kids. Patrice made it very clear. Hey, if I'm making more than you and I feel like you're not trying to make more, right? And maybe I'll look back on it when I'm older and say, oh, I could have handled it differently. But now at 35, I'm looking at you and I feel like you're complacent. I'm just going to divorce you and take my kids. Then where was your dream? The whole reason that the manosphere allowed you to get married, right? The one reason that the red pill community said, okay, young man, you can get married. And now that the reason's gone. And again, why do they say this? Because they haven't been doing divorces for 20 years. Some people will say, oh, well, you just didn't fight for custody. But you don't think I've seen men pay $50,000 to get custody and lose $75,000, $115,000 fighting for their kids, lose and not get $1 back in return? Let me tell you something, guys. You spend $115,000 on your divorce and you lose, you're not getting a refund. You're not getting a refund. That money's gone. So no one on YouTube is going to tell you that a man can't have kids except for another man who's been doing divorces for 20 years. Can you have half of your DNA walking around on this planet? Absolutely. But you can't have it. You can have it, but you can't have it. You can have kids, but you can't have your kids. You can't even have half of your kids. I should make a rap, right? You could only get visitation. Now, are there men with custody of their kids? Yes. Why? Because there are women who smoke crack rock. There are women in prison. You guys might not know this. There are women who sexually abuse their own kids. I've seen it all. Those men are going to get primary custody. A few of those men might get full custody. But that's the exception, not the rule. What's the rule? The rule is you can have kids, but you can't have your kids. So if you know that you cannot have kids, let's go back to the marriage. Is this a reason? When Patrice said, listen, I can look at you and tell you're not the one after 5 years, 7 years, 13 years. So I'm taking my kids. If Patrice is allowed to do that, what about shackling yourself to Patrice or not just Patrice? I don't want to call her out. Any woman who can have kids, she's having her kids through you. And you're going to say, oh, that's not true until you show up in front of the court, until you show up in front of the judge. The judge is going to let you know very quickly who those kids belong to. And if you're a man, you're going to be disappointed with the decision. But what can you do? Right? So brother Patrice, that's brother Clarence. Sorry, I'm mixing you guys together. Brother Clarence, that's how I would respond to Jordan Peterson's argument. I think you did a fair summation. He's like, hey, divorce looks terrible if you got kids and this and that. So why not get married? You can only control your half of the marriage. Patrice just said that her man was fine. I have represented hundreds of Patrices. The red pill community knows about it. Women want more. That's why they're filing these divorces 70% of the time, 75% of the time. You don't think these women who are filing divorces 75% of the time have kids with their husband? Yeah, they have kids with their husband. They just don't care. Right? That's not enough for them not to want to file the divorce. So, Brother Clarence, that's what I would say to that. And I do not want to tell men. I don't like when the young prince hears this and he's 25 and he hears some divorce attorney say he can't have kids when clearly that's what he wants. And I never want to burst a young man's bubble, but at the same time, I don't want to hide the truth.
Well,
And go ahead.
Is there a way where, because we were talking about the prenups. I know Jordan Peterson has his way where he's just kind of basically just pushing you out into the shark, water. But
exactly.
But I'm saying there must be a suit you can wear or a cage we can put you down in, just in case something goes wrong. You hope for the best but plan for the worst. By, let's say you do want to have children and you feel like, hey, because I've been married 31 years and I had children.
31 years. Black don't crack. You look like you about 35. Jesus Christ.
Thank you, my brother. But I've been there, I've seen ups, downs, everything in between, you know what I mean? And if I haven't gone through it, I got a friend that went through it, But my point is, if these young cats want to get to it, because I personally don't think they should get married, because a lot of them know how to practice monogamy. And that is really a killer in most of these relationships, is just the monogamy part. We ain't even talking about getting along as two people, but just practicing the monogamy. They need to learn how to do that. But is there a way that they can get involved in the marriage with the prenups and all the other safeguards that you can tell them if they're going to do it? Not saying go do it, but if you're dead set on doing it, then is there some safeguards that they can get involved with before they go and do it?
Yeah, certainly prenups, but I think we're talking about children here. The prenup is going to help you on anything financial. So the
Even
fact that Jordan, no, not the children.
Yeah,
just to separate that out. For anything financial, for Jordan Peterson to tell these men to get married wholesale and not to bring up prenup, to me, is evil. It is evil. And, he doesn't think it's evil because he's not there handing the box of Kleenex to these young men when they're getting bent over, right? But fine. For men who, in terms of kids, what can you do to assure that you get your kids in a divorce? Marry a woman on crack rock. Right?
That's crazy.
If you marry
the lead attorney,
oh my God,
he was just playing with you. Don't think he was just playing with you. Don't take that soundbite from him.
I got some experience with that lead attorney.
I'm gonna get right to you, John. But yeah, I mean, if you marry a mediocre, if you marry a mother who turns out to be a mediocre mother, let's say she's average at best, she's gonna get the kids.
Right.
You need to marry a woman that's going to be a terrible mother. That way, you will get custody of your kids. Now, if you marry a person with the genetics to be a terrible mother, what is that going to say about the genetics that are in your children? Right? Now you got children who have seen their mother on crack rock and seen them act out, and maybe they're traumatized. So those kids, who knows? Who knows how they're going to turn out. Give me 1 second. Let me shout out Ultraman. Great to see you, Ultraman. Thank you for the super chat. And then again, thank you, Ultraman. Really appreciate it. Says, I love the content. Your knowledge is much needed and game changing. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying to have these conversations. I want to keep it light with you guys. We can talk about the Charlemagne stuff and the celebrity stuff, but I also want to keep it real with you guys too. And shout out to Kathy for recommending this, because I really do like having these conversations with the deep people like you guys. Got brother Clarence over here, got Patrice. Man, y'all holding down the show. I can't hear nothing, and y'all are doing the whole stream. I really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. What do we got? We got surrogacy. Lance says, what about surrogacy? Yeah. Different states are going to handle that different ways. But even then, let me tell you something. Most men are blue pill. All right. Let's be honest. I'm conservative. I'm going to say 80% of men are blue pill. 80% of men want to get married. Most people in the red pill community would disagree. They would say it's closer to 90, 95%. Fair enough. Men want to get married. Men like the young prince. He says he wants to get married. He wants to have children. Fair. I promise you that these 25-year-old men who want to have a child do not want to do it through surrogacy. And they're not gonna, right? They're just not gonna do it. Maybe 1 out of 1,000, 1 out of 500. but it's really not. It's not a viable option. It just really isn't. But it's a great point, and it's an option. So I appreciate you bringing that up. But it's just not. That's not what most men think of when they think about having kids. Most men think of having a couple of kids, playing out in the yard, teaching them to do things, loving on them. And can you love on your kids every other Friday through Sunday? Yes. But is that what you really wanted? No. But is there any way to stop it other than marrying a woman on crack rock? There's no way to stop it. And so when Jordan Peterson tells you, he's like, oh, get married and stay married, because if you get a divorce, then what's going to happen to your kids? Kids do better in 2-parent homes. It's not in my hands. Patrice has already said, hey, if Patrice doesn't feel like I'm living up to my obligations, she can be gone and take my kids, and there is nothing I can do about it. Did Jordan Peterson mention that? Did Jordan Peterson mention what happens if Patrice kind of is like, hey, I keep telling you to go back to school and you don't want to do it. So I'm going to find a man who does want some upward mobility. I'm going to find a man who is ambitious. Why am I going to tie my ship to you when you're complacent? Jordan Peterson doesn't mention anything about that. And Patrice is so, these women out here want things, right? Can you blame Patrice for wanting things? Hell no. You probably should blame her if she didn't, right? I mean, we want to praise people who want to go further in life to a point. Now, if you're 80 years old, a lot of times people are like, hey, let's shut it down. And Patrice was fair. Patrice was like, listen, he's 11 years older than me. So he was kind of shutting it down. Nothing wrong with that. There are a lot of MGTOW men and the only reason they're MGTOW is because they're like 50 and they've shut it down. But if you've got that huge age difference, it makes sense for you to shut it down, but it makes sense for Patrice to want more. And Jordan Peterson, he doesn't mention anything, any of that. All right, what does Calvin say? Shout out to Calvin again. Thank you, Calvin. Says, lead attorney, women have all the power in marriage, divorce, child custody, and the sad thing is a man can't do nothing but try to fight it if they can. Agreed. Why is Calvin out here saying stuff that even Jordan Peterson is not? Right? I mean, certainly Jordan Peterson, when in any room he walks in, he's the smartest person in the room. Fair enough. But why are we all seeing just massive flaws in what he's saying? Right? Now, a lot of you guys can say, well, okay, Jordan Peterson's wrong about this or about that. What's the big deal? Again, let me underscore the big deal. The big deal is 80% of his audience are men. Not only that, but they're young men. Not only that, but they are young, impressionable men. Not only that, but they're young, impressionable men going to him for advice. They're going to him for advice, and this is what he's telling them. Get married so that you can take on an obligation. Get married so you can take on responsibility. And he's not telling them about the bad stuff. It's completely irresponsible to me. Shout out to co-counsel. Shout out to Stephanie Collins. Stephanie is an attorney. She's a criminal defense attorney down there in Texas. So if you ever get arrested, you know where to go. What does Stephanie say? This is not a practical legal opinion. Happiness comes and goes. Marriage was not designed to depend on a temporary emotion. My parents have 48 years and got through at least a decade by sheer stubborn will. Facts. I think anybody who's been married over 15 years is going to tell you that there was a 6-month period in there that was sheer stubborn will, right? There was a 3-month period where they talked about divorce. There was a 2-week period when they had seen attorneys, right? It just came so close. They came so close. But by sheer stubborn will, that's a quote, direct quote from Stephanie Collins. They held it together. That's true. But and this is true for every single marriage that has lasted 15 years or longer. Every single one. Now, can you have a marriage that lasts 48 years? Absolutely. Or a marriage like Brother Clarence has? You can. You can, and you can get intense enjoyment out of that. I'm not saying like don't get married. I am so in favor of anybody who wants to get married as long as they make the decision to get married in an informed basis.
Yes.
And what Jordan Peterson is doing is telling them to make a decision, and he's not giving them the necessary information. He's hiding it. There's no one who can tell me that Jordan Peterson is stupid. There's no one who can tell me that this is not an intelligent man. There's no one that can tell me he does not know what the word prenup means. He knows what the word prenup means, and he's telling young men to get married without it.
I got a question, lead attorney.
Yes, sir.
If he is doing this on purpose, sending men into the war zone with no rifle on purpose, for what purpose is he doing that? Why is he doing that?
Here's his talking point. And this is grounded in truth. That's the problem when people mix truth with a lie. You might not see the lie. This is the problem with Jordan Peterson. Young men flock to him. He is a father figure to so many young men, and they flock to him. And they say, listen, I am 24 years old. I don't know what I want to do in my life. I'm lazy. I'm living back with my parents. I have a porn addiction, and I play Xbox for 8 hours. And I can't get myself out of this. I'll have good days where I'm like, oh, I'm going to apply for a job. But then it comes and goes, and I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Tell me what to do. And Jordan Peterson has made millions of dollars telling young men how to get out of this hole. What is his go-to solution? Well, a foundation, a pillar of the go-to solution is to get an obligation, get a responsibility. And if you get an obligation, if you get a responsibility, then that is going to give you the external drive you need to move forward when that internal motivation is lacking. Fair enough, right? So this is one of his huge talking points to young men, right? I used to be a huge follower of the dog whisperer, Caesar Milan. Shout out to Caesar Milan. Not like he watches the streams. And he had this dog. I'll never forget. He had a what was it? What do you call those police dogs? What are they? The black and the brown ones? Not the Rottweilers. What are they?
Doberman Pinscher?
No, the other one.
German Shepherd.
German Shepherd, yes. He had a German Shepherd, and this German Shepherd was vicious. And they called him in to try to fix the German Shepherd. So the German Shepherd barked at him for 15 minutes, and he just stood there looking at him. Caesar just stood there in the driveway looking at him while he was tied up and barked. And the German Shepherd got tired of barking. And so he just shut up after 15 minutes. When he shut up, Caesar grabbed the leash. And listen to what he did, guys. Listen to what he did. He took the German Shepherd to his van, and he opened up the back of the van, and he took out a vest, like a police dog vest. And he was out like in this canyon. And well, he took the dog to the canyon, and he gets out, and he takes out this vest, and he puts the vest on the dog. And then he gets these big rocks that were in the canyon and puts these big rocks on either side of the vest, right? So he's got big rocks over here, big rocks over here. And you could tell when that weight hit that dog he was locked in. He was just locked in and focused. And Caesar walked him around that damn canyon, and that dog was the happiest thing on earth. Why? Because the dog had focus. The dog had a purpose. The dog had a responsibility. The dog had an obligation, right? And I think that can absolutely work with people. I think that can absolutely work with men. I think he's on to something there. If you're sitting around and at 26 years old with a porn addiction in your mother's basement, eating the Cheetos and playing Xbox for 7 hours, you need something, right? And he is changing men's lives by telling them this. Fine. There's a big difference between putting on a vest and shackling yourself to a woman who can divorce you anytime and take your kids and half of your wealth, right? To me, it's like, you've got a sickness. If you're stuck in your mother's basement, you're sick, right? And then the remedy is something that can absolutely kill you. There are men who got divorced on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and went to the gun store on Wednesday afternoon, and then they're not there. They're not on the earth. They're not here on Wednesday night. Where's Jordan Peterson? Anybody know? He's in Canada. He's chilling.
Never been a fan of Jordan Peterson.
Like it's so ridiculous to me. It's so ridiculous. And so this is, guys, I'm telling you, this is only something you're going to hear from a divorce attorney, right? And when I talk about Jordan Peterson, and I use the word despise, and people are like, hey, it's a strong word. It's not like you're as smart as Jordan Peterson. Put some respect on the man's name. Well, give me a second so I can tell you why I'm using the word despise, because look what he's doing to us. I don't want to say that I'm pro. Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
No, nobody's challenging him. Like, you don't hear any of the men in his class or just in general, just challenging him with those things like prenup and, how the women have more of the ups when it comes to marriage and divorce and child custody and all of that. No one challenges this man.
No. And listen, for good reason. Number one, the reason that I challenge him is because I have a specific job and I know things that he does not know about this one area. This is the only area that I know almost an infinite amount more than he does. But most people don't have the knowledge that I have. There are some very smart people. They know everything. They just don't have my knowledge. So most people, when you listen to him, and I keep saying men because that's his audience, if I hear him talk about anything other than marriage, I'm totally enthralled. Everything that this man says about anything other than marriage sounds pretty correct to me. Even if I don't necessarily agree with it, he can convince me. Again, Cornel West and Michael Dyson, the two foremost world-renowned Black scholars. He got into a debate with Michael Dyson and tore him up. I don't even respect Michael Dyson anymore. Like, that's how bad a job he did on Michael. He tore him up.
So I'm gonna have to watch that.
It was ridiculous. Yeah.
Well, his debate with Matt Dillahunty. Now, Matt Dillahunty tore him up.
Jordan Peterson up. I'll have to listen to it.
That was more of a religious thing between atheists and all of that stuff, because that came in with Peterson at first was unsure with religion until he got sick, and then he became more religious as he got sicker. But they had a couple debates with Matt Dillahunty, and Dillahunty is one of the best debaters you'll ever see. And Jordan Peterson seemed like an amateur to me towards this guy.
I'll have to check him out. I'll have to check that out, because Jordan Peterson has some famous interviews where he is wrecking people. Yeah. And so I really think that the vast majority of things that Jordan Peterson says that I've heard, Jordan Peterson has said a billion things, right? And I've only heard, let's say, a couple thousand. So who knows what all he said? And I'm sure if he keeps talking about some stuff, there's going to be some stuff that I disagree with. But he is a very persuasive man. So to answer your question, Patrice, most of the stuff that he says is right. It really is. And there are people who debate him. He has a famous debate that he went on tour with Sam Harris. And Sam is also huge intellectual of our time, both white guys. And shout out to Sam Harris. It's amazing, man. Amazing. And so, people can disagree with Jordan Peterson, but it's hard to beat him in an argument. It's hard to beat him in a debate. But with this particular thing, I have a body of knowledge. I've just seen it. It's not even the knowledge, it's experience. It's not. I'm not sitting here, guys, as the lead attorney because I'm an Einstein. Like, don't get me wrong. There's only one reason that I'm sitting here. It's not because of my intelligence. It's because of the time. Right? Time can give you a type of intelligence that you can get nowhere else. Like, anybody can sit in this seat. Anybody. The only requirement to sit in this seat is 4 years of college, 3 years of law school, and then about 20 years of practicing. So 4 plus 3, that's 7 plus 20, 27 years. Right? So it's not like I'm Einstein. But if you want to sit in this seat, you can do it. Just spend 30 years of your life. Just spend 30 years of your life getting experience. After 30 years, you're going to know some things. Right? And so it's difficult for people to argue with him about this marriage thing. He's talking to 24-year-olds. 24-year-olds don't know anything. How is a 24-year-old going to stand up to him? And they revere him. He's like God is a strong word, but they revere him and they come to him for knowledge. So if you go if you go to Moses, right, and Moses is sitting up there on the rock, and you go to him and you're sitting at his feet, you're there to learn. You're not there to question. And so he gets a pass because so many young men, number one, they don't know anything, which is why they're coming to him in the first place. And number two, they're there to learn as opposed to push back. But they're not seeing how the one piece of advice that he's given, this one piece, can absolutely ruin their lives. Let me get Greg. Oh, shout out to Greg. Oh, Greg's in Canada. Greg's up there with Jordan Peterson. What does Greg say? Don't get married if you like peace and quiet. If you do get married, don't marry a broke woman. Facts. What does Lisa Randall say?
It doesn't really matter what kind of woman you marry. You got to just have a connection there. You got to know the kind of woman you're marrying.
Yeah, but let me say this too. If I get married to the Foot Locker chick, all the people who've been with me for a while, you know who the Foot Locker chick is. If I get married to the 23-year-old Foot Locker chick who is bad, she's also got a cocaine conviction. But if I get married to her, my divorce is going to look one way. But if I get married to Oprah with no prenup, it's going to look another way. Right? And guys need to know this because you hear in the manosphere and the red pill community, guys don't care how much women make. Guys don't care if women have a master's degree. Guys don't care if women have a PhD. Fair enough. But see what happens to you in courtroom 3B down here in Atlanta, Fulton County when you get divorced. See the difference in your life between you marrying Oprah and you marrying the Foot Locker chick. Right?
I got a question, lead attorney. Okay, so if those of us as men, if we say, okay, I'm going to marry a person that has the same income as me, typically that kind of person is not going to be as attractive to us as a person that may not be emphasized. They're more emphasizing their looks as opposed to their income. That's the trade-off that I see out there. So what's the balance? Because if you marry Oprah in a couple of years, you're probably not going to be interested in her anyway because of her lack of attractiveness to you. But if you marry the Foot Locker chick, she could leave you. So how do you navigate? What's the best way to go? Marry Oprah?
Yeah.
Well, lead attorney already gave us the answer to that many times now, and that's the prenup. I mean, I don't get why. I don't understand why guys fight the prenup thing so hard.
Give me 1 second, John. I'm going to get to you right now, John. I'm going to get to you right now. Shout out to Ray. Thank you so much, Ray. Where does Ray? Gosh, I hate this. You guys are gonna laugh at me. I got this old iPhone 6S. Like I don't even want to talk about it. Anyway. Shout out to Ray. What does Ray say? Ray says, thank you for the Cash App. Ray says, experience is the best teacher on both ends. Facts. Experience will get you, man, it will absolutely teach you. You're exactly right. Thank you, Ray, for the super chat. We got Lisa Randall in the house. What does Lisa say? Marriage is a pragmatic choice. Yes, but not for men.
Right.
Not for men. We're the ones who are damn all all romantic. We're the ones who look at Jordan Peterson. Oh, it's an obligation, right? It's a responsibility. It's a duty. It'll give you a purpose. He's talking about all these huge concepts. Lisa's like, no, dude, it's pragmatic. It's cost benefit analysis. And Jordan's like, no. It'll give you as a man, it'll give you direction in your life. All of these flowery concepts. And women are like, look, how much does he make? You say he's a dentist? He's a dentist in Atlanta on a midtown. Okay. Like, where is all of this flowery stuff? Right? But he's talking to men. It kills me. It kills me. What does Lance Brown say? Jordan Peterson has talked down on MGTOW, but he came back and clarified himself in a less harsh tone after pushback. Interesting. I do not know. Oh, sorry about that, Lance. I don't know what he said about the MGTOW community. I think there is some part of the MGTOW community that deserves criticism. You know, if you're telling me as a 53-year-old who's been married, has been divorced twice, that you're MGTOW, I salute you, you know, because you've been through a lot. You're 53 years old, 2 divorces. Like, can't nobody tell you nothing, right? If you don't ever want to date a woman again, like, you've been through it. You're a soldier. You've done your tour of duty, right? But if you tell me as a 23-year-old you're MGTOW, I want to talk to you. Because if you're 23 and you're swearing off women forever, it's not the women. It's not. There's something in you. There's something in you.
Leave attorney, I don't think the MGTOWs are swearing off women. They're just swearing off relationships. I think that's the misconception that Jordan Peterson had at the beginning too, is that he thought that they were saying, we don't want nothing to do with women. We're going to go be monks. But no, they're just not getting into relationships, or long-term relationships rather. Well, that to me, and here's the thing, because and what does Black Rock say? Black Rock says no, it's the women. Here's the thing. I think these definitions of somebody said they disagree with me. Hey, if you disagree with me, you can come up. You can come up to the what do you call it? You can come up on the panel. I get to you. I want people to disagree with me. You can absolutely, guys. You see me. I'll be totally fair, right? I'll be totally fair. One of the things that kind of irritates me. Irritates is a strong word, but it seems like these definitions are just all over the place. You know, some people say, "Oh, well, MGTOW is monk mode." Fine. Some people say, "Oh, well, MGTOW is just recognizing how women are." But then you say, "Okay, well, what's the difference between MGTOW and Red Pill?" Because Red Pill is recognizing how women are, right? You say, "Oh, well, you know, Red Pill doesn't, you know, these men, they don't get in relationships or something like that." So it comes and goes. It's like Christianity. So like the definition of a good Christian can depend on the person, right? But there is definitely a faction of MGTOW. What does MGTOW stand for? It means men going their own way. So there's a definite faction of MGTOW that is about being monk mode. And if you just say MGTOW is just, you know, not getting in relationships with them, fair enough. But even then, I've got a problem if a 23-year-old doesn't want to get into a relationship at all with a woman ever in its life. Because to me, that speaks to a trauma. That speaks to something else is going on. Something else is going on in there, as opposed to a 53-year-old who's been through it. You know, so that's kind of how I feel about it. All right. Sorry to everybody in the chat. I know I've been going on, but we're gonna, not the chat, on the panel. So we're gonna keep it going. Thank you so much to Brother Clarence and Patrice, especially for you guys holding it down when I couldn't get my shit together. So I really, really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for having us.
No problem. Please come back anytime. All right, John
No
Doe.
problem. Thank you.
No problem. John, what do you think about all this?
Well, to answer your earlier question today,
yes.
When you asked about the divorce rate with arranged marriages and just normal marriages, while normal marriages range in divorce rate between 40 and 50%, normal marriages, arranged marriages has a 4% divorce rate. And those that in India has a 1% divorce rate. So arranged marriages last so much longer than traditional marriage. You can't even really say how we marry in the West is traditional, because it wasn't traditional.
Wait, let me jump in. Are you saying that arranged marriages
have a divorce rate of 4%
in the United States?
Anywhere in the world, when you put it anywhere, that's including the United States, everywhere. But if you want to narrow down on one location, just say India, arranged marriage have a 1% divorce rate.
But I mean, the divorce rate in Nigeria, according to Ike, is like 1%. So it's gonna, it's for
but
regular marriages, right? But
yeah,
I hear what you're saying. You're basically saying
but
that arranged marriages last longer than
yeah. So yeah, if you say Nigeria, yes, but if you go say with arranged marriage, you're talking about not just in Nigeria and India. You're talking about all over the world. That's including the West.
Gotcha.
So it's only 4% divorce rate, arranged marriage, because the arranged marriage isn't built on love, which is usually the downfall of any marriage. It's built on duty and obligation.
Right.
That's the foundation of any marriage. But a lot of us in the West, we think marriage is supposed to be a big romance thing. And it's coming from a guy that's twice divorced. And that's why I always push your prenup thing. When people say prenups don't work, they are completely wrong. Prenups
completely work. Right?
They're completely wrong. Prenups work, and it keeps you from paying a lot of money and losing your stuff. So it's laughable when I hear people say it don't work from a person who went through this already, and I know they work firsthand.
He says firsthand. Absolutely.
So when you up here talking and you telling guys about that, and that's the problem I think with guys. That was really hard for me to have too much sympathy, because you can tell a guy something and you can tell them 100 times and they just gonna run with whoever tell them what they want to hear. Right. Unlike with a woman, women, you tell them something, they see it coming from the lead attorney. They say, okay, this guy, he been through divorces. He been doing this for 20 years. He's a lawyer. He's not some guy on the internet. Let me listen to him. And I'm going to see and if he tell me this isn't the right decision for me to get a prenup, I'm going to do it. And that's the part I don't understand about us men. Yeah. Why do we have to push back so hard on the obvious things? Why then we complain about women this, women that? It's like, no, it got to start with us. And unless you're willing to do that prenup, have that hard talk with whoever you thinking about marrying, and come to the realization that this might not work. Because women go into the situation thinking it might not work. Mm-hmm. You're the only one going into the marriage thinking it don't last forever. She's not going into marriage thinking it's going to last forever. Right. She goes, that what you hear women always tell each other, have a backup plan. Make sure you get your education. Make sure you put money to the side. Okay, if a person doing all of these things, they going into a marriage realistically. Mm-hmm. Unlike a guy going into a marriage, he's not preparing himself for anything. Yeah. Like when the divorce hit, he all shocked. And then, like you said, some of these guys go to take drastic steps, but taking their lives, or taking their ex-wife, killing, murder, suicide, all of these things. Because we're hearing a lot of that, and that's a lot of. I mean, every time you look at the news now, it's a murder, suicide, and then mostly it ain't like some guy just went to a random person that did this. It usually with an ex, or it usually involves some kind of romantic connection between the two when you hear those murder suicide. And sometimes innocent people, like friends, like at a Super Bowl party or whatever, they get caught in the crossfire. But the person they came there for is usually the ex-girlfriend or the ex-wife. So you seeing this, because these guys went into these relationships thinking that these things, it's gonna last forever. Yes. And you never should go, because when I was married, I did not buy anything that I couldn't pay for with my own salary. When I remember I was buying a house, and I told this realtor, we're going to buy a house based on my salary alone, not my wife's salary. At the time I was married. And she was like, okay. But when she brought me the first house, it was a house like, I'm like, that's out of my price range. Right. She was like, yeah, but if you and your wife put your salary together, I said, ma'am, I clearly told you only base it on my salary. I fired her. That
Yes.
same day, I fired that lady because you
Awesome.
know what she was doing? She was even talking to me no more. She was talking to my ex-wife.
Yeah,
He
she's
was
about the
telling her,
money. Mhm.
you can get this house if you put your name on there. And you know, my wife, she loved the house. She was like, oh yeah, we can get this. And I'm like, no, I'm cutting that off right now. And I fired that lady. And I ended up finding a house, and sure as heck, me and her divorced. And I was able to keep my house, lead attorney, prenup, what I told you
Yes.
about,
Yes.
and I was able to afford to pay it. Because if my salary was built on her salary and my salary, when she left, how do I supposed to pay the mortgage? How do I supposed to pay the bills?
Right.
So I base it on just my salary. And that's why I was able to keep my house, keep all my 401k. I didn't lose nothing. Nothing. A prenup protect you from all of those things. The only thing that it, like you said, it don't protect you from is like child custody and things like that.
Right.
But I told you in the earlier thing, I got custody of my kids. I raised
Which
my
is
kids.
awesome. What do you think about Jordan Peterson telling men to get married because it is an obligation, and that obligation is going to help young men become better men?
Obligations like that do not help men become better men. If it takes me getting married to be responsible, I'm not responsible. And that's the
Right.
last thing I need to do is get married. I mean, isn't that kind of equivalent to saying, you telling a woman, I know you ain't ready to be a mother, but I want you to get pregnant because that's your obligation to get pregnant, and just wing it from there. So,
Absolutely. I mean,
so
and
he
let me
would be
jump in.
counseled if he said that.
Yeah, I had a friend is too strong of a word, but a person that I used to know in high school. We might have been in 11th grade, and she was there with me in I guess like a homeroom or something like that. And I was talking to a girl, and she came up, and the girl started talking to her, and she was telling the girl that she found out that morning that she was pregnant. And so the girl was like, oh, well, what are you going to do? And the girl was like, what, I'm going to keep it because, I think it's going to help me mature and be responsible.
Bad.
And it's just like,
That don't work. You telling young men, and I that's the same point. But if Jordan Peterson or anybody else would have told a woman those exact same things, it would be a uproar.
facts.
But since it's a man, you can tell men these
Yeah, such a great point.
crazy, crazy, things about going to responsibility. Okay, when you get married, most likely when you get married, you're gonna have kids, right? So you don't have kids, you're gonna have a mortgage, you're gonna have a car note, you're gonna have these things. And you don't stick all of these things on somebody who needs something to push them to be responsible. I don't see how that makes sense. The most successful men is usually the men that are responsible before they get married. The most of the self-made men, they
Yeah,
usually they're usually self-made before they get married. They're
they
not
were
trying to do that.
responsible
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah, they
That's exactly
responsible
right.
anyway. And I'm not saying you can't grow from marriage. Yes, because you got to learn how to compromise. You got to learn how to get along with another person. But those things can come in a marriage or outside of marriage. I don't need to get into a marriage to learn basics of being a good partner. I can do that outside of marriage.
Yeah,
We
see, you're
so
exactly right.
yeah,
Grandpa John, may I
it's not,
interject?
Give me
yeah.
1 second. Give me 1 second now that we got
Okay.
a break. Let me get the super chats. Got trash can waves. What does trash can waves say? I'm gonna mute you guys because I keep hearing all this noise. Like, I'm not muting you guys to be mean, but I just hear background noise. That's the only reason why I'm doing it. All right, trash can waves. What does trash can waves says? Both have to be equally yoked. Yes. Let me tell you something. You guys have no idea how many times black men in Atlanta have heard this phrase, equally yoked. This is all that the black women say down here. It is all about equally yoked. Black Rock. It is. Shout out to Black Rock. I haven't seen him in a while. Black Rock, it is about protecting your assets. Yes, and this is what Jordan Peterson does not mention at all. No mention of protecting yourself. Just throw yourself out there and see what happens. All right. It's so ridiculous. We got Lisa Randall. Shout out to Lisa again. Thank you, Lisa. Says marriage is likely the best between couples who want to raise a family together, and they understand that it's much like running a business. Well, Lisa, you say that, and there's some truth in it, I suppose. But the problem with a man entering into a marriage thinking that he's going to raise a family together is that the woman can snap her fingers and decide that I'm taking the kids. So what happened to the whole reason of the man getting married in the first place? If a woman at any time, in any moment, can just take the man's kids away, where is the stability for the kids and for the man? If a woman can just end it all, and we know that women are ending it 70% of the time. Women talk about raising a family, but men could just talk about just having kids floating on the earth, because a woman can decide whether or not we're going to raise this family together, and a man cannot decide the same thing. A man just can't decide it. If a woman can snap her fingers and we're not raising a family anymore, it's you can pick up my kids on Friday, right? That's when you can get my kids. And it sounds terrible to say this way, but this is coming from a man who's seen it for 2 decades. So it's not just me out here ranting and raving. Like, I've seen it on both sides. Guys, listen. I know I'm a man, so by nature I'm in the manosphere, but I've represented women for 20 years too, right? And they'll take these kids in a heartbeat, and it's their kids. So I see what Lisa's saying, but raising a family, whenever I see that, I'm just kind of like, okay, all right, what does that really mean? Patrice Garner. Thank you, Bridges. What does Patrice say? Prenups work, yes. My girlfriend married a wealthy man. She left with what he was nice enough to give her. He was fair to her in the divorce. Yes. That's another thing I don't really understand about guys. Guys want to get married to a woman, but then want to draft a prenup where she, if after 30 years, if they get divorced, she gets $30. It's like, why did you marry this woman anyway if this is how you felt about it? I mean, it's a little bit rough. If you're fair, you shouldn't want to get married to anyone who you want to be unfair to. That's a good place to start, right? That's a good place to start. All right, I think that's all the super chats. Hope I didn't miss any. Devil's Bane, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, you got your audio working great. Said don't shame the leader. Somebody's shaming me in the chat. Somebody's shaming me. All right. What do you think about all this Devil's Bane?
I had about 5 points I want to touch on.
Yes, sir.
First, I just want to, say I appreciate you for being a heavyweight intellectual, even though you're, masterful at meeting people kind of like where they are. Mm-hmm. And you're great at starting dialogue. So I just want to commend you for that.
Thank you.
Second, with Dr. Jordan Peterson, he was a public intellectual that kind of springboarded from this like whole ordeal that he was involved in, where essentially he didn't want to have to be compelled to use certain pronouns when referring to people of like the transgender community. And that gave him a seat on the Joe Rogan podcast. And from there, that pretty much springboarded like his whole, new career as a public intellectual. I agree to like some of his like self-help stuff. I think like some of that's good. Like you touched on that as well. The fact that he basically tells young men like, yeah, you need like purpose and obligation to live a fulfilled life. That's kind of just needed it's in your DNA basically. And yeah, I agree with that. But, being a public intellectual, he's kind of had to talk about more subjects than are, what I would consider in his depth as a psychologist. So, he doesn't really think about like the legal aspects of some of these things that he talks about, when it comes to like marriage and all that stuff. I think he's really just saying it from like the psychologist perspective of like, yeah, this is just another drive that I think is good for men to have. And in the right context, yeah, I think it would be a good, drive to have, but it's kind of tone deaf to like the current situation we're in 2021 as men. So I don't
Yes.
think that you know, he's really looking at like even like women like his daughter. Like, I hate to like bring his daughter into this, but like his daughter is like in the streets like pretty heavily. If you look at her social media, like it's it's very stunning. She's attractive, don't get me wrong, but like it's like some of the activities she's involved in are questionable at best. But yeah, I think most millennial men right now are just kind of like put off from marriage just because they look around and they see like the failures of like the baby boomer and Gen X. Well, Gen X less so, but more so baby boomer generation. And they don't think that women really are saying the vows in good faith. They don't think like for better or for worse is anything that women actually mean. They're just kind of saying it because it's just another thing they need to check off their bucket list. So
well, no, I agree with that, but let me go back to a point that you said before. You were like, well, you know, he talks about a lot of things and he's outside of his wheelhouse, and you know, maybe he just doesn't know, and you know, and fine, fair enough. Because I, as a YouTuber, you know, I've only been on YouTube for like a year, and in some of the videos, even in live streams, like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. You know, people criticize Joe Rogan a lot for saying some dumb things, but he's like, listen, man, I've been on YouTube, I've been doing these podcasts for 10 years. You had a 3-hour podcast for 10 years. You don't think I'm going to say some dumb things? And I feel him because I've already said some dumb things, right? And I've been on this thing for less than a year. But let me just say this. There's a difference between saying something that's out of your wheelhouse and saying something that's dumb and then saying something that's dangerous. All right. There's a difference, you know, if there's a pandemic and you say, oh, well, I think people should drink water with two limes in it, and that's going to help. Okay, fine. It doesn't help, but fine. That's what you think. You're not a doctor, but
right.
you know, but that's what you think. Fine. But then, you know, instead of the water with 2 limes, you say, you know, I think people should drink bleach. I think people should drink bleach, right? And it's not that, you know, that you're not a doctor, that you're going to get a pass. Oh, you know, the lead attorney said to drink bleach, but you know, it's just out of his wheelhouse. Like, no. You don't get a pass from me, at least, when you're telling men dangerous things, especially when you're not even doing the cleanup. I'm doing the cleanup. That's why I see it so much, right? So I feel you on this, and you know, I'm not saying that you're giving them a pass, but I really want to underscore the danger, not only because of the advice that he's giving is dangerous, but because of the people that he's giving it to are so susceptible. Guys, I stood up for women on this channel a while back, and a guy didn't like it. I kicked him off the panel. A guy didn't like it, and he was a YouTuber, come to find out. And he started a live stream about me, a 5-hour live stream dogging me out, supposedly. And one of the things that he was saying was that, you know, I'm not married and I can't get a girl. And he said, I can't even get my clients. Like, I can't even marry a client. Like, I don't even have enough game to start dating my client.
That, in my opinion.
That's the whole thing. That's why it was such an ignorant statement. Right. Guys, attorneys we're not allowed to date our clients. Do you know why?
Isn't that an ethical issue?
That's exactly what it's an ethical issue, and attorneys have been disbarred.
Yeah, he was dumb for saying that.
Yeah, you can absolutely lose your license extremely easy by sleeping with your clients. Why is that? Because if I'm representing a woman, let's say in a divorce, and she's paying me money, and I'm representing her, I'm going to mute you guys again. Simply, I'm going to mute you. Thank you. If I have an advantage over her, she's coming to me with all of her fears. She's coming to me telling me about the worst things that have gone on, you know, in her 13-year marriage, and how she feels so vulnerable. And every time she calls me, I pick up the phone. Every time she calls me, I soothe her. Every time she calls me, I tell her it's going to be okay. Every time she calls me, I tell her that her case is going well. Just hold on. You know, she tells me she doesn't have anybody. And I say, listen, you got me. You got me. And I'm going to get you through this. You know, and she's crying. She's crying. She comes in my office crying. Right? I give her a box of Kleenex. I said, listen, it's going to be all right. You know, after 4 or 5 months of that, she can look at the lead attorney and start getting confused. She can absolutely look at the lead attorney and start saying, you know, this guy really likes me. This guy's standing up for me. This guy's fighting for me when no one else would. Right? So maybe if she would have saw me at the mall, just a random dude, she wouldn't have paid any attention to me. But now, because of the relationship that we have, she's vulnerable. She's vulnerable to me. And there are attorneys in the past who have taken advantage of that. And that's why the ethical rule was created. And you will absolutely get disbarred for this because you are taking advantage of your situation. Young men by the hundreds of thousands are lost, and they are going to Jordan Peterson looking for advice. They are vulnerable to him. Right? It's not like these are just some random dudes who stop playing Xbox. Like, oh, what's this dude saying? No, they are seeking him out for direction. They are seeking him out for guidance. They are not being critical. They are not critically thinking. They're not judging the things that he's saying. They are absorbing it. Just like when I tell my client, you know, hey, we need to do this. She's not critically thinking. She's like, okay, I'll do anything. I'll do anything you say, lead attorney. Anything you say, let's do it. Right? That's how these men are coming. These young men are coming at Jordan Peterson. And what is he telling them? Shackle yourself to a woman with no prenup. Right?
I just want to say, I wasn't trying to be an apologist or anything. When I said he was talking about subjects out of his depth, I mainly meant like when he talks about like religious issues and like, you know, legal issues and stuff like that. Like that is not his wheelhouse. Like as far as giving advice to men, like that's absolutely within his frame of quote unquote expertise that he marks himself as. He has several self-help books that are almost specifically designed for men. They're made for the general populace, but young men are his main consumers at this point.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought I heard some apologists in there. And listen, you wouldn't be the first, right? But it's just, there's this, you guys just don't see the cleanup. Maybe I'm too close to it because I do the cleanup. And it's fucking terrible. But I'm sorry to cut you off, Devil's Bay. If you want to be an apologist, I'm fine. You know, whatever. Go ahead.
Not for this. Maybe for something else later down the line.
Okay.
What
yeah,
is Mr. Peterson's background?
He's a psychologist from Canada.
And I'm not clear. Do Mr. Lead Attorney, do psychologists and attorneys both vocationally have fiduciary duties?
I think we have fiduciary duties, but to our clients, right? So I can talk to you guys, just like the steel curtain will tell you, you know, none of this is legal advice, guys. None of this is legal advice. So I don't have a fiduciary duty to you. I'm just telling you guys information. And the same thing with Jordan Peterson. When he's on stage talking to, 3,000 young impressionable men, he doesn't have any relationship with them. So sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, Devil's Vein. What were you saying? You had other points?
That was pretty much it. I had just a couple of other things. Like,
yes, sir.
It's mostly like personal stuff. I don't know if it really has much weight in this conversation, but I mean, I just kind of wanted to say that I personally am kind of like what they would consider like monk mode at this point in my life. Like, I'm not really too pressed on finding a woman in this country to marry, even though marriage is something I want later down the line. But I just because of the landscape and just the kind of women that I, meet in my day-to-day life, like I couldn't really see myself getting married anytime soon. But
give me one second, because I'm actually, how old are you?
I'm 27.
27. Okay, give me 1 second. I want to talk about this. Raven Von Cuervo, too bad I'm too broke. Who are you guys talking about? I missed all this stuff in the chat. I used to, back when I only had 50 people show up in the chats, I would go back and rewatch it and just look at all the chats because I miss all the good stuff that you guys are talking about. Bama 5 Bama. Shout out to Bama 5 Bama. What does Bama 5 Bama say? The judge that presided over Bob Johnson's former owner of BET divorce married Sheila Johnson. Never get married in the U.S. And listen, guys, getting married in the U.S. isn't the problem. It's the divorce. You can get married anywhere. You can get married in Japan. Where are you going to get divorced at? So shout out to Bama 5 Bama, but that's backwards. It's not about where you get married. It's about where you get divorced. That's the point. All right. You say you're kind of monk mode. And I want to talk about this because I've never talked about this to anybody that's young. And, I'm old and I don't really know the definition of things. And when I hear monk mode, I hear people, in my head, I'm thinking of these, 54-year-old men swearing off women. Now, there's a saying or a thought, not a saying, but there's a concept that's like, okay, men are monk mode until the right one comes along, and then they ain't monk mode no more. So is that kind of where you are? Because if we're just saying I'm monk, this is how women are in Atlanta. a lot of black women. You know what black women are in Atlanta? Some of them are. They're celibate. They're celibate.
Celibate.
Oh yeah, they're celibate.
Monk
You know, yeah. But they're celibate until Leonardo DiCaprio walks in the club. Oh, they're not celibate no more, right? They celibate with your black ass, but when Leonardo DiCaprio shows up, they ain't celibate no more. So when a woman puts on her dating profile, oh, I'm celibate, guys won't even see it because you just talking air. So, you know, I don't want to diminish your self-imposed label of being MGTOW, right? Devil's Bane.
Oh,
but
I didn't go that far, but I mean, I feel like MGTOW has a whole other set of connotations I don't want to claim, but
wait. So you don't want to claim MGTOW, but you want to claim monk mode?
Yeah, I mean, it's MGTOW is like a whole community here, and then like the MGTOW community, they all like talk about like different like aspects of being MGTOW, and like you have to do this and this and this, and now you're a MGTOW kind of a thing. And like I don't really want to adopt. When I say monk mode, I literally just mean like I'm not like in heavy pursuit of women. Like I don't like date like that. I mean, I'll be cordial.
That's monk mode. I think monk mode is pretty strong. In my, you might know it more than me.
Maybe these labels are. I don't like them.
I think that's exactly right. The labels are problematic, but I think monk mode is like no woman, none. Right?
I think most guys saying like Netflix and chill. I pretty much think
that's definitely not monk mode. Where is it still curtain in here? Where is it still curtain? That is definitely not monk
about
mode.
That, Grandpa.
That is that's just red pill. That's just spinning plates. That is definitely not monk mode. Does anybody?
But I think that was the younger guys are pretty much saying. I think we kind of get it mixed up because a lot of people want to put certain criteria on being MGTOW. It's like you made a good example earlier about Christianity. It's different denominations. They all call themselves Christians, but how you get to heaven is completely different with each denomination you in.
Right.
So it's like, okay, you can get to heaven this way, but you got to follow this denomination rules of getting there. And it's over 2,000 different forms of Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 2,000 ways I can get to heaven.
Right.
But they all Christians, right?
Yeah, no,
that's what I'm saying. That's the same way with MGTOW. It's like denominations of it. It's not like one big MGTOW, just like it ain't one big Christian religion.
Yeah,
even though they all call themselves that. I
hear you. James Salmon says monk mode is none, working on self, and I agree. That's kind of what I was thinking about. But it's not, I'm monk mode for 3 weeks. It sounds like Devil's Bane is just monk mode until the Foot Locker chick comes up. Then he's Netflix and chill.
Chill.
I mean, it sounds to me like what you're saying is that you aren't looking. But if a woman started pursuing you, let's say the woman was a 9, you wouldn't be like, no. Is that a fair description? Or if let's say a woman just really, you knocked her socks off.
Even if she was very, very attractive, I might like consider because I'm a man, of course, like I will be like, oh, like biologically I want to reproduce with that. But like I'm also religious, so like I kind of can divorce myself from some of that and stay on my path and not really pursue that like that. But I would, if she came in good faith and everything, like I would check out like where her history is and kind of like see like who her friends are, who her family are, what they're like, and kind of get to know her better to see like maybe if she would be a suitable candidate. Like if
just
she has
to date,
just to date, yeah. Like I wouldn't want to like dive in too deep. Like
it seems to me that you're placing a lot of importance on dating, which is fair enough. There's no problem at all. But usually you don't see young men take dating so seriously. We're dating, we're kicking it. What is it that you see that makes you want to take dating so seriously, where you want to do all these background checks and talk to her parents and all of that? Why is that?
I just don't want to like waste my time and energy and share too much of my life with a woman that I can't really like see myself with seriously, and like I'm not really interested in being just friends with a woman like at this point in my life. Like, so
when you say seriously, you're talking about marriage. You only want to date marriage material.
Exactly.
All right. Well, that's
Good
definitely
for
not.
you.
That's definitely not monk mode, though, right?
Well, the fact that there's
is
so few
commendable.
marriage material women out here, I would say that is monk mode. So
monk mode by
That's
default,
Old
right?
Testament
pretty
right
much.
What city are you in?
Raleigh, North Carolina.
Oh man, you should come down here to Atlanta. You would kill.
I was actually in Atlanta earlier this week for work. Like, I had to work
really?
at the Facebook data center, yeah. So
they're everywhere down here. Just go to Buckhead, and
I wasn't like actually in like the main city. Like Facebook, their campuses are like so far away from like the main city. Like I think they just buy land in like the cheapest areas they can find. So yeah, I was like kind of out in the cut in Georgia, but. Yeah, I saw them in the Atlanta airport. I was getting some eyes. So,
man, they're hawking. They really are. Any black man.
Like
the ratio is crazy. Let me give a shout out to Calvin. Shout out to Calvin, man, supporting your boy. Calvin says men should get married. It's really about the women you choose to marry and understanding marriage and what it is to be a husband and wife. Facts. It's about understanding. It's about having the information. What does Lisa say? Lisa says, Peterson is not wrong. He's talking to these men about spiritual development. Well, Lisa, if you want to come up here on the panel, you certainly can. You certainly can. Anybody who thinks Peterson is right, you are allowed to come up. Please come up because I want to talk to you. Who else we got? And again, shout out to
what I hear people say spiritual.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. We got Pocket. Shout out to the Pocket Watcher, man. I love that name, by the way, too. I love it. Pocket Watching with JT. Y'all, he has a YouTube channel, an excellent YouTube channel. Please, if someone could drop his channel link, please go over there, subscribe to the channel. The brother's awesome. In fact, and you guys saw me struggle streaming, right? In the beginning, and that's how it's been the whole damn time. And I wanted to do an interview, but I couldn't get my stuff together. But I wanted him, specifically him, to be my very first interview. And I had to put it off a lot longer than I wanted to because I specifically wanted him to be my very first one. This is a powerful brother. And he knows so much about accounting, about finance, about money. So please go check him out. Awesome channel. He's gonna blow up. Another protege, another O'Shea protege. O'Shea, Duke Jackson brought us both in. So yeah, shout out to O'Shea and shout out to the Pocket. Shout out to Pocket Watcher. Okay, Adrian, what do you think about all this? Wait, hold up, John. Did you want to say something else?
Yes, I just want to say something real quick about every time I hear about the spiritual and the religious part of the whole marriage thing, and it's very confusing to me because at one time I'm not a religious person now, but at one time I was extremely religious. Yeah, and I read the Bible 4 or 5 different times from front to back, and I knew it like the back of my hand. And most people, when they talk about spiritual and religion of the Bible, they're leaving out so much more to that because it's like they want to say, okay, marriage is a spiritual, find their spiritual thing. But if we went by what the Bible said, the woman that's on the panel now couldn't even be on the panel with us. A woman don't even supposed to be in the forefront of a man if we go by what the Bible says. So, and it clearly says that in the Bible, there's no interpretation, none of that. So,
yeah, I hear you.
So when I hear people mention about religion and when they try to mix religion with relationships, it baffles me because, especially when a woman says it, because you don't have much rights by biblical law. You don't have much right. You pretty much belong to your husband or your father before your husband. So you don't have any authority over a man if we went biblically.
Yeah.
And that's and don't say, oh, well, that's the Old Testament. No. Jesus clearly said that you follow every bit of the Old Testament as you follow the New Testament. He said he didn't come to rebuke my Father's word. I came to enforce it. So, no, I know the Bible, and people really should be careful when they start throwing the Bible into legal things like what you doing. because
I totally agree.
because because if lead attorney went by the Bible, he wouldn't even be representing women. Because you know why he wouldn't represent women? Because he would never need to. You don't have a right to divorce your husband. You know, your father, you are property. You literally property.
I hear you. I don't want to get too much into the Bible because I don't really know much about it.
What I'm saying.
No, he's right. Women and children were chattel.
Yeah.
Women and children were chattel. When was that shift, lead attorney, though? As you see it from a legal perspective.
I mean,
the Enlightenment period.
About 19.
I mean, it's
30, 40.
Well, it depends because, even though things are off the books, they're still kind of on the books for a long time, right? They're still kind of on the books for a long time. But give me 1 second. No, I hear you, John. Thank you so much for all of your participation. I want to get some other people on the channel, on the panel. But thank you, John. I really appreciate it.
Okay, I leave the thing. Give other people some room.
All right, you the man. Okay. Please, anytime you see me, please come up, John. I always love your opinion.
Absolutely. Thanks, lead attorney.
Thank you so much, John. All right. Shout out to John, though, man. John is the man. All right, let me get some of these. Hey, shout out to Matt Riggs. Matt Riggs said, "Bankhead, Buckhead. He better get it right." This is why I love the chat, guys. You guys are awesome. You guys crack me up. So I shouted out. Yeah. So shout out again to Pocket Watching with JT. Is this JT? Is this a different JT or the same JT? Is this your channel also? There's 2 JTs in the house. Shout out to JT. JT Coin Rings. I love this live stream. Thank you. Thank you so much. What is the steel curtain? Shout out to steel curtain. Says, I'm back now, sending some support your way. Yeah, man, this was terrible. Guys, and especially the old people who listen to me. Can you tell a significant difference in this microphone as opposed to my other videos? Because if this microphone isn't significantly different, I might just switch back. So please put a 1 if you prefer this microphone, or a 2 if you don't really see a difference either way. So 1 if you prefer the microphone, or 2 you don't see a difference either way. Because if I see more 2s, I might just switch back. I can't believe the problems that this has caused me, even though this is supposedly the best microphone. I'm disappointed though. All right, but thank you again, Patrice and Brother Clarence, for holding it down when I was incapacitated. I was down for the count, and they kept it going. So thank you. All right, Adrian, what do you think of? See, y'all are gonna make me return this. Everybody's like 1, 2, 2, 1. I don't know. I just didn't understand why it wasn't. I feel in my ears. I feel like it's a lot better. But if it's going to be shutting down on me like this, if the steel curtain says it's 2, I'm sending this damn thing back. But thank you, thank all you guys for participating and letting me know, because I can't tell. All right, Adrian, what do you think about all this, Adrian? About Jordan Peterson and marriage and obligation. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. First of all, I'm not very familiar with Mr. Jordan Peterson. I'm sorry. What's the brother's name up here? The self-defined monk.
Devil's Bane. Devil's Bane. Let me.
Devil's Bane.
Yeah.
Bane. Is that hair? Is that hair? No.
I think that's Bane.
Bane.
What is the Bane?
It's like I hate to say weapon, but essentially like a force that is like the antithesis of something else.
Okay, then.
Think you still current?
Okay, then. So I don't know Mr. Peterson, but I found some of the things that he said to be problematic, especially regarding marriage giving men or young men a purpose. Did he say something along those lines, lead attorney?
Yeah, he was basically saying this, that men should get married, that marriage provides men responsibility, direction, purpose, guidance. It's what a lot of young men don't have. And because the way that marriage functions, because of the vow that you take, you are shackling yourself to someone else. And that shackling means by necessity that your marriage is going to function. Because otherwise, what's the alternative? That you're going to suffer for 40 years. So you look in, so me and you are married, Adrian, and we're having a big disagreement. And I look at your eyes and I say, listen, either we're going to work this out or we're just going to suffer and we're going to be in a boxing match for 40 years. So because we are locked in this marriage, we come to an agreement and then it's all resolved and it's beautiful.
Yeah, no. I think that, you know, your purpose, your values, your self-discipline, and all of those things should come from within. I mean, I don't know, it kind of sounds like he's quasi saying you need a parent, like your partner becomes your parent to give you guidance, direction, structure, and such what. And
interesting.
that's
I never thought about it like
on
that.
so many different levels. Like, I don't want to be a man's mama. No, thank you, please.
Yeah, women do not like that.
No, thank you, please.
That is interesting.
You know, you should have that already. You should come with that already. Right?
Yes. See, all this is such a great point. This is such a great point. And
I mean, you wouldn't want me as a partner, lead attorney, if I just constantly need cajoling and direction and discipline and structure. And what is that?
Adrian, I never thought about it like that. But that is, that's awesome, because
what kind of spouse is that? I mean, take the gender out of it. What kind of spouse is that?
Yes. And even going further, it's unfair to the woman if you are marrying her so that you can get your ish together.
I mean, but can we just take the gender out of it?
We can, but really,
wants a spouse like that? Would you want me as your spouse that to have to come? What? No, sir. Please.
Yeah, well, I think gender matters, because a lot of times men will put up with a bad spouse if, you know, a Foot Locker chick. Listen, who cares if she cooks or not? I mean,
really?
To be honest, that's how. Listen, really? Adrian. Yeah, our genetics are set up one way, and the legal system is set up another, right? And that's a conflict that people like Devil's Bane are having to deal with. That these millennials are having to deal with, because they want one thing, and the law is telling them that it's going to be a different way. Right. And so it's a huge issue. It is a very huge issue. That's why you have 27-year-olds like Devil's Bane talking about their monk mode. You know, you never saw that in the 80s. You never saw that in the 90s. It just didn't exist. But in 2021, it's totally different. But
I
go ahead.
can relate to his feelings and his outlook on, you know, what appears to be out there in the potential dating game. I don't know. People seem to have their values quite skewed, I think.
Yeah, I don't really know.
There's a lack of substance and structure, and it's scary out there, I think.
I agree. Devil's Bane. So it would be a fair statement to say that you want to get married. Is that right?
Yeah, I definitely would like to get married, or date with the purpose of getting married.
Do you want kids as well?
Yeah, later down the line. Probably like another 5-10 years.
How many kids?
Not 5-10, but like 5 to 7 years. If I found the right woman, I would start making kids, and probably max 3.
3 kids?
Yeah, 2 to 3 kids.
Let me ask you this. Would you still want kids if you knew that 6 years into having 2 kids, so you got a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old, you could just see in the future that you were going to have visitation with those kids, that you weren't going to live with them? It was going to be visitation and child support. Would you still want to have those kids?
Hell no.
Right. This is what I'm telling you guys. Guys do
I would not
not
be able to raise
envision.
kids the way I would like to raise them. I'm literally not there to raise them. So it's almost defeats the purpose to me.
Correct. Now let's take it one step further. Like, how do you feel knowing the fact that any relationship you are in with any woman, she can snap her fingers and you automatically have that visitation?
That's if I get married in the United States.
No. That's not if you get married in the United States. That's if you get divorced in the United States.
Right.
Right? Because another guy said that, and this guys do not think it is about the marriage. I divorce couples that have gotten married from all over the world. The laws here are still the same no matter where you got married, right?
So if you get married in like a country like Nigeria, for example, to use like the example, you could still get divorced in the United States.
Absolutely. If you are a resident in the United States and you live here, you can use its laws. You pay taxes. You can use the courthouse, and you can absolutely get divorced here no matter where you were married. In fact, I'm going to do a video on this tomorrow. Someone asked me about location weddings, and I think it was for the same thing. So y'all check out that video tomorrow. But absolutely. So here's the thing. Do you want to, I mean, all life is a risk, right? So it's kind of unfair to say, do you want to risk it? But what you are risking is Friday to Sunday, 6 to 6 every other weekend with child support. Is that a big enough risk for you to have kids? Because it goes hand in hand, Devil's Bane. There's no having these 3 kids that you want without constantly. And let me give you another thing that you guys might not see, but I see all the time. Devil's Bane, everybody can look at Devil's Bane and listen to the way he talks and tell that he's an intelligent man. He's a serious young man. And he's going to find himself in a situation possibly with so many other men who are married and like he wanted to be married and who have 2 kids. He wants to have 3. And his marriage starts to sour and his wife becomes disenchanted after the 2 kids, because she wanted the kids. She wanted the kids more than you, if we can be honest. But she knows if you get divorced, she's going to get the kids. So now she starts to throw her weight around a little bit. So now you got a dilemma. You can either let her throw her weight around, and in 2 more years, now you're being bossed around like a little. But you're living with your kids 30 days out of 30 days.
Really?
What do you mean, really?
Attorney.
I see this every day. You don't think men stay in messed up marriages for their kids? I see it every day. Men, this might be a shocker to some women. Men love their fucking kids. All right, that might shock some women in the room. Men will absolutely stay in terrible marriage where they're getting bossed around so that they can stay with their kids 30 days out of 30 days. And especially if you are a man of high intelligence, high conscientiousness, like Devil's Bane appears to be from all aspects from where I sit. I'm looking at a man that's going to be bossed around, because what's the like Jordan Peterson says, what's the alternative? Is he going to divorce her? And now the 3 kids that he wants, he gets to see them Friday to Sunday, and then 2 weeks in the summer. Is that what Devil's Bane envisioned with having these 3 kids 2 weeks in the summer?
But didn't you suggest in previous discussions that the best way to mitigate something like that is truly getting to know your partner? No. I mean, you can get to know your partner today. You will never know your partner 7 years from now. I mean, true enough, if I could choose a partner versus someone just giving me a partner, the partner that I choose is going to be better for me. But they're better for me today. How do I know how they're going to look in 7 years? How do I know how she's going to look at me in 7 years? Guys, and right? And if women, listen, Adrian doesn't need to understand this, because Adrian's going to get the kids anyway. So it's fine if she doesn't understand it. You guys better understand it. Like, it doesn't matter to me that Adrian doesn't understand it, because she's going to come out on top anyway. You guys are not going to come out on top. Like Devil's Bane, if you... What did you say, sir?
He said he's gonna... He says, what'd you say? He's going to expatriate? What are you going to do?
Yeah, just.
Oh, no,
so
sir. I'm a
just like-
citizen of these United States.
No. He's talking about what he's going to do. He's not insulting you. He's talking about what, he's going to move he's going to move out of the United States. That's what he was saying.
Oh, I was going to suggest something like that for him.
But how terrible is that you have to live in a country? You have to move out of your own country to have a kid. And the women are like, well, just move out of the United States. Adrian, aren't you black? Isn't that what white people used to tell us in the 80s and the 90s? Love it or leave it. I mean, that's what you're telling this young man now. But
you are trying to suggest that he tried to figure out a way to mitigate all his risks.
No. Right? I didn't say that. That's what you said. You said, how should he mitigate his risk? That's what I did not tell this. Listen, you want to mitigate your risk, marry a woman on crack rock. I said it an hour ago. You're going to get your kids.
Mr. Bain, would you like to marry a woman on crack rock?
No, he doesn't want to do that. That's what I'm saying.
That doesn't seem like your jam.
This love it or leave it thing is not.
You seem like you would like a nice librarian type, church girl type.
Yeah, I think I miss my electronics when she sells them from her crack rock.
Exactly right. Believe me when I tell you, a church girl type will divorce you too. You don't think I represented librarians? This this love it or leave it argument is not that's not the where we need to go, because they were telling our people that, Adrian, 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
I don't see that there's a way to mitigate all risk when it comes to getting married. I don't think there's a way to mitigate all risk in anything.
I said this an hour ago. All right, life involves risk. Fair enough. Right? It could be that you walk out of your door and you get hit by a meteorite. Fine, but it's probably not going to happen. So you can take small risks. There's no problem. But what I'm trying to show young men like Devil's Bane is that he has a misconception about what fatherhood looks like in this country. Right.
I wasn't hopeful to begin with, to be fair.
To be fair, you were not.
I think that's a relatively new development when you look back at the history of our country, because at some point, and I don't know when that was, but at some point, and I made a comment about women and children being chattel. I need to rephrase a bit. Women and children and people of color were chattel of white men, right? And so I don't know, at some point there was a shift where women and children and people of color were no longer chattel of white men. And I can't say exactly when that was. I let to thumb through my history books. But there's been this shift, and now we just have to deal with it. It is what it is. I mean, there was a time in this country.
Adrian, you're saying things that white people used to say to us. That's what I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I don't understand about your argument. You're saying the same things that white people used to say to us.
It's a statement.
Well, it's a statement that they were saying to us.
Mm-hmm.
How was that a good statement?
I'm not saying that it's a good statement. I'm just saying that it's a statement. When it came to marriage and women and children at some point in our country were the chattel of men.
I hear you. No, you're exactly right. Let me give a shout out to James Salmon. Thank you so much. Sorry that I missed the cash out. Guys, usually I'm all over the place with this one. It's not my Cash App stuff isn't sounding out. I'm still trying to work it out with this microphone. So sorry about that. And shout out to James Morton. What does James Morton say? James says, I am not young. I retired at 50. Shout out to that. Never married, never had children. Leave Burbank to lesbianism. All right, we got a militant up in here. James is hardcore. So thank you so much, Devil's Bay. Really appreciate it. And Adrian as well. Let me you guys can hang out. Let me go to Dana. Can you hear me, Dana? You might be muted, Dana. Dana, can you hear me?
Yes, you had me muted. Can you hear me now?
I can. Thank you so much, Dana. Thank you for your patience as well.
Oh, no problem. I'm happy to join the discussion, but I wanted to offer like a quick perspective and also ask the brothers on the panel a question as well.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've been listening to the entire conversation, and also just to add some balance and perspective, I do think that there are a lot of women who stay in marriages that they don't want to be in as well for the sake of their children. And there are some women who I mean, you list the statistic of, I think 75 or 80% of women who seek divorce, but there is that other 20%. And I don't think that they're all on crack rock. I don't know. I haven't been married, but I do know I have some friends who have been married and did everything that they could to try to keep their marriage together. And it was the man who left. So I think that that's also a factor in that. I understand that the majority of women are the ones who file for divorce, but I think that to add balance to the conversation, there are some women who are trying to stay in their marriages, trying to do everything that they can, and it's the man who wants out. My perspective coming to you is as one of those, somebody said that 20% is insignificant. Stop deflecting. I'm not deflecting anything. I've never been married. I'm a single woman, and I am one of those people. I'd be fine with getting a prenup, but I also am a person who is pretty content in life, pretty happy with my career, very successful, and am not. Someone said, what am I saying? I'll stop looking at the comments.
Yeah, I was about to say, just talk to us. Just talk to us. Just talk to us. No problem.
Okay. So what I'm trying to ask is, what is your advice for a woman who is looking for marriage, who is not a person who is going to change her character in 7 years and decide that just because she's not content that she's gonna, leave her marriage and just take her kids with her, and is encountering, like I have, a lot of men who are so jaded by all of the things that you just said that it's hard to even build a relationship of trust between you and that person because they're just so bitter and jaded by their experiences.
Devil's Bane, I think you'd be the perfect person to respond to this, because you sound like you got some ideas on how relationships are being formed these days and the problems with them, let's say.
Show me the cat facts. Like, give me your I need to know like who you associate with, like what your like history is, like not from you, but like tangibly, like show me like who you are as a person, like in a way that's not just you telling me. Like,
okay, how does Dana do that specifically?
Right.
Let's get
specifically
to the, because let's be honest. Let's be honest. If you guys date for 6 months, she's going to show you some things.
Yeah,
she's going to show you if you're perceptive and you have your eyes open. So what is it that she needs to do extra other than date you for 6 months?
I mean, at that time period, I would want her to like share with me, aspects of her life, like what her day-to-day is like, who she knows, like.
Listen, women do not have a problem sharing. Like, you're going to get that during those 6 months, whether you like it or not. Yep. Women love to share. So she's doing that. She's doing everything that you're asking for. It sounds like, what else? What's the hard stuff?
Doing that, Dana?
What's that?
Do you share like your friends and family and everything with the guys that you date, or?
Yes, and I come from I come from a culture where meeting families, especially early on, is pretty is encouraged. And I mean, I'm thorough. I'm not saying this of any arrogance, but I'm a good woman. I'm someone of good character. And that's just you talking about the Carfax or whatever, any one of my exes would I think would agree.
Yeah, I've never dated a woman who I was like, wow, why aren't you sharing? Why aren't you talking? It seems like, and from my experience as a divorce attorney as well, and just as experience being a man, I think most men in the chat can agree that usually in a relationship, a woman is usually the more talkative one, right? So her sharing things is not going to be the problem. Now, Excalibur said, "Hey, she ain't going to share everything."
Yeah,
and fair enough, because let's be honest, guys, you aren't going to share everything either. All right, let's call a spade a spade. Over here, I like to play fair. Like you guys are not going to share everything either. You guys are not going to share what's on your iPhone. Don't
if
lie.
she could do that, then that would be very impressive. She could literally just,
Mr.
if I could
Lead
ask,
Attorney
like, not her like
Wait,
preparing
hold up,
beforehand.
Adrian. Listen, go ahead. Go ahead, Devil's Bane. What are you saying?
If I was just to say, like, out of the blue, without her expecting, like, hey, let's trade phones, and I would be okay with everything I saw on there, then that would go a long, long way for me. But I don't, I don't expect that.
I'm telling you, I've been there and I've done that with men, and they're like, "Oh, like you're a good woman," all of that stuff, but they've been through stuff, they say, and they've been married and divorced, or they have like all these issues.
Not to cut you off, but I wanted to kind of back you up. It sounds like Devil's Bane that most women are doing what you want them to do already.
Most women? You think most women are doing that?
I absolutely think most women are more talkative than men. And
I agree with that. I
absolutely think most women would love to come home and tell you about their day. And I absolutely think most women would love.
Most women like saying what sounds good.
Well, men do too, though. Like you do too. Let's be honest. All right. So don't hold a woman to a higher standard than you hold yourself. Like, let's be fair. And if you're dating, I've never dated a woman for 6 months who was like, all right, I've never dated a woman for 6 months who was like, hey, I don't want you to meet my friends. I don't want you to meet my family. They love to introduce you. So it sounds like you're saying, oh, I've got all these requirements, but when you actually specify them, it's something that most women would do already.
Well, that's like step one. But once I actually like meet those people and actually see what they're about and kind of like where the interests lie and all that kind of a thing, then I, start making my calculations and judgments, saying like, okay, is this the type of woman I could actually see myself with, considering who she associates with and like, the types of activities that they like to do together and that kind of a thing. So it's a multifaceted thing. It's not just, the willingness, because I'm sure there's plenty of women that are willing to do it. But I mean, if she likes, I'm going to flame in the chat for this, but if she likes girls trips and doing, things like that, like I can't get down with that, because it's just too much of an enigma to me. And just from what I've seen from a lot of the women that do like to do those sorts of things, it just kind of puts me off. So I can't really see myself being in a long-term relationship with a woman that's she likes too much fun. Let's just say that.
Well, shout out to Raven. Raven says, talk about my day-to-day life. I'm boring as F. So listen,
it's fine.
Raven's right there. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to.
How old is she?
Raven, hey, Raven, how old are you? Listen, we got one for you right here. I'm gonna be a matchmaker. I'm gonna make a matchmaker. Listen, Devil's Bait. I'm listening to you. All I do, guys, for 20 years is listen to people's relationships, right? But I'm listening to your objections, and you have these concepts that are objections, and fine. But when I really nail you down, you're not saying anything. You're not really giving these extreme requirements. In fact, the requirements that you're talking about are things that 80% of the women will do naturally. And the one thing that I heard you say was, okay, no girls trips. But to marry you and to have kids by you, you don't think a woman will not go on some girls trips? Guys, let me tell you something about women. Most of them are homebodies anyway. You'll see them on Instagram and this and that, and you think they're always out on the town. Most of these women are homebodies. How often does a woman really go on a girls trip? Twice a year? I mean, let's be honest, most women, right? No, you'll catch the Instagram, it's fine. But just when I nail you down, Devil's Bane, it doesn't really sound like you've got these requirements that would prohibit you from finding a lot of women everywhere. Because, most women love to talk in the first place. Your concepts are high, right? But when you actually nail them down, most women have no problem introducing you to their parents. Most women have no problem introducing you to their friends.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean,
Right.
I
So
see where you're coming from and all that. I think that from your perspective, it doesn't seem like that big of a thing, but I don't think that you're dating millennial women right now. So, you know, it's, I mean, don't get me wrong, when I was like college, early 20s, like I saw too much probably.
Let's revert, but you're not thinking about having 3 kids with some woman in college, right? You're thinking about having 3 kids with the older woman. I mean, if you're, listen, Devil's Bane, if you're trying to get a 23-year-old to, like, let's be reasonable. All right, sure. A 23-year-old is going to act a lot different than a 28-year-old.
Yeah.
All right. So
in the United States.
He is all about getting out. Well, shout out to him. All right, we got Calvin in the house. Thank you so much, Calvin. All of your support is crazy. Calvin says, lead attorney. A lot of men know the risk of marriage. Men, we just want 50-50 custody with the kids in a divorce, especially if the father is responsible and caring father. Yes. I mean, that would make divorce so much more palatable. I don't know how young men like Devil's Bane are going to do it. I mean, to have 3 kids and you got visitation with all of them and child support with all of them.
That's an ideal. I'm not really that pressed to get married and have kids, honestly. Like, if that doesn't happen for me, I'll be fine. But I'm just,
and that's the thing. I really think that's the key too. And I'm glad that you said that. You know, just being cool with all of your options, all of your options, not feeling like you have to make a move, right? What does Dwayne H say? Thank you so much, Dwayne H. Shout out to Dwayne H. Says, what's her height, weight, and how much did she weigh? That's not she weighed. So
is he talking to me?
He might have been talking
Please
to.
Don't answer that.
Listen, he might have been talking to Raven because we might have a little match here. Raven and Devil's Bane in the house.
I don't know. The way I see her super chatting in some of these streams, I don't know about her.
Here we go, guys. Really, I'm going to do a whole super chat, and a whole super chat. I want to do a whole stream on this Kevin Samuels thing. And I want to play the devil's advocate, and I want to act like I'm a woman, and I want to debate it because I see these women who call into Kevin Samuels' show, and they just get absolutely slaughtered, right? And that's because Kevin Samuels is on it, and he knows how to talk to these men. He talks to these women, right? And these women are all over the place. But I hear the talking points, and not necessarily from him, but from other people in the manosphere. And as a person who argues for a living, some of these arguments to me hold no weight. So what I want to do is, like, I want y'all to be the Kevin Samuels, and I'm just going to be some random, 5'4", 185 woman, and I want y'all to use Kevin Samuels' arguments on me to really see how strong they are, because these women are calling on to his show, and Kevin Samuels is so intelligent, and some of these women are they're not professional arguers. And honestly, that's all a damn attorney is, to be honest. Shout out to Yemi. Yemi's over there across the pond. Shout out to Yemi. What does Yemi say? In your opinion, why do people get married? Does marriage come with the higher social status or more respectability than the long-term relationship? This is such a great question. And I've been, in the back of my head, I've been meaning to do a whole video on this, but maybe I'll do a live stream because sometimes I get lazy.
It's a religious sacrament, honestly, if you want to get to the root of it.
Well, no, that's not right. I mean, really, there is a deeper root to that, and it was just to bond families for financial ties. If you really want it, well, it depends on how far you want to go back.
Yeah, I was about to say before, New Testament age of marriage, men would have multiple wives. Like, it was basically polygamy, or like high quality men that actually would get married.
Yeah, and if you want to go to text, right? I mean, we could talk about the Quran, we could talk about the Bible. There's a lot of religious texts explaining religion, but if you really looked at how it was in practice, it was financial, right? And it's either joining 2 families in Europe or joining 2 families in Africa. You got 5 cows and I got 7 cows, and we're going to consolidate our power and we're going to do this. right? So, I mean, you could talk about religious texts, but marriage has been a financial tool just forever. Well, once wealth was created, guys, I don't want to go too far back, but there was a time when there was just no wealth. There was no wealth. We were hunter gatherers, and wealth didn't exist. You just kind of lived day to day. Once wealth was created, and once we were able to store things, once we were able to grow food, agriculture, things like that, wealth was created on this planet. And once it was created, it was, I don't want to get too far into this, but the point is, Yemi says, why do people get married? People get married. I mean, I can think of 5, 6, 7, 8 reasons that are good reasons why people get married. And I can think of some terrible reasons, like Jordan Peterson. It's a terrible reason to get married because it's an obligation. And I think Adrian brought up a point that I hadn't even thought of, because I'm so incensed at him telling young men to do this, but it's not even fair to the women. Like, if I was a woman, I don't want a man to marry me so that he can try to become responsible. Like, I don't want you to marry me as a personal experiment for yourself.
Context.
What do you mean? At any rate, go ahead.
What I was saying is that he's talking about a specific situation when he's talking about the guys assuming that responsibility. He's talking about them not shying away from, but embracing it when the moment comes. Not just do it willy-nilly. He's referring to when the moment comes, don't be afraid to take that step, because here are some of the good things that can come from it. And then I wanted to say too, someone said something like, well, you don't need to grow from there. You grow from your parents. No, you don't. There is growth from parents, but your adulthood happens when you, as an individual, take responsibility for yourself. You grow spiritually when not only are you loving yourself, but you're loving others, and you are putting others above you in certain situations. So he's talking about something slightly different than, the Disney marriage, or the, frivolous, I just want to marry just to be, all my buddies are married, I want to get married, or all my girlfriends are married, I want to get married. He's not referring to that. And then he's talking about, development after you've made that choice, or don't be afraid to make that choice when the time is right, because everything is about timing. Sorry, I didn't mean to butt in.
No, you're fine, but you're using all these words that he never said. He didn't say anything about timing. Like, you're trying to make a different argument than, I'm not sure if you were here in the very beginning, but we watched a video of him so we could get his own words. You're making up words that you're making up words that he never said.
Well, I had seen that video previously, and
Okay, in this video and in other videos, he never said anything about timing.
Well,
it sounds like you're putting forth another argument, but you're trying to say that you're trying to put that argument in his mouth, and he didn't. Now, if you want to say timing is important, we can talk about that. Like, we can address anything on this show, and you can talk about anything. But give me 1 second. What I don't want to do though is ascribe arguments to him that he's not making, because he's probably smarter than everybody here, all of us, right? And so I don't think we're doing him justice by ascribing to him arguments that he hasn't said, because this man knows how to choose his own words. If he doesn't know anything else, he knows how to choose his own words.
Okay, well, did he say drop everything and go get married, and this is what will come?
No, and no one said he did.
No. I'm asking. That's why I'm saying there's some assumptions that could be made, or, there's some things that can, implied based on what he said. You can make some assumptions, or you can infer from, some of the things that he said, what he was referring to. But you would have to, not just take everything at face value. You would have to, kind of read between the lines sometimes, and sometimes we do have to do that. And I've listened to Jordan Peterson multiple times in multiple situations, and I'm pretty clear. I think I'm pretty clear, and maybe I'm taking something out of context based on this particular video. But my overall impression of what Jordan Peterson has said about marriage is that in it, these are the things that you will gain from it. So when you're in it, this is what will happen. And he's encouraging men not to be afraid of that level of responsibility. So I think that's where he is. And from what I'm listening to now,
right, let me just address that point. We're going to stay with you. Right? I'm not cutting you off, and then we're going to go to someone else. And I want to stay with you because this is interesting. You said something. You said that with Jordan Peterson, you got to read between the lines, right? I think that if he heard you say that, he would have a heart attack. I don't think you can be more wrong about any person on earth than what you said about Jordan Peterson right there. If you know anything about this man in particular, you know that he chooses every single word precisely and intentionally. He never wants you to read between the lines. He's always going to tell you exactly what he feels. If you know him, you know he never shies away from conflict. The whole reason that he's famous is because of conflict, right? It is impossible to paraphrase this man, because if you try to paraphrase him, he will say, no, that is not what I said. Do not put words in my mouth. That's not what I'm implying. You don't need to listen to implications. You just need to listen to my words. So the fact that you think that you have to read between the lines from him, it's a misunderstanding of this man's intellect and his intent. That's the first thing that I want. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, do you believe words can describe what someone is actually experiencing? I mean, can there be a separation between what the word that a person is using versus what they are visualizing in their head? Is that possible?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what all words are. There's always going to be a gap. There's always going to be a gap. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. And listeners, do you think listeners are visualizing something based on something you're saying? Do you think they're bringing history and concepts and experiences to the table when they're hearing someone else speak?
Yes.
Okay, so it's almost impossible not to infer when you're listening to someone. It's almost impossible not to bring some of your own understanding to the conversation. So even if Peterson says that, and I know he says it, it's impossible. He says, don't exactly what you said, which is, I choose my words carefully. I try to say, but what happens is there is something happening with us that is not connected with our words at all times. At all times, it's just happening. And so even though it sounds good, it's just not the experience. That's not the full experience. So when I say what I'm saying, and when we are listening to other people, we are always bringing something to the table. And we have to understand that we are interpreting that person based on our experience and not necessarily exactly what that person is saying. And anyone who has any experience with relationships or marriage, they know that they may not be able to articulate, what that total experience was. But when you hear Jordan Peterson speak, you go, oh my gosh, that is so real. That is what happens, or that is how it plays out. So I'm not trying to be glib about trying to stick exactly to the script, or moving away from it. But, we have to take more things into consideration when we're listening to people speak. That's all I was trying to add.
I hear you. No, give me 1 second. No, you're fine. Shout out to Calvin Dickerson again. Jesus, Calvin, thank you so much. What does Calvin say? You got to be careful listening to Kevin Samuel's message, because a lot of what he's saying isn't true. especially rate of women. I'm just saying. That's interesting. Listen, we got some heavy hitters down here in Atlanta, and certainly Kevin Samuels is one of them. So shout out to him. I haven't really listened to all of his. Well, I haven't listened to an episode, so I'm hesitant to quote him because I'll obviously do a bad job. But some of the clips that I've heard him discussing with stuff or arguing, not arguing, but passing points back and forth with women. I don't think the women have really done a good job expressing themselves, and that's not a shot at them. It just means that maybe they work at Google or Facebook and they're not attorneys. Maybe they don't argue for a living, right? Most people don't. And I think that anyone who follows Kevin Samuels will know that he makes a lot of money arguing might be the wrong word, debating women or discussing contentious points with women, and he's very good at it. So I think when these women call in, they are at a disadvantage. And then some of them call in and, they're 5'2" and 300 pounds and 7 kids. And, the crowd turns against them. And then, it's kind of a wrap after that. We got I9 AJCOI. Is I9 AJ Coy? I don't know. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. Says, I'm glad that you're analyzing Dr. P's point of view on marriage. However, he's one of the few public figures that's telling boys from my generation to be a man. Being a man child isn't cute. Age 19. Listen, you are right. You are absolutely right. There are very few. He might be the only one. There are very few prominent men who have the guts and the courage to tell young men how to become men. You're absolutely right about that. I have Jordan Peterson's book. This guy is right about so many things. So you're right. You're right.
Can you tell a man how to be a man?
Yes. Yes. You can tell him, you can show him.
Can you tell a woman how to be a woman?
I don't know. I'm not a woman, but I know manhood and leadership can absolutely be learned. And in fact, that's what we used to do way back in the day.
Can you tell somebody how to do that? Can you tell them?
Yes, you can tell them, you can show them, you can demonstrate. I mean, telling just someone isn't necessarily enough. Right. But
fathers are supposed to do.
Verbal is very important, Adrian. Okay. I mean, it's a very important component, but there are many components. There are many components. It's not just showing, and it's not just telling, it's the whole thing. In Africa, we used to have these, maybe they still go on, these passage, these rites.
Would you say it's a cumulative experience over many different areas?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So listen, I9 AJ Coy, you're right. All right. You're absolutely right. The problem is that he's saying 99 things which are helping men. And he's saying one thing that can lead men to the slaughterhouse. And I'm in the slaughterhouse, right? I am a participant of the slaughterhouse. So if someone tells you 99 things to help you out and then guides you into where I'm at, I'm not going to think he did you a favor. I'm not going to, you're not going to get that from me, right? Because either I'm representing you or I'm tearing you up. But either way, I'm watching what happens to you on that witness stand. I'm watching half of your stuff getting taken away, minimum. I'm watching your children getting taken away from you. I'm watching your children getting turned against you. We have Devil's Bane. He says he wants 3 kids. He never envisions that his kids hate him. Why do his own kids, why do they hate him? Well, first of all, they barely see him. And second of all, the mother turned the kids against him because the mother lives with his kids. Right? But what does Jordan Peterson tell you? Oh, just get married. Just shackle yourself and it'll work out. And he's not in courtroom 3C. He's not a participant of the slaughterhouse. He's just telling you to go there. So I9 AJCO, I hear you. You're right. He's telling men to man up, and he's giving some great advice, but he's telling you to come see me. And you don't want to come see me. So that's the problem that I have with him. But again, I mean, you're right. You're right. Shout out to Calvin. Man, thank you so much, Calvin. You got to be careful. I already read this, right? You got to be careful. Yes. Sorry about that. All right. Sorry about that, guys.
Did you see Raven super chat with her height, weight, and dress, or her height and weight?
Oh, I didn't see it, but I know you saw it. Wait, let me see if I get it. I missed some. I missed a few. God damn it! Did I actually? Raven, do not super chat that again. But
I think she's like 4'7" and 115 pounds.
Are you really 4'7"?
That's what I'm. We'd have some tiny children. But I don't think that would work for me.
Damn! Did I really miss all these super chats?
Also, she's 28 years old. So.
Oh my God. How did they go by so quickly?
4'7".
Yeah.
It's a little
all right,
pygmy baby.
Yeah, give me. Hey.
I'm 6'1", so
then that will work out. All right. Let me pull up these super chats, guys, because I'm gonna read every single one. All right, so we first had Yemi, right? Shout out to Yemi again for the pound. She said one day I'm gonna get a real pound. I don't think I've ever held a pound. All right, then we had Raven. Yeah, shout out to Raven, and thank you, Devil's Bane. Thank you for letting me know. Raven is 4'7", 115. Used to be 100 before the quarantine. The quarantine put it on all of us, didn't it? Shout out to Raven. How old is she? Oh, she's 28. Raven got the whole.
Pocket.
We got the whole stats. There is a place in my heart for short women. There really are.
Pocket baby.
It is easy to find a woman, relatively to find a woman who's 5'3", 5'4", but it's very difficult to find a woman who's 5 foot. And it is extremely difficult to find a woman who's under 5 feet. So shout out to Raven. That's awesome. All right, number 16. What does number 16 say? Thank you, number 16, for the super chat. I appreciate it. It says, not walking in this legal minefield called marriage. That is what it is.
Yeah.
What is a minefield? Does anybody know where a minefield? You see a minefield in war. Fields are mined in war. Where is Jordan Peterson telling you to go? Where's this man telling young men to go? Not walking in this legal minefield called marriage. Shout out to number 16, calling it like he sees it. It's the truth. No amount of take a chance talk from men or women will have me do it. Listen. Okay. Steel Curtin. Shout out to Steel Curtin. What does Steel Curtin say? It says, with all due respect, you cannot argue. With all due respect, you cannot argue you want into being fit, feminine, and friendly. Let's not talk about cooperative, reasonable, and rational. The Steel Curtain is absolutely right. All right. Every man, if women really knew how far they would get with being fit, feminine, and friendly, Kevin Samuels, he must be a genius to coin these phrases like this that just stick in your head. It's super awesome the way he does it. If women really knew how far they would get, you just wouldn't see these women walking around, at 5'4" and 190. Like you can get almost everybody being fit, feminine, and friendly. Like it's true. But let me say this though, and I don't want to derail this conversation because I want to come back to Lisa. Because Lisa and Devil's Bane are big Jordan Peterson. Oh my gosh, she zipped out.
She said nope. Done here.
I said I wanted to come back to Lisa, and she said hell no.
Did he say fit, feminine, friendly, and mute?
Right. Lisa was like hell no. All right, man. I wish I could pull this up on the screen because should we derail this conversation for?
What are Mr. Samuel's parameters? Fit, feminine, friendly, and mute?
Here. No, not mute.
Not mute. Oh, my bad.
No.
But fit,
no.
feminine, and friendly are the three.
Fit, feminine, and friendly. Okay.
Fit, feminine, and friendly. Let's not talk about being cooperative, reasonable. Wait, you don't know about being fit, feminine, and friendly?
I don't know if that's all it takes.
That's not all it takes.
I
just have to get in the door.
If it's okay, it's all it takes to get in the door.
No. No, you can get in the door much easier. Let's not lie. All right, you don't need to be fit, friendly, and feminine to get in the door.
Thank you, leader.
Right? That's not true at all. But I really want to talk about this, but it's going to derail the conversation. But I maybe me and the Steel Curtain will debate, because maybe in the next live stream or something, because you guys are not getting the full story on this, but women don't know how to express it. And again, that's not a shot at them. It's just, most people are not. Most people do not professionally argue for a living.
So, Mr. Lead Attorney.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, I think I got that one. And then Calvin. All right, so I think we're good now. All right, so let me pull these super chats here. And again, thank you so much, Calvin, for all of your support. It really means a lot. All right, we got number 16 again. Thank you, number 16. Number 16 says, stick the collar in front of a wind turbine and you could power a small town with all of the hot air she's letting out. Oh, I hear you. I hear you. But, shout out to her, because again, and she's back. Shout out to Lisa. She's back. I'm going to pull you up in a second, Lisa. Shout out to Lisa, because it's hard getting up here, guys, and expressing your views, especially when they're unpopular. So anybody who does that, I definitely salute them and take my hats off to him. All right. David Drayton says, what are your thoughts on Dr. Boyce Watkins telling young Black men to marry single mothers or else they aren't battling? Oh, Jesus Christ. Did he say that?
Wow.
Is that even defensible? Did he really say that?
He really did. Yeah, I remember that actually.
What do you, Dr. Boyce telling young Black men to marry single mothers or else they aren't battling white supremacy?
He didn't quite say it like that, but it was more along the lines of, if you are refusing single mothers, then you are refusing to repair the Black community, as if that's the obligation of Black men to, save every child that women have with men that don't stay. So it's kind of crazy that he puts that on the shoulders of.
That's loaded.
I don't even know where to go with that, to be honest. Wow. I don't even really know where to go with that. I'm gonna add Lisa to the stream again. I mean, I could talk about this a lot. I don't really want to talk about it too much if I haven't watched exactly what he was saying. But I mean, everybody's saying, David, that you're exactly right. This is what he said. It's complete BS to me. This is actually worse than what Jordan Peterson was saying. This is actually worse than what Jordan Peterson was saying. This is actually 10 times worse, because not only Jordan Peterson, at least, all right, I don't want to get into us versus them. All right, because I all think we're all people. I'm 20% white, guys, 18% white to be exact. I took one of these 23andMe tests.
Same here.
So no, Devil's Bane, you're more than 18%.
No, don't put that on me.
I'm just teasing
talking about being
I'm just teasing you. So I don't really want to get into this or that, but man, Boyce Watkins, let's be honest, he's one of us. And to tell us to do something like this to help this fund, where did Lisa go? It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Maybe I should do a whole thing on it. Thank you, David, for the super chat, and thank you for alerting me to this. Maybe this will be my next. I mean, does anybody agree with him? I don't want to do a whole live stream where no one agrees with the dude, because then it just turns into a what do you call it? Like an echo chamber, right? Espérate, no. Jesus Christ! Shout out, Mario, bombing it! Oh my God! Thank you so much, Mario World. Thank you. You really listen. I just like everybody showing up, guys, and everybody in the comments and people who leave me super chats. I swear to God, people like Calvin Dickerson who are just always supporting your boy. And I really, really appreciate it. I really do. But I also want to acknowledge, man, when people just blow me out the frame, it's crazy, 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 crazy. So thank you so much, Mario World. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And you also, you supported me so well on the live stream too. The last live stream, I'm sorry. I have not forgotten. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right. Let me read this. What does Mario World say? Mario World says, there is no argument that you can make to justify a woman being 5'4", 185, or picking a drug dealer, physical abuser, or jobless man as a father of their children, than blaming men for their choices. Kevin talked to men for 3 years, but people chose to look past that. But I love the show, Lead Attorney. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mario World. I could probably justify all of that, to be honest. It would take some doing, and it would. All right, let's go to the first part. Being 5'4", 185. Let's talk about it. Here's the thing that I see, guys, and again, you guys don't see this, but I see it. I see it every day. I see it every day. First of all, her being 5'4", there's nothing that she can do about that, right? We all agree. There are a lot of men who are 5'7" and they hate it, and there's nothing that they can really do. All right. So he's absolutely right about, and there's nothing you can do about that. Now, 185, let's talk about the 185 for a second. Because 185, you're probably morbidly obese according to the BMI chart. And that's not a shot. I mean, that's a label. All right. So you're morbidly obese at 185. Now let's kind of look at it. Let's back up a second, and let's look at Americans. Like Americans, we're fat. All right, men and women. I can't tell you how many guys I've divorced, and then they'll send me an email telling me how they're doing later and that they've dropped 40 pounds, 50 pounds, 60 pounds. Well, why did they drop those 40, 50, 60 pounds? Anybody know? Because now they're back on the market. Right now they're divorced. They're on these damn dating apps, and the triple chin is showing. Right. So men gain weight, and it would be hypocritical for men to look at women and saying, "Oh, you're gaining weight too." Right. So do people have a problem? Do black women have a problem with their weight? Yes. What about white women? Yes. What about black men? Yes. What about white men? Yes. It's an American thing. It's an American thing. All right. So what we're saying is, you're 5'4", you need to be what, like Raven's weight, 115, right?
For her height, that's actually kind of heavy.
That's thick though. Yeah. That's thick. Shout out to Raven. That's thick. 4'7", 115. That's thick right there. So if you're 5'4", 115, fair enough. That's what you want her to be. But you want her to be something that's extraordinary. Right? You want her to be something that's special. Why am I saying that's special? Well, it's because most Americans, we're overweight. So you want her to be better. Fine. Now, what does that mean? You want her to extend extra effort to be better than the average American. Right? Well, this is just for the weight. Fair enough. Now, guys, what do people want? Does anybody know what people want? They want three things. This is men and women, black and white. People want three things. They want to maximize their pleasure. They want to avoid pain, and they want to use as little energy as possible. This is what they generally want. And we survive today. We're on this live show today because humans are built this way. If humans willy-nilly use their energy for useless things, we would have gotten eaten way back in the day. We wouldn't have the energy to run and to escape and to hunt like we needed to. It is built into us to conserve energy, right? If you listen to wide receivers in the NFL talk about the way they run their routes, they'll say, "Oh man, I took these 3 extra steps. When I was trying to get my release, I took these 3 extra steps. Or when I was making my cut, I took these 2 extra steps. I got to tighten it up. I cannot take extra steps." Right? Why? Because they're using too much energy. Right? They're decreasing their efficiency. So this woman has, she wants to, like we all do, she kind of wants to be lazy. She wants to eat. It's pleasurable. We all want to eat. What does every woman say on these damn dating apps? Every single woman is a foodie, right? Does that shock anybody? People like to eat. So what you're saying, Mario World, is you're like, look, I want you to be something that's extra special. I want you to be something that goes against your nature in a way. Some people are just, maybe it's nothing for an Asian woman. Can we be honest? Can we talk? Maybe it's nothing for an Asian to be, 5'4", 115, right? But for our culture and the food that we eat, for a Black woman with our genetics, the hips, the rump, the top, for a woman to be 5'4", 115, that's real right there. I mean, that's effort. You don't get, a woman is, most women, there are some women who are skinny, fine. But most American women, if you're 5'4" or you're 115, you put in effort. All right. Now, Mario Ward, I have a question for you. You have a woman who has put in all this effort to get in shape for you. Right? What is Trash Can Wave says? Team thick, right? Team thick. Okay, fine, fair enough. And guys, listen, I'm a guy. I'm on your side, right? But I'm kind of playing the devil's advocate on this one. Since Mario asked me to do it. You have a woman that's putting out extreme effort to be 5'4", 115. I've seen a lot of women who are 5'4", very few are 115 in our community. So you're asking her to be extraordinary. Now, she's putting in all this effort, Mario. Now, what is she going to get from you? What is she going to get from Black men? I can tell you what she's going to get from Black men in Atlanta, right? Because there's so few of us. She can put in all this extra effort for years, and she can get dumped. In Atlanta, she absolutely might get cheated on. Right now, this is effort that she's putting. You're like, oh yeah, just put in the extra effort for years. You don't. You're not getting it. She's putting in effort every day. Her body really doesn't want to be this 115. It might be better if she might feel more comfortable at 155, but she's overeating, so now she's 185. She let herself go. But for her body to naturally want to gravitate to 150 with this diet that we're eating, and she has to get down to 115, she has a personal trainer, $250 a month for years. All right. So she's doing this shit for years for you. And Mario, can we be honest? If we all looked at your phone, what's on your phone, Mario? We know what's on your phone. Even if you were dating this woman, and we're not even talking about marriage, Mario. We're not talking about marriage. Just talking about dating. For this woman to justify, because her body naturally wants to conserve energy. She naturally, which is she's not doing. She naturally wants to maximize her pleasure, which she's not doing because she's not eating. She's not doing all the sushi and the drinking or whatever. Like, she's making real efforts for you, Mario. But you're the man, because listen, if you got $200 to drop on a brother like me, that lets me know immediately that you're the man. And what did Kevin Samuels tell us about men like you? What did he tell us about men like you? Kevin Samuels told us that men like you, they got options, right? You got $200 to drop on the stream. You got options, Mario, right? So she's doing all this energy for you. And then 4 months later, you start exercising the option. If we can just take ourselves out of our shoes and put ourselves in her shoes for a second, how does that make sense for her to do all of this for you? Now, let's say fine, right? She's like, okay, fine. Mario's got options, right? Because, if she's doing all this, she's getting a lot of attention. So you do her wrong. Fair enough. We've all been there. So then she goes to Brett, or maybe Brett. Let's say Michael. Michael is another guy. Maybe he can only do, $75 on a chat. He can't do the 200 like you, but he's still high value. But because he's high value too, Mario, guess what? He has options as well. Now, he doesn't have as many options as you, but he's got options. And so this lady is busting her ass every day for years to try to keep her body at a weight that it does not want to be based on this food and stuff like this. And all the men that she's dating they have options, right? Maybe she gets a little older. Right? Maybe she's got some kids. So, and I could go point by point on this. We could talk about picking the drug dealer, physical abuser. That sounds like some trauma, right? And a lot of women have trauma. We're seeing this with the Jessica Reed stuff, right? Homeless men, Some women are just going to make some bad decisions. I mean, and listen, they're not alone. Pookie and Ray Ray's. Can anybody tell me they're out here making great decisions, right? But I really think that these women, they're not really doing themselves a service by calling into Kevin Samuels, and they're unprepared to really express their side of things. Because when your body wants to be 155 and you're 115, like I used to personal train a little bit, guys. You guys can't tell, but I'm 6'3", 230. Right? I love being in the gym. I've been in the gym for years, and I know how hard it is for men to get the results that we want. So for women to get the results, they're going to take 5-6 times longer. And it's just it's sad. Sad's the wrong word, because women come in there with usually they call up Kevin Samuels and they got an attitude and this and that. So it's hard to kind of feel bad for them. But there are things going on that men don't recognize. But I see it as a divorce attorney. I see women getting cheated on, right? Good women. Now, it's not called cheating anymore, right? It's called options. Fair enough. But let me ask you, Mario, like, how much can you really ask a woman to sacrifice for you if you're balling and she knows you've got options? Like, how does it work? Somebody tells me how that works, where you are a man who's clearly intelligent, clearly successful, clearly got options, but she's supposed to work 4 years to get her weight down to 115 and keep it at 115. And then 3 months later, you meet some chick down at Buckhead at Lenox Mall, and now you're gone. You see the 23-year-old Foot Locker chick. Can she not look at you and like, well, why the hell did I keep my body like this for 3 years? I can get a man making, $55,000 at 5'4", 185. Somebody's going to say I'm team thick. But why did I suffer these 3 years to get with you? And then it turns out that you got options. How does it make sense to me? I mean, if somebody in the chat can tell me, I would love to know your opinion on this.
Lead attorney, I'm just going to interject here and say that you're making exactly my point better than I could say it.
Yeah, I make points for a living, but I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. I understand, guys. And listen, a lot of this is entertainment, and I get it.
And then may I interject, please?
Absolutely.
Because just because a man like Mario is quote unquote high value, quote unquote high earning, that doesn't mean that he's going to be kind and generous and loving with his resources with you as a woman. He can be
kind
stingy.
and generous, period.
He could be
by personality.
Exactly, period.
Exactly.
He could be stingy and withholding. He could be okay with watching you struggle and suffer and mule while he's holding his resources. I would say that most women do not want to be with a man like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
especially
just,
if you're not high, especially if you're high value yourself.
Oh my God!
And you got
now you're talking.
But even
now you're talking.
Shaquita in the projects, I would not think would want to be with a man, a quote unquote high earning man who's stingy and withholding and mean spirited and spiteful and wants to watch her mule.
Yeah, but Shaquita in the projects is not going to have access to that man. Like we're in fantasy land. But give me one second. Let me shout out to Dwayne H again. Thank you so much, Dwayne. Thank you so much, Dwayne. What does Dwayne say? Dwayne says, as a member of the military, I've kicked out plenty of women for not meeting the PT requirements. A woman can't do anything about her height, but she can do something about her stomach looking like looking like balled up homework. I've never heard that. Yes, women and men, but women, let's be honest, because we're talking from the man side of the things. Women and men can women can absolutely do something about their stomach. Absolutely. And the fact that they don't do it is for numerous reasons. But most of it is because, like I said, with the diet here and the and the effort that it takes, and then the what do you call it? Not the effort, but the after they put forth the effort, the result of dating a high value man like Mario, and then they get cheated on in 2 months after they spent 3 years getting their stuff together. What do you want these women to do?
And so at that point, as a woman, you're not keeping yourself fly for a man. You're keeping yourself fly for you.
No, I disagree with that. I mean, women say that all the time, but it's just like
I would say as a woman, that's the thing to do.
I hear you. Shout out to Calvin. What does Calvin say? Calvin says a woman can be fit and fine, but a woman can be fit and fine, but what kind of morals and character does she have, and does she respect you? Because it's about substance, not style. Facts.
I'm just saying, what if you're fit, you're fine, you have morals, and you have good character?
They hate on me.
And you're ambitious and you focus on your career, and then you hit 35 and people are asking what's wrong with you that you haven't been married.
It's always going to be something wrong with you.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, guys, you're welcome to come up on the panel. Because okay,
so lead attorney. So like when you're in the labor market, right? And you're looking for a job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can come with all these skills and you can come with all of this education and all of this fabulousness, but the employer, the person or the thing that's holding the gold, right? They're always going to find a way or try to find a way to devalue you and make you think that you're less than what you're worth. And this is the game, right? This is the game.
I would disagree with that. I mean, it just depends.
Okay.
Okay.
I agree with Adrienne.
Well, let me say, if you are highly qualified, you will be sought. And if you know you're highly qualified, no employer is going to try to diminish you, because then they look like idiots. All right. If I'm the lead attorney and I'm looking for a job and I got 20 years experience and somebody's going to try to lowball, no one's going to lowball a lead attorney. They're not going to try. They might say, hey, listen, we can't afford you at this rate. We can't afford you, but they're not going to be like, oh, well, you don't know this or you don't know that. So I disagree with that. It's
no,
not
they
like
can't diminish your skill sets, but they can say
I disagree. They're not going to find fault. If you are good at your job, if you're really good at your job, the employer is not going to find fault with you. They might say they cannot afford what you're asking for. But I disagree with you and Dana on that.
That's the point.
You said your point was that they're going to try to diminish you. And what I'm saying is I disagree. I disagree with you and Dana on that.
No, I guess my point is kind of different. It's not that they're going to diminish you, but it's the example with Mario, or it's other people that you find that regardless of them thinking that you have all of the qualifications, they're so jaded for whatever reason that they're like, I'll be with you, I'll be in a relationship with you, but I will not marry you and I won't have kids with you. What do you do about that?
I don't see men being jaded by 9s and 10s saying, I'm not going to do this and I'm not going to do that. They're not because of jadedness. I don't think that's true. They are distracted by their options. But no man is jaded by a 9 or a 10 saying, I'm not going to marry you. I mean, you don't even get to that point.
Right.
You don't even get to that point usually, because the man just has so many options.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Either scenario, you either get the guy that has a bunch of options or you get the guy that's jaded.
I don't know. And I'm going to defer to you on this, Dana, because, I don't date men. It's not in my intuition to think that there are so many men who are jaded about marriage and kids, because I see the other side. But, we have Devil's Bane that's saying, hey, man, I need to meet your parents and this and that. But at the same time, what does he say? What does Devil's Bane say? He said, yeah, I want to get married. I want 3 kids. You see what I'm saying? So these men, they are hesitant. But what Devil's Bane is saying is that if you are a 9 or a 10, he's going to marry you. And if you're a 9 or a 10,
what you said, Devil's Bane? Because I thought there was some more substance to what you said.
Listen, Devil's Bane, if you're telling me, I think that is exactly what you're saying. I'm talking about a 9 or a 10 for you, not a 9 or 10 for the lead attorney, not a 9 or 10 for Mario. I'm talking about a whole package, 9 or a 10, a whole package for you. You are going to marry a 9 or a 10 that is a whole package for you. You are going to have kids with a 9 or a 10 that is a whole package for you. Because if you're not, then what you're saying about getting married and having 3 kids, it makes no sense. If you're not going to marry a 9 or a 10 for you, then who the hell are you going to marry?
Yeah, I thought you were saying for looks for a second. So
right. No, I'm talking
looks
about.
wise, that's definitely not enough.
Are you talking about from a look perspective only?
No, Adrian. That's why I kept saying the whole package.
Yeah.
And so that's where I disagree with Dana, or disagree is a strong word because Dana has more experience dating men than I do. But what I'm telling you is if you bring a complete package to a man that he sees as a 9 or a 10, you're not going to get all this jaded pushback.
So I think the disconnect for Dana and me and probably countless other women.
I don't think Dana really wants you to love her in with you.
Okay. I'm sorry, Dana. I will take my name. I will take your name out of my mouth.
Hear her out.
I'm just teasing.
Okay, for me and probably numerous other women, the disconnect is, what are these qualities, these adjectives that make a whole package?
Here's the problem. I think Kevin Samuels is laying them out, man. I'm not sure I could do a better job with what he's saying. What he's saying
that's
really
very limited. Fit. What is it? Fit.
Are there any guys? Are there any guys who give me
feminine
a second? Adrian, give me a second. Adrian, give me a second.
Okay.
Give me a second. Are there any guys in the chat that know how to argue Kevin Samuels' points?
Not an argument.
Not argue, but just put forth. All right. I'm an attorney, so maybe I use these words wrong. Let me shout out to Stacy. What does Stacy say? Thank you so much, Stacy. Thank you so much, Stacy, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Super generous. Stacy says, what we hear from many women is that they want the Mario. Yeah, Mario, you're going to be added to the list, man. They want the Mario. They do not want the average man. Women also cheat at similar rate. I disagree. Do women cheat? Absolutely. But I think our biological drive as men is so strong. What do we have, like 17 times the testosterone as women? You're not going to convince me that women cheat the same rate as men just based on the testosterone alone. Now, you can say, oh, well, what is cheating? And we can go down that road. All right, fair enough. But I just don't think this is correct. I think that if you have, let's say, 100 cheating events, maybe 70 of them are men and 30 of them are women. Women absolutely cheat. Totally agree. But to say that they cheat at similar rates, I would just disagree with that. But what do I know? I think that's it. All right. So no, we got one more. What does Dwayne say? Dwayne, thank you so much, Dwayne. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Dwayne says you have to come to the dating world in good faith. Yes.
Yes.
And not come to the table with sign language, which stands for shaming, insults, guilt, and need to be right. Shaming, insults, guilt, and need to be right. Yeah. No, I hear you. And I agree with that. I think women would just get so they would really get further if they really knew the power of being like what Kevin Samuels said about the fit, feminine, and friendly. I really do. I don't think women know the power of it. But I will say though that for a lot of women, that's going to require a lot of effort, a lot of daily effort. And for any person to put forth daily effort on a consistent basis, there better be a reward at the end, right? And it is not going to be your options. Your options is not their reward for being fit, feminine, and friendly. Now, you as a man will have a better chance if you that made me laugh. If you are naturally this way, but yeah. Now listen, I'm not blue pill, but here's the thing, guys, and this is important for everybody to know. I love you guys so much, man, and I love having this interaction. But ever since the very beginning, since the very second I started this channel, what I didn't want it to turn into was some of the other channels that you see in the manosphere, where it's just you got 10 people on one stream and everybody's saying the same thing. They're all on the same side. No one's presenting any other alternative, right? And so what I want is ideas to go back and forth because I find it intellectually stimulating. I really do. I enjoy it. I would not enjoy 10 women on this stream bashing men. And I would not enjoy 10 men on the stream bashing women because where's the interaction? But, and sometimes I want to give some pushback because I hear Kevin Samuels talk and I don't hear any pushback. And what I enjoy, guys, is the pushback. That's in good faith. That's in good faith and that's logical. And I find that interesting. Right. So I don't want you guys to think that I'm being blue pill. And I'll be honest with you. Some of the stuff that I say, I'm not going to tag it because it just takes too much effort. But some of the stuff that I say, I'm really playing the devil's advocate. Right. I'll tell you a little secret. Some of this stuff is devil's advocate. Fair enough. Right. So it's hard to I should have prefaced that, I guess, at the very beginning. Some of for really my very first video, some of the stuff I really don't necessarily believe, even though I think it's a good argument. Does the lead attorney want to date a woman who's 5'4" and 215? No, I don't. And I'm not gonna. But at the same time, let's have the ability to talk about things without these labels, right? But I think shout out to Three Kings. I know he's just teasing, but I really do want to have good conversations on this channel. I value them. I really do. What does Raven say? Raven says, fit, feminine, friendly, sex, food, and Jesus. Is that what he said? Sex, food, and silence. Like my mama taught me, which is why there's no point in me calling it the Kevin show. Yeah, I think
it's sex, sandwich, silence, but same thing basically.
I never
Didn't
heard that.
I say mute? I thought I put mute in there.
I'm sure you did.
He wants us to be mute.
I'm sure you did. Okay, so I got more people on the stream, so I'm gonna make room. All right, but thank you so much, Devil's Bane, and thank you so much, Adrian. Really appreciate you guys. I always appreciate you, especially Adrian. You are always supporting the channel up here. Glad to have Devil's Bane on here too, providing some of the millennial male energy. But I think when we really pinned him down, though, we saw some interesting things. He started out talking about he was MGTOW, and now he's talking about 3 kids and a wife, right? So yeah, that's the thing. Listen, you admit it. If you met a 9 or a 10 that was for you as a package, you would be married with 3 kids. Don't back away from it. See, and guys, listen, I don't just want to press the women. I like to press the men too. And hopefully from this, maybe Devil's Bane kind of sees something a little different because he's calling himself MGTOW, but then a 9 and a 10 walks up and now he's getting married.
I did not claim MGTOW though. That's my thing.
Oh, you correct. All right, now I apologize for that because you're exactly right. And which is to me is worse. To me, I mean, to say on the one end that you're monk mode, and then on another end that if a 9 walks by, you're going to get married. This is just like these women in Atlanta who are saying that they are celibate, but then young Denzel Washington comes up and they're bent over. It is like is it not? What's the difference?
So when I say monk mode, I really just mean I'm just focusing on my career, my job right now. Like I can see myself having kids in my mid 30s, early 40s, even. Like I feel like I have plenty of time. Like I don't have a biological clock that's ticking down to the point where I can't have kids anymore. So it's not like the same kind of pressure for me to like get out there and start a family right away. So like right now, I'm not even prioritizing that, and it's logical for me to do that.
All right, I just don't think that's what monk mode means. I think it's one thing to say, okay, I'm not really paying attention to women. But monk mode to me sounds like something that's intentional. The Steel Curtain would know more about these definitions than I do. But I think monk mode expresses an intention to folk. Well, I don't know. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. But what you're saying, I guess, is that you're possibly temporarily monk mode.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not monk for life. Like that's not really
okay.
Like,
I got you.
I'm just
saying.
I
think you're exactly right. I think I was misunderstanding. I don't really know what these labels are. No, I think you're exactly right.
Yeah, they're confused. There's too many of them, honestly, and they all mean different things to different people. So I can't really fault you for that.
Well, thank you for your grace. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I had you pegged wrong. But I think it's inspiring that even young men going through all this, they definitely want to get married if the correct opportunity arises. And really, that's the beautiful thing, that people are being much more selective. Young men are being much more selective, which is something, by the way, that you never heard Jordan Peterson say.
Yeah, I don't know what he's on with that.
You never heard him talk about the selection. Well, I don't want to say never, because he's put out a lot of content. I think actually there was a video on how to choose the right woman, but I don't know. All right, so thank you so much, Adrian, and thank you so much, Devil's Blaine. Really appreciate you guys coming up.
Anytime,
and you guys are always welcome back. All right, thank you guys. All right, who else do we have? We've got Mike Ed. Mike Ed, how are you doing, Mike Ed? Can you hear me? Wait, give me 1 second, Mike Ed. Give me 1 second. Calvin again, Jesus, thank you so much, Calvin. Calvin says, oh, lead attorney, a lot of women overvalue themselves instead of being realistic. If you are not fit, friendly, cooperative with a man, by dog. Listen, Calvin be up here dropping knowledge. That's one of the things that, I haven't really watched a lot of Kevin Samuels, I'll admit. But what I do see Kevin Samuels, when I do watch his clips, you do see people who are overvaluing themselves in relation to the market. I totally agree with that. So that's very interesting. Oh, look who we got. We got Stranger Pink. Stranger Pink also over there across the pond with the pounds. Thank you so much, Stranger Pink, for the super chat. I appreciate it. What does Stranger Pink say? Kevin Samuels also has FBI or fit, beautiful, and inspirational. I always hear him say FBI. I never knew what that meant. Feminine, beautiful, and inspirational. Wow. Listen, Kevin Samuels is this is a controversial statement, but in a lot of ways, he's a genius. FBI, fit, feminine, beautiful, and inspirational. That encapsulates a lot. That really, really does. It really, really does. So I like that. I'm going to start listening to his stuff, because to put little catchphrases like that together, that's intelligence right there. That is intelligence. So that is Jesus Christ. Jesus, Mario, man, what are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second, Mario. Give me 1 second, because I definitely want to acknowledge James Jackson. Thank you, James. Thank you, James. Thank you. What does James say? What makes a woman a 9 or a 10 to me? Faithful? Yes. On point? What does on point mean? Attractive to me? Yes. Fun or fit? Bonus points. I like this. I think attractive to me is guys, let me tell you something. There was a woman in my past that I would classify as a 9 to me because of what I like, a 9. And guys, you would look at her and say she was a 6.5. A 6.5. To me, she was an absolute 9. So I love the fact that he put attractive to me, because that's so important. How your boys are going to judge your girl, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Says fun or fit, bonus points for both. So I'm like, see, and this is another thing too, because what James is saying, it sounds so reasonable. It sounds so reasonable. And this is juxtaposed to the other comment where women were overvaluing themselves. It's interesting to me how men, we're just like, listen, just give me something I can work with. Just give me something I can work with. And women are like, no. We need the best. We need the most. We need the absolute most. This is what you see on Kevin Samuels, where men are just like, give me something. Give me something I can work with, right? So shout out to James Jackson on this. I agree. I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you for the comment, because I agree with this. I could tell Devil's advocate. I figured out a long time ago. All right. What does Stephanie Collins say? Shout out to Stephanie Collins. And again, Stephanie Collins is co-counsel. She is a criminal defense attorney out there in Texas. Stephanie says, y'all are on it tonight. If I have to wade through all of this, wait, what? If I have to wade through all of this, if my marriage ended, I'm gonna do my life without parole and thank the good Lord for it. I hear you. It's This is actually one of the reasons why, and I see this a lot, especially more with women in my divorce practice when I handle these divorce cases. A lot of people are just like, man, I do not want to get out. I don't want to be single again. You know, and being single in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s, you know, okay, you could do it. You can get out there. Being single in 2021 with these dating apps and Tinder and, you know, swiping left and right and everybody out for themselves, is a lot of women, a lot of people stay together just because they do not want to get out. They don't want to get back out here in these streets. It's terrible out here. It can be. Not if you're a black man in Atlanta. It's pretty nice, but it can be terrible out here. So shout out to Stephanie Collins. I think she's absolutely right, and she's expressing a sentiment that a lot of people hold. Where it's bad out here. It can be bad. It can be awesome. Like, some people really like dating, and you can meet a lot of interesting people. So it kind of depends. But yes, it's a different world. And again, Jesus Christ, Mario, thank you so much. Thank you. I cannot tell you what your support means to me. And again, you know, shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody that supports, and I really appreciate it. You know, even the $1 and the 99-cent super stickers, I really do, because it shows me that you value the channel. We're just trying to have intellectual conversations, and I'm enjoying this. But when someone like steps up like Mario, man, I really want to take a second to take a moment to really underscore my appreciation, because you certainly didn't have to do this. And it really touches me, because I really want to do a good job for you guys. I was kind of hurt, man. Shout out to Patrice and to Brother Clarence for holding it down. I couldn't believe I got this new mic for you guys. I'm trying to up my game, and then the damn thing wasn't even working, man. And y'all held me down, so I appreciate that. And so things like this, Mario, just your super acts of generosity and kindness, they mean so much to me. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mario. All right. What does Mario say? He says, what is this new word, cheating? I've never heard of it, but I believe in marriage, and I have never wasted a woman's time, because by doing so, I would be wasting my time. Yes. And men don't really see it that way, but that's true. 2 years we're married, and LOL, I am not high value. I'm just starting to make 73K was at 73K this year, was at 68. Yes, this is about advancement. Guys, you got to do exactly what Mario's doing, man. Just keep going. I remember, guys, I had a hater, right? I had never had haters before, you know, because my channel was so small. And I had a guy hate on me for some BS. And I remember, this is my first time, because I don't have a big social footprint or anything. I'm just a middle-aged man, guys. So I'm not big with the Instagram, or, you know, if you look at my Instagram page, you're going to be disappointed in the lead attorney. I've got an Instagram page. It's just at the lead attorney, or whatever they call it. And it's terrible, right? But when I got that hater, I thought about that Cat Williams bit where he was talking about, you know, if you got one hater in 2019, then you need to try to get to 5 in 2020, right? Now, if you look at my comments, Jesus Christ, I got people saying they want to kill me. So I guess I'm blowing up a lot, but shout out to Mario, yes, because it's all about just making these steady advancements, these steady gains. So thank you so much to Mario. Now, what's he say? He says he believes in marriage, which is awesome. And I believe in marriage, or not marriage as well. I just believe in making a fundamental or informed decision. And really, it's the point of my whole channel, to give you guys a different take on things, a take that you're not really going to hear. You don't really have a lot of attorneys who have 20 years experience doing divorces on YouTube. You just don't. Shout out to Dennis Sperling. You know, he's an attorney on here. He does PI, personal injury and civil. He's got a big environmental case. He's about to get rich. He's about to be richer than the richness that he already is, right? But in terms of being a divorce attorney, there are not many on here. So I want to give you kind of what I see on a daily basis. So yes, marriage can absolutely work. And he says he doesn't want to waste a woman's time, because he would be wasting his own time. And shout out, because this is such a huge thing for men to understand, that our time is so valuable. It is so valuable, and you can give a woman 2 years, 3 years of your life, and then it not work out. and your whole investment was shot. And we never want to be in that situation. So shout out to Mario, because he is viewing this exactly right. Exactly right. And again, Mario, thank you so much for your generosity. For real, I'm speechless. And let me tell you, it's hard to make an attorney speechless, as you guys have already seen. I could talk forever. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, Lisa, let me get one more. Shout out to Devil's Bane again. I'm at Devil's Bane. Shout out to Devil's Bane. I'm telling you, if in 3 years, we're gonna see him married. What's he say? I appreciate you having me on the panel and your ability to see things from a different perspective. Very much needed in this day and age. Yes, thank you so much. And really, guys, this is the whole point of my channel. I just want to kind of spin the Rubik's Cube and let you know how it looks on the backside, right? Because we see so much on the front, but very few of us see what's on the back. And this is what's getting me enraged with this Jordan Peterson thing, is that people don't see the back end. Well, I'm on the back end. I'm in the slaughterhouse and I see it. And he's leading young men to the slaughter. Trey B, shout out to Trey B. What does Trey B say? If you are a single black man in Atlanta, you are a guy. Yes, the red alert, man. A single black man hit Atlanta streets. Red alert. Trey B is absolutely right. This is special down here, and it's really kind of sad because the fact that there aren't a lot of good black men in Atlanta, it kind of speaks bad to our community, because you want us to be strong everywhere, and they're just not. We're not really strong down here, and the few of us that are super strong, right? So we're getting the benefit, but we're getting the benefit of the fact that our community has some huge flaws and it's huge defects, right? So yeah, but thank you, Trey B. You're exactly right. And again, Mario, speechless. Thank you so much. All right, we got Lisa in the house. Lisa, you had some disconnection. I was never the one to disconnect you, Lisa. You're always the one kind of dipping out on us, but I'm glad you're back. Do you have any? I know we kind of been all over the place. Do you have anything that you can remember that you wanted to talk about out here? Can you hear me, Lisa?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I think
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think we were talking about Peterson, though.
Yes.
Yeah. So
you
we
could
were
talk about anything. You could talk about anything. What do you think about Peterson? I'm forgetting exactly what.
Well, I will move forward and go ahead and say that I think that from your position, I would hate to be in your position, because you only get bad news, right? About marriage. You get the bad side, you get the ugly side, you get the horrific side, but there's so much that happens in a marriage, before the marriage and through the marriage, that end is really about the people who couldn't communicate well enough to come to a better conclusion. You know what I mean?
I disagree.
So I don't want to. Oh, come on. So let's say, for instance,
first of all, give me 1 second, because I really want to hear you, and we all do, but it's hard to hear you because it sounds like there are children in the back. I don't know if you can go to another room or something like that. Can you hear me? I think you muted yourself. Are you screaming at your kids? I'm just teasing. All right, Lisa, while Lisa is moving, let me pull up, we got next in line. I see you down here, Mike Ed, but, well, no, I'll get you, Mike Ed. Mike Ed, what do you think about all this? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What do you think about all of this? We've talked about a lot of things, and I know you've been super patient, and I see you, Miss Deluxe. I'm gonna get you next. Do you have any opinions on this?
I think I just called in mostly, I guess, regarding the idea of it being very difficult to maintain, a certain, let's say, physical stature for a woman. And I agree. I think that I think anybody with any common sense would agree that that's not going to be easy to be done. But I think what you have to consider when you're talking about Kevin Samuels is that these women that he's talking to are looking for an exceptional man, right? It's not like the man can make a good fortune and then just stop making money, right? He's going to have to continue to live up to that status, or that lifestyle that maybe he can afford her, right? Now, I do understand that maybe her being cheated on ain't going to be the best thing, but those are kind of the things where it's like, all right, that's only one downside to how many good sides to what you're getting. Conversely, she could be with a guy who's going to be faithful and going to be the best. He thinks she's Jesus walking on water, but he can't afford to buy her no car that isn't the same year, that ain't 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He can't afford to put her in a housing development that, is, as safe as she wants it to be, or maybe as, for lack of a better term, bougie as she would like it to be. There are trade-offs in everything that we do. I think most people here probably are reasonable. Nobody would think like, oh, well, I can't say that because there are unreasonable people, but in my experience, a man doesn't expect he's going to get a chick who is, all of those things and that he ain't going to have to do nothing for it. The idea that I think you run into over there on the channel is that a lot of these chicks, they just, the ones calling in at least, they are expecting something for nothing. And that's kind of where I think the disconnect comes in. Not so much that those standards are too high on either end, because I think a woman should go for the best that she can get. But she has to know that going for the best she can get means she's going to have to put an effort for the things to get the best that she can get.
And what is it? Okay, because I thought you referenced cheating, and I appreciate your comment. I think you got a lot of good ideas there. But what is the best that she can get if she works hard for 3 years to get a high value man, but that high value man comes with options? What is this best that you're talking about?
Okay, well, I would say this. Let's say if he has these options, I mean, there are also, I guess you also have to encompass all the other portions of his talking points. Because
let me jump in. Let me jump in right here, and I'm glad you stated that, because I do not know this man's talking point. I did not know Kevin Samuel's talking points. You guys are teaching me about it. I love the FBI. When someone, because I hear him say that, I never knew what it meant. You guys are telling me this man's sayings and his phrases. I think they're genius. The fact that they're so rhythmic and they're just like boom, 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 to be able to put those together, I think it's fantastic. So when you tell me that I need to reference his other talking points, let me tell you that I'm unable to do it because I don't watch your show. So like you can tell me what they are, but I'm not going to be able to come up with them in my head.
Okay, so along with saying that these men have options, he also lets you know, like, listen, you can't just be out here just exercising your options willy-nilly, because that is not going to get you. That will leave you out of that status of being high value. I think more so he looks at it like these options are to let the woman be, to make her honest. Like, listen, you can't slouch on your job, because if you're going to slouch on your job, somebody can replace you very easily. That's how he frames it normally.
And let me stop right here. Let me stop right there, because what you're saying is, the fact that he has options means that you can't slouch on your job. Does that also include? Is that just the dating portion, or is that also in a marriage as well?
Well, I think he means throughout the marriage. I mean, I take a little bit of I say that that's questionable, because I don't know, unless you set something up pretty well. I mean, he also says to be upfront. So I guess that's what I mean. You would have to encompass all of his talking points, because if you get small portions of it, then it's like, all right, he says, look, be upfront. If you're going to have these options and you want to exercise these options, let that be known up front. Don't be a guy who's going to sneak around the corner and then she doesn't agree to that. If you have already agreed to that, then the exchange is you are taking on the fact that, listen, this man might have some chick, way across country that he sees once every 6 months. And that's just what he does. She's not above you. She feels a particular need. And that's what it is. Kind of like Bill Gates' side piece, right? That we found out that he finally had. Right. It's like, that's not the same as like, oh, I'm going to go smash Mary down the street and Jasmine up the street and Lisa down the corner, and then I'm gonna come home to you, and then you still need to be making sure that you got my food at the table, this, that, and the third, and that you whipped into shape. That's not what he's trying to put forward. What he puts forward is like, listen, there's a responsibility on both ends, and if you want that kind of caliber guy, listen, if you want a 10% or higher caliber dude, you need to at least come with 10% or the top 10% efforts. You might not end up being, 100 pounds at five. What was the old girl, 4'7"? You might not end up being 100 pounds at 4'7", but you need to be trying to maintain something very close to it. You don't have to be the most beautiful woman in the world, but if you're gonna expect me to be this guy who's a top 10, top 2, you want to be a stay-at-home mom in California, well then guess what? You're going to have to put up a substantial effort, because I had to put up a substantial effort to even be able to be in the position to make that happen for you.
Yeah. And I agree that this damn mic, I can't even see what the hell. I agree that for a man to support a woman who is an adult where she doesn't have to work is a huge deal. It is a huge deal. And maybe it wasn't a huge deal, 70 years ago. Maybe it was expected. Not expected now, especially because everything is so expensive. And so for a man to be able to make enough money to be able to sustain not only a woman, but maybe a kid or two, that is just a huge benefit. And, the fact that Kevin Samuels is saying that, it needs to all be up front and things like that. I think that's cool, and it's been that way in the past. A lot of athletes, we don't know what their situation is, but they know, right? No one really knew what the situation between Tiny and T.I. knew, but they knew. And between Tiny and T.I., no one knew what their situation was until it all hit the fan. But before it hit the fan, they knew, we just didn't know. I mean, maybe the biggest, I think the biggest black couple who had this agreement, does anybody know? Does anybody want to guess? The biggest black couple that had this agreement that was not known, but at the same time, well known.
Will and Jada?
No. Does anybody know? Did you know about the Will and Jada thing before it all hit the fan?
I mean, I had heard a whole lot of speculation about it, so I hadn't known, but I don't live over there.
Right. No, I'm gonna tell you who it was. You guys are gonna be like, oh, you're right. It was Bill Cosby and Camille.
I was gonna say Bill and Camille.
Yeah, Bill Cosby and Camille. Everyone knew about Bill Cosby and Camille would look those 22-year-old women right in the eyes. When they would, when they would show up on the set thinking like it was all sneaky, Camille would be right there like, hey, how you doing? You ready? Camille would look at them girls. Camille would look at those 23-year-olds in the eyes and say, you ready? Right? You don't think Camille knew what the deal was?
That's the old bird. Sweeping under the rug. That's the old school.
Yeah, like give me
hey,
1 second.
Attorney. Hey,
how
everybody.
are you doing? Hey, look,
I'm good.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Lux. I'm going to get to you, but the only thing is I can hear you talking and your connection sounds super staticky. Super staticky.
Oh, no.
I don't know if you can reconnect. If you, I'm gonna let you go, and then you reconnect, and then I'll pull you right back up. Okay, we'll see if that fixes it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bill and Camille, man, like Camille knew that man had options, and he was exercising his options, and Camille would look those options right in the eye and say, "You ready? Are you ready for about that? It was about to happen, right?" So shout out to Kevin Samuels for saying like let's be all up front about it. Yeah, because they were tag teaming them. I mean, Bill and Camille were a tag team, just like Tiny and T.I. They were a tag team. So yeah, I don't really know his talking points, but that is definitely. That's definitely reality when you start talking about celebrities and things like that. But what if the guy's making like $215,000? Does he still have the same leeway, or do you need to be making millions? What do you think, Mike? Yeah, like what's the cutoff point where you're allowed to exercise your options? Or is it
Well, I mean,
100,000?
listen, I don't make that kind of money and I exercise my options, but I think it's really, can you talk to your woman or your man, I guess, if you're the woman making the situation happen, but can you talk to your woman and be honest and say, listen, this is what I want to have. This is what I have set up for you. And if you agree to this, then there really shouldn't be an argument no matter what you make, really. But if I tell you, listen, this is what I can put forth, and you agree that it is worthy to allow that to happen, then I mean, really, I don't even know what number you put on it. You put on whatever number a woman finds significant or whatever situation she finds significant enough to allow that to go down.
Yeah.
I mean, my situation is kind of like the T.I. and I guess Bill and Camille situation where it's just, we're doing things together. But at the end of the day, that was something we talked about on our very first, going out of, trying to have a relationship.
But are you married?
Oh, no, I would like to run an idea, but I don't know how much that works in Atlanta. I don't mind getting married. I actually look forward to getting married. I just don't want to get married by the state.
Yeah. In your marriage, would you exercise your options?
I mean, it's a little different with how we would do it.
How?
Because the way we do it would be more so like, I don't know if you would call it exercising an option. We both are using the same option for the type of relationship we're trying to have.
What does that mean?
Like a throuple, like basically a triangular relationship.
Oh, like a T.I. and Tiny thing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Our relationship is kind of like that, so it's a little bit different. But I mean, I think the most important thing is the communication aspect.
Yes.
I mean,
and are
if
you
you
here?
can't communicate?
Are you here in Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm over in East Point.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. Yeah, Atlanta's. Listen, you can do the tries, the quads, everything flies down here in Atlanta. Like you said, as long as there's communication, people are swinging down here, no problem. It's pretty free. It's pretty free. And actually, I think that's the best way. I feel like people should not be confined to what standards are. People should only be confined to the confinements that they set up in their particular relationship. So, if you want a Tiny and T.I. situation or Bill and Camille, I mean, apart from the drugging, right? Or you just want, the whole missionary, you and me, nobody else, like anything you guys agree to. Like, I think that's anything that brings you happiness, right? And that's agreed upon. I think that's awesome. No, I totally agree with that. So it's not really exercising option. I don't know. Is it? Well, yeah, I guess that is exercising options if it's agreed to, because that's the whole Kevin Samuels point, right? It's supposed to be out in the open.
Exactly. At least the way I hear him talk about it. Because one of the things I've heard him say is like, listen, we have options. I've had these options, but I've never exercised them myself. They're just on the table to let you know, basically as an act right material. Like, listen, you want to act crazy, you can be replaced. But hopefully it shouldn't have to get to that point.
Yeah, and here's the thing, guys. We started this off 4 hours ago, right? So I don't expect anybody to know about this. But we started this off with a video of Jordan Peterson. And what Jordan Peterson was saying was that was a bad part. He was saying that that's a bad part of not being married. A bad part of not being married is that if a woman, let's take it from the man's point of view, if a woman starts getting out of line, then you can just leave her. And so what does that mean? Jordan Peterson says that that's not fair to the women. It's terrible to live that way, because he says the woman is like walking on eggshells all the time, right? And she's like, oh, he might leave. Whereas if you are married, then the woman is free to not walk on eggshells. She's free to be comfortable because you can't leave her, right? And so what you're saying is, the fact that you can't leave, that's not a good thing, because you kind of want your woman to know that she's walking on eggshells so that she'll do what she's supposed to do, let's say, for a lack of a better phrase, continuously through the marriage. Is that right? So you would disagree with Jordan Peterson on that?
I would disagree because, I guess the other side of that coin is I'm also walking on eggshells if I get married and she could just leave me for no reason. She could just leave me because she found somebody else that, fed her better Skittles than I fed her. It could be anything, so I'm already on eggshells.
Absolutely.
Why not even the playing field as much as possible if you're going to look at it through those lenses, right? I mean, the
Yes.
ideal is that you're not going to be looking at it like that. But, we live in a realistic world. People have to be checked. That's why we have laws. You just gave it to everybody to be good, just to be good. And, we had that be the case. We wouldn't have to have the society we have. But that's how things work. That's the realistic aspect of life.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. And again, I was watching some show. I'm not sure if it was I think it might have been some clip of the Steve Harvey show, and he had a woman on the show, and she had gotten all decked up, got dressed up, and her man was there, and they were talking about what men should expect in a relationship. And she was saying how, the woman was saying, middle-aged white woman, and she was saying how, she looks nice today or the day of the show because I think Steve Harvey commented that. But she said, yes, this is my first time being dressed up with makeup on and my hair done in a year. And everybody clapped and was supporting her. But then, there was kind of this thing like, man, you don't even like, she didn't care whether she looked good for her man. She just looked good because she was going to New York or wherever the damn show is filmed. And that's when she was going to do her hair. That's when she was going to, take a shower and put on makeup and, all the, and I guess the men were just supposed to accept the woman for the way that she was. Why? Because they were married. So where's he going to go? Like if she, wears pajamas every day, if you are married and locked in, what is her incentive to actually, put forth the effort to get herself presentable? But if you can leave and she's walking on these proverbial eggshells, then she's going to have more of an incentive to put forth the effort to look nice for you. Maybe she's not going to be 60 pounds overweight. Maybe she's going to do her hair once and more than once every 8 months. Right. So it's interesting. And I kind of agree with you that people need an incentive, men and women. There's a reason why when men get divorced, the first thing they want to do is lose that 40-pound beer belly. Why? What's the incentive? Because now they're back on the dating market and they know that 40-pound beer belly ain't going to fly on Tinder. Not going to fly on Bumble. So the question is, well, why the hell did they get the 40-pound beer belly in the first place? Because they were married. They didn't have an incentive. They weren't dating. Right? So men and women can kind of get lulled into the trap of not walking on eggshells. And it can benefit both people to constantly have this competition awareness going on in the background so that they're always putting their best foot forward. Totally agree with you. We got Spoonks 1. Thank you so much, Spoonks 1, for the generous super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Spoonks 1 says a person may be making less than 6 figures at a job, but may own land, Airbnbs, etc. Facts. Some people like the stability of a regular job, insurance, 401k, vacation, etc., yet are in the process of obtaining true wealth. Great job, lead attorney. Thank you so much. And Spoonks is exactly right. In fact, I've represented a lot of people who we called them house rich, because somehow they had gotten a residence, a home, maybe it was an estate, and it might be worth, $800,000, which, a lot of you guys in New York and California, $800 ain't gonna get you nothing. You come down here to Atlanta and put down $800. This is $800,000. This is gonna get you a real house. You're gonna have a real nice house for $800,000. And you can represent these people. Usually they were women, sometimes they were older. And they would have an $800,000 house and that's paid off, but they couldn't even pay the tax bill because they weren't working and they didn't have any money. So we call them house rich because you can actually have a estate. You can have an estate. You can have assets and not be making six figures, but actually have wealth or certainly a valuable asset. So Spunks One is exactly right. You know, people focus on the six figures, but you know, you can be a plumber making 75 grand, but you make that 75 grand over 15 years, and you were smart with your money, made some good investments, didn't live above your means. I mean, you could have $1 million, right? And a lot of good men are kind of getting weeded out based on this random, arbitrary six-figure salary, you know. And people make, you know, it looks so good on paper. I did the math for you guys in a video a while back, and it opened a lot of eyes. But you know, even just not even doing the married math, you know, if you're making six figures, let's say you're making $105,000, it's really only like 70 grand after taxes, right? So then 70 grand doesn't sound so good, does it? But it's what you're bringing home, right? And so people get caught up in these numbers, but they're really tied to nothing. There's just ideas. Oh, if you're making 87, oh, you're poor. But if you're making 105, then you're the man. It's the same damn thing after taxes, right? So, yeah, shout out to Spooks. He's exactly right. A lot of good men get looked over because of this random arbitrary six-figure type of thing. So you're exactly right. Thank you so much, Spooks. And all right, Lisa, can you hear me? Lisa, are you back? You might be muted. Oh, Lisa's gone again. Lisa be different, boy. That's not me cutting you off, Lisa. That's I'm not sure what's going on with your connection. All right, Mike Jones, can you hear me? Oh, I need to add you to the stream, don't I? Can you hear me, Mike?
Hey, can you hear me, LA?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for coming up on the panel. Really appreciate it.
No problem. It's Mike James. You said Mike Jones. Who?
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
I was about to say who? Yeah, that's funny.
I apologize. Yeah, thank you so much, Mike James, for coming up on the panel. Really appreciate it. What do you think about all this?
No, man. I was wondering, I think you're the perfect guy who could answer this question. And that is, you know how, one of the talking points of the red pill community is how 80% of women initiate divorces. And because, you're in the back room, you see it all. Would you be able to give us your best estimate of like, what's the cause? Like, what would you say the percentage of the cause of divorces are? And what I mean by that is, because no one should expect a woman to stay with a man who, is picked up alcoholism or is beating her, or things like cheating, a bunch of cheating and things like that. And I don't know. I'm not standing on any corner on this. I just want to know, because I know that's a number that gets thrown around so much. 80% of women initiate divorces, but I don't know if does that mean that 80% of divorces are caused by women? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'll answer this. Let me just get this one right quick. Lisa ran. If that was you, Lisa, said, "Can you unmute me when you're ready?" Yeah, I tried to ask you to unmute, but you disappeared on me. But if you come back up, I will get you. Oh, I see you. So let me get Mike James, and then I will get right back to you, and I'll try to unmute you. Okay. Mike James asks, "What are the top reasons for a divorce?" Usually it's something to do with the kids, or it's money. And then if I had to put in a number 3 down there, then it's probably infidelity, right? Mm-hmm. But there is this also big portion of women just being not content. Now, I think the number started out at 65% of the time women were filing for divorces. And then, 3 months later, it was 70%. Then 6 months later, it's 75. Now the red pill community is saying it's 80. It's like that fish, that bass that just keeps getting growing and growing, right? So we're going to have this same conversation in 3 months. And you're going to be like, lead attorney, I heard it was 97% women, right? So it's like, let's kind of be a little honest. It's not 80, I don't think, but it's certainly around 70. But okay. I think we had our very first caller, our very first person on the panel, Patrice. And I think she expressed it so much. And this is what I see. I see it on a daily basis. I see men being content in their relationships and women being not content. And the women are not content based on a feeling. not because the man did something and not because the man didn't do something in particular, not that it was cheating or anything like that, but a woman just feels like the man doesn't have the motivation that she wants him to have. And the man has gotten comfortable in the relationship. Of course, you can say, oh, you don't do the same things that you did when we were dating, but she doesn't do the same things either. So that's kind of a wash. But men can live in a way that women will think is just, complacent or average, and men are fine with it. We're fine. We just want to be cool, have everything stable. And women, they want activity. They want to see you doing things. And so what Patrice said was, first she was saying, oh, he had gotten too complacent, and he had just gotten too comfortable. And, I tried to get him to do more and he wouldn't do anymore. But then when she kept talking, 5 minutes later or 10 minutes later, she said, oh, well, the real reason is because, he was intimidated by me because I made more. I made more than him and he was intimidated. And I pointed out to her that was a contradiction. And when men hear this, women will say, oh, he was intimidated by me. What do men do? We roll our eyes, because very few men ever are intimidated by women, right? But, the fact that she said he was intimidated by the fact that he made more, maybe intimidated is the wrong word that she used. Maybe she said that he didn't like the fact that she made more. But I pointed out to her that was a contradiction of what she said previously, because what she said previously was that he was fine. He was complacent. He was cool, not causing problems. And then I got her to say, hey, you were probably the one that were like, oh, she admitted also that, she was like, hey, why don't you go back to school? Right? Why don't you try to do this? And why don't you try to do that? And I pointed out to her is that's what I see women do. They're always like, hey, you can't, when is your next promotion coming up? Did you apply for that new job? Have you asked them if any overtime is available? Right? What about any commissions? When's the last time you asked for a raise? I think you might want to start looking for a new gig. Maybe they'll value you somewhere else. Women constantly want to see men, kind of moving higher and higher. And a lot of women do not like the fact when they see men just comfortable and just kind of taking it easy and coasting because they're happy. Women want to see a lot of movement, and I see a lot of women filing divorces because of that.
So LA, would you say that in that case, according to, the red pill community, she instead of maybe leaving or the divorce, maybe she should have just started exercising her options, right? Maybe she should have went out and said, okay, well, you want to sit at home and you don't want to go get that job. And she feels like, oh, well, he's kind of content. Well, maybe she should, instead of leaving him, go exercise her options with another guy who is more motivated. Stay in the marriage, but go exercise your options.
Well, here's the thing. You're saying that she needs to exercise her options. She just did. She divorced your ass, right?
Right. So what you're saying is, so men, instead of divorcing, they exercise their options. That's basically what the community is saying. Correct.
Well, first of all, let me see. You say, well, what I'm saying, and I don't say any of this because
I said the community. I'm sorry. I thought I said the community.
You did. Okay. So the community. All right. Say that again, then, because
I was saying. So the community is basically saying instead of divorcing, they just exercise their options.
Right. Why would you not want to divorce? I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I don't really understand the concept. I understand the concept of Bill and Camille. I think that's beautiful, except for the fact that it was.
Hey, and speaking of that, real quick, and speaking of that, I called in a couple of days ago, and we were talking about how men have no, or some of these high value. Basically, what I'm getting at is, you see where it goes wrong, right? Men, they exercise their options, but then you see them in the news, right? So it's like we use Bill, and oh, that's a beautiful thing, but it's like, but is it, right? And then you look at T.I. and Tiny, they had an agreement, but look at what they're going through now. And I think we got to be careful when we tell men that, oh, you can exercise your options, when just laying with women, I promise you that's going to get old. Like it gets old, and go ahead. I don't know if you want to add to that.
I do. I do think it's a beautiful thing. And I think it can absolutely be done responsibly. I'm here in Atlanta, and I know that it is done responsibly on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. Now, if you are giving women quaaludes, you are not doing it responsibly. And if you're picking up 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds down at Magic City,
right,
like allegedly T.I. and Tiny, you're not doing it responsibly. But there are a lot of couples, hundreds if not thousands of couples here in Atlanta that do this responsibly on a daily basis. And, you know, they're on their own websites, they're on private websites, they're on private forums, and they are having the time of their lives, and they're happy. They're absolutely happy. So I think it's a beautiful thing. I don't think the fact that we can say that, you know, this guy was using Quaaludes, or this guy and girl, you know, they were picking up 15-year-olds. I don't think we can use those examples to say that it's not a beautiful thing. Anything that you and your spouse agree to, where you're not harming other people, I think it's awesome.
I agree. I'm kind of like what you was talking about, trying to play a little bit of devil's advocate. But yeah, you shot that down. Yeah, you shot that down quick. you shot that down real quick. No, absolutely.
And I appreciate it though. Like anybody, I love having these conversations. I love it. So please don't come up here and feel like you gotta agree with me. You can come up here and be like Mike James, and just be like, hey, let me try to play devil's advocate with you. I'm ready, right? But yeah. So I appreciate it. And he just disappeared on me. You guys are disappearing on me. Okay, let me try to get Lisa again. And Lisa, I'm gonna unmute you. Lisa, this is what it says. It says I can't unmute your guests because they chose to mute themselves. Oh, now you're unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes. I think I have
perfect.
Headphones on. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was telling me that that I couldn't unmute you. So thank you. I know we were having some problems. I'm not even sure if we remember where we left off. But what do you think about all this?
I'm learning a lot.
We talked about a lot.
I didn't realize we had so many swingers out there.
In Atlanta, it's a ton.
Yeah.
Where are you at? What state are you at in?
Oh gosh, I'm in California.
Oh, I'm sure, man.
Yeah.
I'm sure in California things are live too, right? California is so huge.
Born and raised in San Francisco and still very conservative, so I don't know.
Oh, believe me, in San Francisco, you guys are swinging. Maybe not you, but from what I've heard about San Francisco, it doesn't seem like the bastion of conservatism down there.
You know, I think it depends on your age bracket also. So I think when we're younger, we are just in our image. We're just in our appearance, our ambition. And then when you get a little bit older and you've gone through a little bit, maybe you want companionship. And I think that's where I think Kevin Samuels gets lost. I think he's stuck in the dating, that mode about just dating and getting the hottest chick or getting the best guy to date. Companionship is a different thing. It operates on a more intimate level, and those relationships happen or they can join on a subconscious level first. I'll just use an analogy. You're in the library. You spend a lot of time in the library. When you go to the library, you don't dress up. You just, maybe you go in with your baseball cap or whatever. You got a lot of studying to do. Your head is down and you're in the library. All of a sudden you notice that there's someone else, right? That's always in the library too. And you guys strike up a conversation. She doesn't look her best. You don't look your best, but all of a sudden you find something you have in common. And now you begin to vibe on a different level, right? It's more of a mature, not to say mature, a more real way of communicating because you're not in your persona, right? And then you say you don't date that person at that moment, but then maybe you run into that person again, same circumstances. And all of a sudden you start getting to know that person. You're doing something, they're doing something, and you're not thinking about going into a relationship. And then all of a sudden, maybe you run into that person again, but now you're not in that same situation. Maybe you're well-dressed and that person is well-dressed and you're like, oh my God, I didn't know you, but you have a rooted commonality. You like to study. You like to spend time alone. You're not afraid to be, to look not at your best. And you're not afraid to share your information. That person you're going to have a better and deeper relationship with than if you were going to go look for someone to date. And I think relationships that happen in a natural setting when you're doing something you like develop best. And I also think, and I probably hate to say this, but I like astrology, and I believe certain signs are not compatible. The energies are just not compatible. So I'll put that in there as well. And then I'll add a little bit of Peterson and say, once you've found someone, everything that he spoke of happens organically. You're not trying to make it happen. It just happens organically. And it's very beautiful. And if you understand that your relationship with that person is about you raising your kids, right? If you have children, but I think people should always have children because they want them. If you have those children on purpose and you set out to raise those children on purpose with one another, doesn't mean you're not going to have problems, doesn't mean you're not going to have chaos, but you tend to reach better agreements when you have falling out. And because you met that person in a non-sexy situation, and you have communication ability, you're going to work your problems out better too. And I think we forget that there is a certain level of friendship that has to be in our relationships with other people in order to have healthy relationships. And the way Kevin, to me, describes how you look for a woman or how a woman should look for a man is the antithesis of that. He's just looking for serial daters, and it's people that's going to look, men love eye candy. Great. Women are not that into eye candy that much, but they do want stability. And because they like stability, they tend to say, well, I want that man to have a great job. I want him to make money.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. You said that the way that Kevin Samuels tells men to look for women is the antithesis of what you were saying before. And I'm really, again, I don't really know much about Kevin Samuels, about how he tells men to look for women. So how exactly is that? What does he say about it?
Well, he's more into she should be the 10. She should perceive herself as the 10, and she should, basically be Vogue. Look for the woman who looks like the woman in Vogue. Right? So she's the skinny woman. She dresses sharp. Her hair is tight. Her makeup is tight. Well, you know what? A hardworking woman all the time is not going to be able to look like that. Sorry, but she is not always going to be able to look like that. And if she is that into herself, if she's self-consumed, she has no time for you. And vice versa. If he is self-consumed, he doesn't have time for you. And most of the time when women are, pursuing gentlemen, they are looking for, again, the status, right? I don't mean it in a negative way. I just mean, your girlfriend has a boyfriend or she's been dating someone forever and now you want a guy too, right? So that's, when I say status, I just mean the status of a relationship. Sometimes her friends are having children. She's like, oh my God, I don't have any kids. I need some kids, and so she's rushing in, but she's never doing it specifically the same way that a man is doing it, right? He's primarily looking for, how does my buddy see her? Do they think she's fine, right? If I took her to a business party, would she be able to converse with the men in the office or the wives in the office? There's different dynamics that are happening when people are dating. And we just have to take that into consideration. And the way Kevin addresses it, it's more Disney than it is real, in my opinion.
Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, the Steel Curtain was saying that I need to look at some of his videos. The only issue is that, I get frustrated sometimes with people because I will put out a 5-hour video, 7-hour video, and then they'll say, oh, it's too long and I don't want to watch it. And I say, fine. So I'll put out a 6-minute video and then be like, oh, you need to get to the point. It's like, how I'm trying to give you guys information. How do you want me to give this information to you guys that's profound, that's deep, that's important, that's expressing my realities? You guys wanted it in 30 seconds, right? So I totally feel that. But then when Steel Curtain says, oh, you need to watch some of his videos, I go and it's like a 3-hour stream and I'm like, oh, I don't want to watch it. Right. So I get it. I get it on both sides. I understand how my subscribers feel. Mm-hmm.
I was thinking, like, you know how Joe Rogan does his, where he puts out excerpts. I mean, I wouldn't know how to do this. I'm not an editor or whatever, but you go in and you watch you rewatch your video, mm-hmm. and then you pull out segments and you rebrand those segments. It's just one session, but you could ultimately put out, 10 videos. It's the same conversation, but they're different segments of the conversation. So one could be the conversation about Joe Peterson. Another one could be a segment about, dating men and women. Another one could be, but because you do have multiple segments within this one 4-hour, 44-minute. I mean, exactly right. Actually, and save yourself time if you knew how to. I mean, I don't know how to, so I'm not saying it would be easy.
I feel you. I feel you. And I've thought about it. The only thing is that I don't really like the way, if you look at the stream right now, I don't really like the way it looks with the 4 people. I like the Joe Rogan, the way that looks, because it's just 2 people and it looks more. But sometimes I have 5 or 6 people up here talking. Like, I wouldn't want to watch a video that started off like that. It's just not appealing to me. But I do agree with you that that's certainly the way to do it. And other people have recommended that same thing. So I think you're exactly right. I should just, and actually I started, guys. I haven't promoted this at all. So please don't go over and look at it. But I don't even know if I started it or not. But I actually got another channel. It's called Lead Attorney Lives or something like it. Please, guys, don't put it in the chat. Don't go over there. But because I was trying to figure out what to do with these damn live streams, because it was really, I would put up a live stream that would, be 5 hours. And then I don't know. I don't want to rehash it all. But yeah, I need to think about it. So, no, well, listen, thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate your points. And I'm sorry about all the technical problems that we were having, but I'm glad that we got you on here.
Oh, I just appreciate your patience. So thank you.
No problem. Thank you so much. All right, we got the Black Pepper in the house. The Black Pepper, I always see you in the comments section. I think this might be the first time that you come up. Is that right? Can you hear me, Black Pepper? Black Pepper? You might be muted. You are muted. Can you hear me?
Hi, Lead Attorney. Can you hear me?
Yes. Listen, thank you so much for all of your great comments and support. It's great to have you up here. I think this is your first time, right?
Thank you. Well, this is my second time.
Second time. Well, I'm so glad that you were here. Thank you. So what do you think about all this, Black Pepper? Black Pepper, I can't say.
Well, you know what? Jordan Peterson is a psychology professor, and he's also a clinical psychologist. I had a practice here, and when his social media popularity began to rise, he just kind of, settled down to that practice. So his perspective is not only as a Christian man that has been married for decades to the same woman, but also as a clinical psychologist who used to counsel those people. And my understanding is the point that he was trying to make is that, if you're going to get married, it is a commitment and you got to put in the work. And I know a lot of people that are divorced. I think I meet way too many separated and divorced men. And it's just always the same thing. Whenever I ask, or they tell me, I don't ask, the reason why you got a divorce, it was just always because they just didn't want to put in the work anymore. They didn't want to put in any effort. And I don't think that the effort was ever really there.
That's what the guy said?
That's what they all say. Like they just don't want to put in the effort anymore. Or they're
wait, hold on. And just to be clear, you're saying that you talked to guys and the guys said that they didn't want to get married anymore, that they divorced because they didn't want to put the effort in anymore?
It was just too much work to make the wife happy, and she's just never, as you mentioned, just never really content.
Oh,
The
well,
love is lost, and they're just
That's
there for
something
the
total.
kids.
Wait. Hold on now. Hold on. Now that's totally different. That's totally different, right? Yes. For a man to say that he didn't want to put in the work to the man saying that, the wife was never happy, those are two totally different things. So I think,
No,
you
not. I
are.
wouldn't say ever.
What's that?
I'm
And
not
that's
going
why
to
I
say
wanted to
the word
press you
never
on it,
happens.
because listen, I've dealt with this for so long.
Uh-oh.
Like I'm just saying, I've dealt with this
Me
for so
too.
long that I can hear it. I can hear it. So when you say that all these guys are saying they got divorced because they didn't want to put in the work, that's not accurate. But if you say that all these guys are getting divorced because they're saying that these women find themselves unhappy and they can't make them happy, now that could very well be true.
It seems like they both don't want to put in the work. The wife does not want to dress up anymore for him. She doesn't cook anymore. All the attention is on the kids and her career.
Mhm.
And he has nothing to do. He's bored. He doesn't want to take the effort to find any hobbies or make any friends, and doesn't feel respected within the household. But it's because he's not putting any effort. It's this competition for, who leads the household, right? And so the love just is lost. And the thing is, when I speak to these guys, and this whole Kevin Samuel thing is very new to me. It's not something that I could listen to because I just don't know anybody that thinks like that. Like his definition of high value man. I mean, I know a lot of not high net worth men, and that's completely different. They just don't listen to any of those talking points. But a lot of these men think, okay, you know what? I make $100,000 a year, which is not a lot of money in my area. And, I want a model pretty much. I want a model chick, but I don't want to put in any effort in it at all. And I've had friends say that to me exactly that way. I don't want to put in any effort at all. I just want a really hot blonde to do whatever
Are
to
you
me.
you're telling me that men are saying that they don't want to put in any effort at all?
Because they're
Men, and let me just
tired.
ask men in the chat.
Absolutely.
Like, wait. Let me ask men in the chat because maybe I'm wrong, right?
Tell a
All right,
lie. Really?
men in the chat.
Does this person
Wait,
know me
hold.
personally?
Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just talking to you. I'm not looking in the chat, but I'm saying, men in the chat, does it resonate with you that other men are telling men, I don't want to put in any effort? Like that's really not even the way that men talk.
No. Let me try to kind of get back to that. I'm not saying that I'm not a man, I'm a woman. So I'm talking about in my discussions with people that I know, in candid discussions, because I'm sick.
But are you talking to men or women? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No. So women, the women definitely, they've put in the effort and they just don't really want to put in that effort anymore. They don't feel as though it's being reciprocated. And there's just no love there. They're just there for the kids. But I have had men say, you know what? I don't really want to put in any effort at all. This is how I am. And that's it. I mean, I'm sure that you have clients that, have put in the effort and they just want to get back out there. And I am not going to deny that that is your experience. But I'm just telling you about my experience. When I meet men that are freshly divorced, they definitely do not want to put in any effort. They don't want to impress me. They're very aggressive. They haven't evolved from the ways that they were within their marriage that led to their divorce anyway. And that's just my experience. Again, your experience in your clients and things like that is your experience, and I can't deny that, but that's my experience. I don't see the effort there. And it's just from exhaustion, right? They don't feel that they have to do anything because of this whole high value man thing. I don't have to really put in any effort. I earn a lot of income. I have a car that's paid off. I just want a woman that is a model and who is, in shape and is, 5 foot and things like that. That is what I hear. It's not
5 foot? Are men looking at what? That's like me, right? I didn't know I had competition out here fighting for the 5 foot women out here.
No,
So you're saying,
but they.
Where are you at? Are you in Canada, or where are you at?
Yeah, I'm in Canada,
Okay.
but that's pretty much what I hear. I know a lot of men that that are happily married and they're constantly putting in effort, and they're just like what Jordan Peterson said. It's just a lot of work. But a lot of people just don't really want to put in that effort anymore. You have online dating that makes things easy and more people accessible to you. So you really don't need to put in that much effort in dating as well, right? But if you want a successful, long-living marriage, it's a lot of work, and that's the advice that we would get from our grandparents. How did you manage to stay married for 50 years? Man, it was a lot of work, it was a lot of sacrifice, it was a lot of compromise, but it was worth it. But you don't hear couples talking like that anymore, do you? They're divorcing after 2 years, after 3 years, and they're just tired. But things have changed as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's my take. I think that people just, they don't really want to put in that much effort anymore. And I get it. We're just tired.
Okay, so
and especially with the pandemic. Mm-hmm.
I think I understand what you're saying. So what you're saying is when they're married, right? And then they get divorced. And then after they're divorced, when they hit the dating scene and they date you, they don't want to put in effort.
Not me. So I'm not dating. So I'm just talking about just when I was dating, definitely when I met divorced, separated men, that pretty much, the effort, the courting, the ability to do the courting and things like that, they did not want to put that effort in. They never had to really do it. These are people that are coming out of 20-year marriages, right? They never really had to put in that much effort when they married their high school sweetheart.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
When they're back on the scene, they're not really understanding that, a lot of women, they want some effort into that. And it's not about, paying all the bills and things like that. And I see some guys in the comments commenting about stuff like that, about having bills paid and things like that. But women at a certain age, they're not looking for that. They're looking for companionship and stability, right? And
so if all women are looking for is companion and stability, then what effort is needed?
You need to be willing to offer that stability. Right?
Well, companion and stability, what effort is needed? Because somebody asked about this. Somebody said, what effort is she talking about? So you're saying that women are looking for effort, and then you said they're looking for companionship and stability. So what effort is involved in that?
It depends on the individual. Like, for example, I love to travel. I travel quite a bit. And a lot of guys just are not into that. They're not into traveling. They're not into going to museums. They're not into going out to dinner. They're just not into things like that. They're not into going to social events. They don't want to put in that effort.
Let's be honest. Most men have never been into going to museums. Can we be honest? Or can we not be honest?
That's actually, I know guys that have season tickets to the opera. I mean, it just depends on what your circle's like.
I know guys who have season tickets to Disneyland. All right, but
me too. I also know those guys too.
Right, but here I think even Kevin Samuels talks about this, where you talk about the few, right? And women always want to bring up the few. But I think if we can be honest and talk about just general men in general, right? They're really not. How many times do men in general go to a museum a year? Not with a woman. They're usually going because of a woman, right? So like you're asking men to. But I hear what you're saying, and listen, really, to defend you, I think that you are absolutely right in a lot of ways, because if you have a man, you said men coming out of marriages married 20 years. If you have a man who's been married 20 years, and let's say he's 45, all right, 45, 46, and a 45, 46-year-old man is not going to hit the dating scene and start putting out all this effort like he would have at 23. I think most men in the chat would agree with that. A man at 45, 47 years old, man, he's been there and he's done that. So really, like, are your expectations a little bit skewed because you're not realizing what this man is at his stage in his life? He's not 23 anymore. Are you expecting him to put forth the same effort at 23, at 43 at 47 that he was?
Oh no, I'm not even putting the same effort that I put in at 23. Right?
Well, that's the
thing.
A lot
of guys at that age as well, they don't communicate, right? They don't really communicate, and that's another thing as well. So for my divorced female friends, the issue is always communication, right? And when you're dealing with guys that have been married for so long, they don't really want to talk. They just want to watch TV, play games, focus on their work and things like that. And they're just not really, you gotta be flexible on both sides. Definitely, if somebody has been married for a long time and they're just kind of getting into the dating world, and they need time to adjust to what is going out, in the world, as it is today. And a lot of guys just kind of jump in and they don't try to adjust. They just want to jump in, and they have a lot of high expectations, right? Are you in a position to attract those, what is it, a FBI or a CBC, or I don't know what it is.
Mhm.
Like, can they attract somebody? Like, are they in a position to attract somebody like that? A lot of women I know are not really interested in how much a man earns. And a lot of the men that I know, they don't really care about how much money a woman makes as well, right?
Wait, you're saying that the women are not interested in how much a man earns? Is that what you
Usually
just said?
earn more. Not really, because they're either on par or they earn more anyways.
So if you think if a woman earns more, then she's not concerned about how much the man makes?
Okay, so I can just say that
Is anybody hearing this? Like you said, and listen, this is not a shot at you because I really believe that you feel this way, Black Pepper. I really do.
No. Okay, so I'm just talking about my experience, what I see in my day-to-day life. You have clients, I have clients. My female clients usually earn much more than the male clients, right? So,
but even if they do
and
earn
just
more,
as my friends as well, they usually.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. But no. But it depends on, again. So for me, anyways, most of the people I know are earning over 100,000, 150,000, 200,000, right? So if the wife is earning 200,000 and the husband is earning 150,000, it's not a deal breaker. It's not a big deal, right? So I'm not 20 years old. So what women are looking for as we get older is just different. We're not looking for a man to pay all the bills and, buy us cars and things like that. It's just not something that a lot of women are looking for as they get older. They're just looking for stability, trust, and companionship.
Yeah, if she's making if she's making 200,000 and he's making 150, I can see her being like, oh, and she's old, right? Because if she's old, what are her options really? Even if she is making 200,000, if she can find a man that loves her.
What's old to you? What's old to you?
How old are these women that you're talking about? I was
I'm
assuming
talking
that you
about
were
women
thinking like
between 30, I'm going to say 40 and 50.
That's what I'm saying. If you have a 50-year-old woman who's making 200,000, like I don't know. I don't. A man is not gonna. I'm not sure how much effort you want a man to put into it. And this is gonna sound bad, guys. This is gonna sound bad.
I want to hear it.
I'm just not sure what type of effort that you're looking for when a man who's been married, let's say 20 years, gets divorced, and now he's dating some 50-year-old woman. Like what I don't know. I don't know. They
hang out. But you know what? Like I'm not. That's not my expectation. I'm just relaying to you what my experience is in those conversations, right? So, I mean, again, if your experience is different, wonderful. But that's my experience. The effort's just not there like it used to be, and that's why people are getting divorced.
Well, let me say though, you say the effort's not there like it used to be, but then you yourself said you're not putting forth the effort like you used to.
I'm not dating, so I'm not in that dating world. So yeah, you're right. I'm not putting in any effort because I'm not dating. I'm not actively dating at this point, right? So you're right. Definitely, I'm not.
Okay.
Right.
All right. No. Hey. Yeah. Sweet. Okay. Let me get some of these super chats. Give me 1 second here. We got Jay Rizzle. Thank you so much, Jay Rizzle. Jay Rizzle always supporting your boy. What does Jay Rizzle say? After a divorce, a man is red pill. They are not playing games with women anymore. Facts. At that point, it's all business. The caller sounds like she needs a dog. A successful man doesn't do those activities. I mean, it's true that, especially after a divorce, a man can be so just disappointed in kind of how things are going. Yeah, I mean, if we're going to be honest, it can absolutely be a phase because, a lot of the system is not fair. And women might not see the same bitterness because they're not affected by the unfair system in the same way. Right? But, unfairness can absolutely cause bitterness. And there's no shame in it. So, you know, if you want a man who's just come out of an unfair system, how much effort do you want him to put forth? Especially to 50-year-old women. Right? It's, I mean, just taking a realistic view of it. It's a little, I don't know. But yeah, I hear you. Got John Guillory. My man John Guillory in your house. Thank you so much. What does John say? John says, salute to lead. Yes, women don't care about what a man makes unless you can't get what they want. This is actually, I never thought about it in these exact words, but I guess that's exactly right. They don't, if you can get a woman what she needs financially, then why does she care what you make? I never thought about it like that in that sentiment, but I like that. I like that. Shout out to John, man, being poetic in this mug. I like that. Jay again. What's Jay Rizzle saying? Thank you, Jay, man. You be supporting your boy. Thank you, Jay. Jay says, the caller is clearly lost. There are very, very few women in this country that aren't concerned about a man's salary. That's true. Also, high-value men aren't checking for a 50-year-old, especially after divorce. Come on. I mean, Jay Rizzle's right. Jay Rizzle's right. But again, you know, the problem, and we've seen this a lot and during this stream, is that women see things one way, and there's a lot of value to the way that they see things, but they can't really see our perspective very clearly. And I'm sure it's vice versa. And this, we actually started it off with Patrice, who's awesome, and she sees things really clear in general. But what did Patrice say? Patrice was like, oh, you know, well, my man, you know, he was my husband, he was just content, and he was just, you know, he didn't want to do anything. But then, you know, 5 minutes later, she says, oh, he was intimidated by the fact that I earned more. And I was always telling him to get a better job and to go back to school. But he was intimidated. And women will say this all the time, not knowing that men aren't intimidated. She just said that the guy was cool. He was relaxed. She was the one that had a problem that she earned more than him. She was the one that wanted him to go back to school. She was the one that wanted him to keep moving. He was fine with the whole thing. And so you'll hear women say, oh, you know, men are intimidated by me. They're intimidated by my power. They're intimidated by my job. Man, man, I don't know. I from what I see, we don't care. The people who care about the jobs are the women. The people who are telling you to go back to school are the women. The people that are telling you to ask for that promotion are the women. The people that are telling you to work that overtime is the women. Like, lose your job and then wait 2 days. Give me 1 second. Lose your job and then wait 2 days and see in 2 days. Just give your woman 2 days. Have her come home and ask you, did you apply for a job? Right? Like in 2 days, and then every single day thereafter, she's gonna give you 1 day where she come home and you sitting on the couch. That very next day, did you apply for a job? The next day after that, have you heard anything? The next day after that, oh, what all places did you apply? Right? It's the women. Like when we say, oh, well, we don't care how much you make. I don't know. Let me get Calvin here. What does Calvin say? And thank you again, Calvin. Jesus. Calvin says, when you're married and don't have kids, fun time. But once you have kids, that's when the real work begins. Things change overnight and fast. And that's true. And that's not necessarily the woman's fault. Kids are just so disruptive, especially if they're infants, and they're going to disrupt everybody's life. They're going to be screaming at 2 a.m. You got to go to work. You got a presentation. These infants don't care. But I've already talked to them about, you know, videos about how priorities change, and a man can look up and find himself, you know, being number 4 on the priority list real quick when those 3 kids come out. So, I mean, I think Calvin is exactly right. That's when stuff gets real, when you got, you know, 3 or 4 kids. Oh man, Mario World, man. I don't even know what to say. You got me speechless. Thank you so much. Cannot tell you what your support means to me. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Mario says, all Kevin is saying is that a woman that has, I'm just going to mute you right quick, Black Pepper, because I hear some background noise. All Kevin is saying is that a woman that has children and no job, that is a 6 in the looks department, would might have a better chance if she didn't go for the CEO of Costco. Stop bypassing the diesel mechanic. God, and is there any man on earth that would disagree with this? But is there any woman on earth that would agree? I mean, do women agree to this statement for men? And again, we can. I know I'm always trying to be unbiased, guys. But let me be honest. If I take off this thing right here and I take off this tie, I'm just a man underneath, right? Every single man in the chat is going to agree with what Mario just said. But I want to know if every single woman is going to disagree, because the women that call up on Kevin's channel, the vast majority of them at least, they disagree with this statement. But every single man sees it as the truth. Just like every single man saw through Derek Jackson's BS the instant he put out his very first video. Every single man was like pandering, right? Even if we're not going to talk bad about him, every single man knows he's pandering. But women don't see it. Women do not see that man as pandering. So it's interesting the things, and I'm sure that there are things that women see that men don't. So it's just interesting to me to see the things that men see that see so clearly that women just never, ever, ever see. So again, shout out to Mario. Mario, you've been so generous, man. You touched me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mario World. Really, really do. Your generosity is amazing. And your comment here is just, I mean, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. So I totally agree with you. What is a different shade of purple? Shout out to a different shade of purple. Says it's not about money, it's about respect. Yeah. I mean, I agree with this. But then women are like, well, how can we respect you if you don't have any money? All right. And it's a fair point, because I think most men have a role that is of a provider role. Right. That's part of what you bring to the table as a man. You're going to be the protector. You're going to be a provider. And based on that protection and provision, providing, you get respect. But how much respect can you command if you don't have any money? How much respect can you command if you are not a provider? I thought you were here to provide and you're not providing. So where does the respect come from? Right. I think that's what they say. Me playing devil's advocate. But, it's an argument. It is an argument. So. It's something. Did I get all of them? Okay. I think we got them all. All right. We have James Jackson. Can you hear me, James?
Yo.
Yes, Steel Curtain. He's exactly right. Lose your job, see what happens. All these women are like, oh, women don't care about your job. Women don't care about your money. Lose your job. And see on the second day if they didn't ask you, did you find a job? Shout out to Steel Curry. He doesn't agree with everything I say, but I agree with 100% of the stuff this man says. All right, James Jackson, thank you for being so patient. What do you think about all this? Can you hear me?
Oh man, yeah. Oh yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I can.
Your sound is pretty low. Is there a way that you can? Raise the volume? Oh my God! Did I do this?
Any better? No.
That's not really.
No.
Yeah, that's a little better. It sounds a little staticky, but try that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I just wanted to make, I guess, clarify kind of the Kevin Samuels, what was it? High men having exercising their options. It really wasn't even about like wanting to. Okay, I'll put it to you like this: for a guy to even become high value, and I'm just gonna give my definition of high value. Like, okay, you're born. You either have a father or don't, but you definitely have your mother. You grow up. You go to college or you get a trade. You probably get $100K. Either way, you're making six figures through the grace of God. You're grace of God. You're also 6 feet tall, right on the dot. Just right on the dot. You're 6 feet. What else? You have a car, a crib. What else? And just and you're charismatic, or at the least, a lot of people don't even have social. A lot of guys don't even have like social cues, like locked down that well yet. But like, let's just say women want you to be like the most charismatic guy in the room. So that's there right there. So when you get to that point of like, all right, I'm a high value guy, you're working this hard to even become like you're describing the 10%, top 5% of guys. You're working so hard to probably on your business, probably on 3 or 4 of your different businesses and investments and probably even sourcing, because that's how you're probably, if you're this type of guy, to even maintain this type of lifestyle or to even get to this point, you're sourcing. You're like always constantly evaluating and cost balancing things. So you're like, yeah, you're sourcing your wife. You're in kind of, and I wish Linda or Lisa was here for a second ago, because like I guess she was kind of getting at a point where he was saying like he was kind of making it about like people's. Oh, well, to wrap my point up, high value guys don't. I think it's tricky because when you're growing up as a guy in general, first, like you want to be in a relationship, or like, and you're told that like, oh yeah, one woman or like a monogamous relationship is kind of the way that things are, as well as like you should kind of feel bad for cheating or stepping out on your girlfriend. Like, but here's the thing. There's nobody kind of tells you that like at a certain point, like you, like, I don't want to be like vulgar, but just new pussy or like just new like is something that like is something that you can't even, it's not even that necessarily enough to break you away from somebody that you love, but it's just something that really makes people, or that makes guys specifically, just want to see something new, if that makes sense. It's really as simple as that. And to get back to the point of what I was just saying with the high value guys exercising the options, 9 times out of 10, they're not even gonna be caring about women or caring about getting it like that to the point where they're even focused on it. Like they're focused on their businesses and focused on their investments and focused on maintaining the lifestyle for their wife and family and kids and hopefully not trying to deal with the BS of all of it. So it's like, but here's the thing, guys are guys, whether they're working at a McDonald's or whether they're like Jeff Bezos, like a guy is gonna at some point want to see something new. And it's just kind of like, once you kind of understand that and not kind of feel ashamed for it, not, don't get me wrong, like I'm not speaking for all guys. Some guys are straight arrowed monogamous or meet a girl and that's the perfect girl for them, but everybody isn't, a fairy tale story. So it kind of just like, when you kind of realize that a little bit along the lines, that like, oh yeah, it's okay to kind of just like, or at least Kevin Samuels at least like, open my eyes enough to like that, at least on paper, or at least somebody saying it out loud, that like, oh yeah, like this is just how it's always kind of been. You just kind of like, nobody's talking about it, but yeah, that was really just clarifying. And he probably comes from it from an angle of like, being I forgot what his job is, but a person that judges people like looks and whatnot. So he's probably coming from that angle, but it's coming from a place of like, I think people who are moving too fast, men and women, they when you're moving too fast, nobody can tell you anything. And I think a lot of the women who call onto this show are subject of that. They're moving too fast. He kind of telling you like, hey, look, slow down your roll, look around and see where you at. And sometimes, and I usually coming from a place of like, you feel me, like just kind of telling them like, yeah, slow down, because you're kind of, we can kind of tell somebody's moving too fast from just looking at them and how they're coming off. But he's telling you slow down, as well as think about your place in, like you said, like the relative dating scene of it all, So it's like, and here's the thing, it's an honest truth. Like guys can look at themselves and like, you can know, if you're a guy that is out of your friend group that's getting all the girls, and you feel me, like, if it's been like this since you were younger, but, and if you can potentially get into that group. But like, yeah, it's kind of harder to explain that to women that like, oh yeah, like I the point I was trying to get to. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I appreciate that. I don't really know much about Kevin Samuels stuff. I know this brother is killing it down here in Atlanta. So shout out to Kevin Samuels. So I appreciate you giving like a summation of kind of his points, because we really need. I just don't know much about it. All right, first let me shout out Lance Brown. Thank you so much. He said they respect Pookie by giving him children. Yeah, and Pookie is the type of guy that's going to demand respect. A lot of men don't demand respect. A lot of men just kind of ask for it, and they don't get it. Let me shout out Let me shout out Raven, our 4-7, our 4-7 Raven. What does Raven say? It says, I said, lead attorney, I said, T.I. and Tidy are the same parents that force their daughter to be a femcel in the name of morals and values, yet they got no morals of bam. They got no morals or values themselves. Wow, how old is their daughter? Is when you say a femcel, does that just mean that they are forcing her to be basically a virgin until she gets married? Is that what a femcel means? What's a femcel? I don't even know if femcells are really. I mean, you have to be like a 1 to be a femcel, and even then, a man can be a 5 in an incel in some places, but it's hard for a woman to be a femcel. I don't know what we're talking about. Oh, she's an adult. Raven says, well, she's 18. I don't know. That's borderline. That's borderline. Femcells is a strong word, I think, for an 18-year-old. Blanca says she's 18. All right, we got Ray Alexander. What does Ray say? Ray says, without healthy, stable marriages, we can normatively raise academically and economically competitive children to succeed. Can we normatively raise academically and economically competitive children to succeed in advanced modern society? Without healthy, stable marriages, can we? Absolutely. Absolutely, guys. We don't need healthy, stable relationships to raise academically and economically competitive children. And what you're going to find, and this is such an interesting comment, and I appreciate it. What you're going to find, guys, that academically and economically competitive children, so many times, the vast majority of times, they're born. All right, this is genetics. Some children have more horsepower, more mental horsepower than other children. Speaking of Jordan Peterson used to teach at Harvard, and he was talking about the children, the 18-year-olds, not children, 18-year-olds that go there. And he was like, listen, some of these 18-year-olds, a third of them, you would explain something to them and they would get it. They would just get it. And they would apply what you explained to other areas that you didn't even understand. And then some of the 18-year-olds, another third, you would explain something to them and they would have to work hard, and they would work hard and they would grasp it. And he said the other third, the top third, you would barely even finish your explanation, and they saw the whole thing. They saw the whole thing. There are just smart people, and smart people are generally born, right? This is a genetics type of thing. And if you're smart, Elon Musk, he could have came from a healthy relationship, or he could have came from a broken home. He was going to be smart either way. I saw an interview. They asked Elon Musk, they said, at what age did you realize that you were different? At what age did you realize, was it in college? Was it in high school? What age did you realize that you were just smarter than everybody else, to be honest? And he looked at the guy and he said, 5. I was 5. Right? I mean, you are going to be healthy. I mean, you're going to be academically and economically competitive if you've just got the horsepower. Now, will a stable environment help? Yes, a stable environment will help. And will a healthy marriage help? Yes. But let me tell you, I was academically and I don't know what economically competitive. I don't know what I wasn't really economically competitive, I suppose, because I was lower class. And I grew up without a father, but I was academically competitive. And the fact that I didn't have a father in the home, I just feel like that didn't hold me back. And I know a lot of black men, I'm down here in Atlanta, guys, and there are a lot of black men in Morehouse who are economically or academically competitive, science, all this STEM stuff, all these mathematics. And so many of those brothers, those 18-year-old brothers, 20-year-old brothers, 21-year-old brothers didn't grow up with a man in the home. So if you ask me, will a stable home help and a healthy marriage help? Yeah, I give it to you, Ray. I'll give it to you. It'll help. But it's not the biggest factor, in my opinion. The biggest factor, in my opinion, is just, are you smart? If you are smart, you're going to be academically competitive. If you are crossing your fingers that a stable marriage is going to get you to Yale, or going to get you to a Stanford or a Cornell or even a UGA, right? If it takes a stable marriage just to get you there, you're probably not gonna stay there long, right? You just have to have it. You have to have the mental horsepower to get you there. That's how I feel about it. I don't know how you guys feel about it. Thank you, Ray. That's a great point. But I think to answer your question, yes. Can without healthy, stable marriages, can we normatively raise academically and economically competitive children to succeed in advanced modern economy? Yes. Yes, in my eyes, you absolutely can. And this is coming from a divorce attorney. I've seen a lot. All right, so thank you, Ray. We got Greg O. Greg O. Thank you so much, Greg O. What does Greg O say? They've painted themselves into a corner because if you make more money, you're paying out when they divorce you. Men are getting wise to the rules. Yeah. I totally agree with this, and then I disagree with it too. And I agree with it. What I was going to say is men are getting wise to the rules, but then you got all these men saying prenups don't work. So how wise are we getting? But you're exactly right that the more money you make, the more money they will take, period. If there's a big disparity, if you're making 200,000, but she's making 200,000, it's cool. And if you get a raise to 300,000, but she also get a raise to 200,000, even though you're making more money, it's fine. The problem is, guys, if you're making 90,000 and she's making 14, you're in trouble. You are in trouble. You know, you thought it was all good when you got her out the Foot Locker. She worked in 6 years and you're making 105, and she hasn't worked in 6 years and she got 2 kids. Please, you're in trouble. Yes. We got JJ, a new member. I think he's a foreman. I love getting foremen of the jury. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate the support, JJ. Really, really do. Thank you. Thank you, JJ. I really appreciate it. We got one more, right? Oh yeah, here we go. Got John, big John Giller again. Thank you, John. Thank you. What does John say? Here we go. I love when a question starts off like this. Why do white men start it off? John just come out gun blazing. Why do white men get more respect from their women and they make 10K more than blacks, but only 9% of the population makes over 10,000? So the issue can't be money, really. All right, I'm going to tell you guys something, and it's going to go against what you guys might hear, but that's because, well, you guys hear usually when questions like this are coming from brothers in the red pill space and in the black pill, in the manosphere, but you guys don't have any visibility really into white divorces. That's what I got. I got a lot of visibility into white divorces. I've done more white divorces than black divorces. Now, of course, if you think about it for 5 seconds, that makes absolute sense because black people were only 13% of the population. This comment has a huge assumption that a lot of people make in the black community, and it is just not true. It is just not true. This whole thing about why do white men get more respect for their women? It's a different type of disrespect. You know, it might not be all of the head shaking and it might not be all of the snapping, fair enough. But white men get disrespected and punked out on a daily basis by these white women. And they'll tell you a lot of these white men, they haven't had any oral pleasure in 5 years, 7 years. And the guy's just resigned to it. He's not even going to divorce her. Like, I have seen inside of white marriages, and it would shock you. It would definitely shock anyone who feels this way. But of course, in the black community, we're always thinking that the grass is greener, and it is a different level. I mean, it's a different type of disrespect, but it's the disrespect where, you know, these white women will talk bad about their white husbands at dinner parties in front of everybody, in front of company, you know, and just dog them out. And the guy, you know, is like, well, you know, what am I going to do? You know how Sally is, especially when she starts drinking. What am I going to do? Right. But this is an assumption that's pretty common, but I have seen it in my practice. I do not think that this is really borne out. There is a ton of disrespect between white women and white men in marriages, a ton, right? And so I think a lot of people these divestors, when they go out and get with other races and they feel, especially the black to white thing. Now you can say, why is it that black men experience one type of relationship with black women, and then they go down to Brazil and it's a different thing? Fair enough. You got me there, John. If you talk about, black women versus Brazilian women, black women versus Dominican women, black women versus Colombian women. But if you say black women versus white women, I don't know about that at all. I've done too many white divorces and I've seen too many bad things over 20 years. So I would be very hesitant. I couldn't agree with that. There's just so much disrespect, and some of the disrespect is amazing. I can tell you some stories. It's absolutely amazing. Some of the things that these white women do to these white men. It's crazy. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel about that. Big John again, Jesus. Thank you, John. What does John say? One issue with black men and black women is that they don't see an example of good marriage, so it's really hard for them to emulate it or know how to create it. Just saying facts. Facts. Absolutely agree with John about this. Absolutely agree. Totally agree with John. I think you're absolutely right. Got big Mario Whirl. What does Mario say? Mario, please don't send me more money, man. You supported me so much. You supported me so much. I'm so appreciative. Thank you. What does Mario say? Mario says, shake my head. No oral that a white man need to use some of his. Wait, what? Shake my head. No oral. That white man need to use some of his opinions, some of his options, right? Yeah. Listen, guys, a lot of white men don't have options. This is going to surprise you. And a lot of white men who have options do not want to use them. A lot of white men, they are more blue pill than blue pill black men. Let me tell you guys this. I'm not sure if you guys have thought about this in terms of black men and white men, because we always see it. You take the most blue pill black man, and for every super simp blue pill black man, I can find you 10 blue pill white men that are bluer. You guys have no idea how blue some of these white men can be. Where even a blue pill black guy would be like, okay, you Shaquita, you taking advantage now. Shaquita, you taking advantage now. A blue pill white guy will never see it. Will never. What my boy TK is, how said navy blue. I love that. I should have said that. Navy blue. It is amazing to me, just as a man. And I've seen everything, guys. But sometimes a white guy will come into the office and he'll retain us, and I'll start talking about him, about his case and what he's got going on. And, in my head, I'm like, oh yeah. But inside, I'm like the brothers would not. The brothers would not tolerate this, right? They would not tolerate this. So you guys might not see that, but I like to put my little nuggets into the manosphere, into the red pill community, and I will tell you that there's no one bluer pill. There's no man bluer pill than a white man. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, because they can be so moral and so religious, and so it's the passion that they feel about certain morals, right? It's not just because they're idiots. It's not that. But just the way that they were raised, and they're just steeped in this tradition and this heritage. And so it's not a shot at white men, and it could absolutely, in other ways, it could work in their favor, but it does not work in their favor in divorce court. It does not. What does Jay Rizzle say? Thank you. Geez, Jay Rizzle. Thank you. Jay Rizzle says, can cohabitating turn into a common law marriage? Yes, especially in Texas. I was reading that common law marriage isn't enforced in the law in the U.S. Somebody's got there. Okay. I was reading that common law marriage isn't enforced in the law in U.S. That is incorrect. Now, have most of the states done away with common law marriage? Yes. Georgia still has common law marriage on the books, But for you to claim that your marriage is common law, you would have had to have been married, I think, before 1997. Right? So it's still on the books, but you had to be married a long time. You can't just get married today and then it turns into a common law marriage. But for example, in Texas, you can be deemed married in Texas, and you've cohabitated 3 days. Texas is hardcore. So can cohabitating turn into a common law marriage? This is a great question. And the answer, Jay Rizzle, is absolutely yes. It's going to depend on the jurisdiction. It's going to depend on the jurisdiction. It's going to depend on the state. I was reading that common law marriage isn't enforced in law in the U.S. That is absolutely incorrect. And, there's a lot of misinformation that's floating around, especially on the internet. And so this is thank you for asking me this question, because you gave me a chance to clear it up. That is absolutely incorrect. And there are places, the majority of places, let's be honest, the minority of places, but there still are whole jurisdictions where common law is on the books. Great question. We got Calvin Dickerson in the house. What is Jesus? You and Mario just embarrassing me. Thank you, Calvin. I appreciate it. Thank you. Calvin says, if you are an older man, you have to be very physically attractive and have a lot of money and game to pull a woman in their 20s. Men have to be realistic too. Yeah. Listen, I'm in my mid 40s and I can tell a difference. The women that I can remember the women that I would, even in my 30s, once you hit mid 40s, it's just like, okay, all right. And it's hard to get to 20-year-olds. Now, maybe it should be, because for a 45-year-old man, 44-year-old man, 47-year-old man to be dating a 21-year-old, that can get sketchy really quick. So maybe it's for our own benefit. But that's true. If a 22-year-old is dating a 43-year-old, what's it really about? So Calvin is absolutely right about that. Absolutely right. That is a great point. Great point. What is Hugh Hefner was pulling them. Yeah, Hugh Hefner. It was so weird. Hugh Hefner dated this girl for like 8 years, and she kept putting ultimatums, and he would be like, no, I'm not marrying. And she wanted, he talking about options, Hugh Hefner had options. She was like best friends with 2 other women, and they had their own show. So it was the 3 of them, and they were all doing things with Hugh, plus all of the other women in the Playboy Mansion. All right. So this woman was Hugh's number 1 girlfriend, and she kept pressuring him to get married. He was like, no. And she finally said, you know what? She finally had to stick to her guns, and she broke up with him. I'll be damned if 6 months later, this man wasn't married to another woman. It was the weirdest thing. How he had dated, I think her name was Holly. He had dated Holly for so long. It was Holly, Kendra, and somebody else. He had dated Holly for so long. And as a divorce attorney, I find this super interesting. He dated Holly for so long. Holly kept putting ultimatum. And, all her ultimatums were public because she wanted to really press him. She wanted to trap him. And he was like, hell no, I'm not getting trapped in a marriage. Are you crazy? And she said, fine. Broke up with him, moved out of the house. Not only did she break up with him, she moved out of the Playboy Mansion. And like 6 months later, the dude was married. It was such a weird thing. Shout out again to TKN. What does it say? Navy Blue Pill. I wish I would have thought of that. You're exactly right. Oh man, you're exactly right. Jay Cutler. I was actually going to do this live stream about the Jay Cutler situation, but shout out to Kathy. She gave me this idea instead. And I appreciate that, Kathy. What does John say? John says, I see your point. White men do get disrespected because really, when I think about it, all the feminist movements that have caused so many issues have come from their women. Yes. He says, so I stand corrected. And shout out to John for saying that. And actually, I really want to do that more, guys, too. I mean, guys, and I think John is just, whenever we get corrected, let's just call it out, right? You never see this in our community, everybody hollering at each other. And so I always really want to try to do that. And when I'm wrong and I make mistakes. I want to point it out. But I didn't even think about this because I just see the effects. I don't necessarily think about the causes all the time, but I think you put your finger on it. There is no feminist more feminist than a white woman. Is that a bad thing? Not necessarily, depending on who you are. This is not a shot at white women. But John is absolutely right. The most feminist is a white feminist. I mean, black women can try to be all as feminist as they want to be. Fine. However, whatever level you think you can get as a feminist black woman, a white woman will put you to shame. She will absolutely put you to shame. And a lot of these women have become feminists. Check this out, guys. This is what's going to hurt you, not you, them. A lot of these white women have become staunch feminists inside of their own marriage. Inside of their own marriage. And the guy's like, Sally, what are you gonna do with Sally? You know how Sally is. And you know, he hasn't had any physical contact with Sally in 6 years because she hates men. Guys, it's so deep. I think John put his finger exactly on it. Exactly on it. Shout out to John, because I think this is exactly right. No matter how, I mean, you show me a black feminist, a black woman that's a feminist, fair enough. But I can show you 10 white women that would put that black woman to shame. Like, it's not even, he's exactly right. He is exactly right. Shout out to John about that, because Jesus. I think that is the exact, I never really thought about it. Why I would see so many, but I think that's exactly right. Shout out to John. Thank you for the super chat as well. But that comment, I think, is extremely on point. We got technological chaos. Thank you so much. Technological chaos. You are in Africa, is that correct? Technological chaos is on it. This is a really smart brother. Really smart brother. Every time I have him on the stream, he's dropping real knowledge. Really, really smart. What does Stephanie say? Holly loved him. Maybe. I don't know. How can you love a man that's sleeping with your two best friends and then the 80 other women in the house? And he's like 40 years your senior. I think Holly, if you say so, Stephanie, but I'm not sure. Because again, if she loved him, why would marriage be the deal breaker? Like she'd been dating him for so long. If you love a man, why won't you just stay with him? Well, I mean, where is she going to go? I don't want to say that. I don't know. I haven't thought about Holly in a long time. You might be right, but I don't know. Well, I'll have to think about that a little bit more. But it would not occur to me that she was really in love with the dude. But yeah, thank you again so much, Technical Chaos. All right. Got Chief Cook in the house. Chief Cook, can you hear me? Chief Cook is a police officer. Are you in Louisiana? That was Al, right? Chief Cook, where are you a police officer at? I was about to say cop. Any police officers in the house, do you get offended by the word cop? Is that a good or bad thing? Chief Cook, I can't hear you. You're not muted. I just can't hear you. Can anybody hear Chief Cook? All right, here's what we do, Chief Cook. I'm going to remove you, and then you come right back in so we can get your audio straight. Okay? Oh, you removed yourself. Okay, come right back in. Got Big Dewey in the house. Big Dewey, baritone Dewey. Can you hear me, Big Dewey?
Hey, how's it going?
I am doing great. I haven't seen you in a while. You've been doing okay?
Yeah, man, I've just been working.
Excellent. Well, I'm not sure how long you've been on. What do you think about all of this about men and women in marriages? And, what's the reason for the marriage? Is it duty? Is it responsibility? Is it better that men are locked in, or is it better that we have an escape route? We've talked about a lot of things over these 5.5 hours. What do you think about all this?
Yeah, I haven't been here long. I think the main reason why I wanted to chime in, I apologize.
No, that wasn't for you. That was because the Steel Curtain said that I missed a super chat. I'll flip out when I miss super chat. Thank you, Steel Curtain. I appreciate. That's why Steel Curtain, man. Steel Curtain.
Go ahead and shut it out if you want to. I can be quiet.
No, you go ahead. Well, give me 1 second, because it might take me a minute to Oh, and I miss Greg O too. Shout out to Greg O. Greg O says, I'll marry Mia Lopez. Who is Mia Lopez? Oh, is she someone in here? I'll marry Mia Lopez. She makes more than I do. Okay, listen, Greg O got the priorities in line. Greg O's got the priorities in line. Give me 1 second. What did she? God, I missed so many super chats. What happened? John, what did John say? Oh, let me shout out. Give me 1 second. Let me do Greg O. Let me put some respect on my man's name. Greg O says, I'll marry Mia Lopez. She makes more than I do. Greg got he's got the priorities on deck. What did John say? John says, one issue with black men and black women is that they don't see an example of a good marriage. Oh, I read that one, right? I read that one. And how that? I'm sorry, guys. This whole stream has kind of been me just struggle streaming through it. All right. Unfortunately, and I really hate when I do this, guys. This is actually the worst. This is the worst thing that I do when I miss a super chat. So listen, thank you so much, Steel Curtain, for letting me know. Ray, if you can just write your super chat, write your comment in the comment. I will read it. I will absolutely read it immediately. And I apologize, Ray, especially you've been supporting your boy, man. So I appreciate it. So if you just write your comment in the comment section, I will absolutely read it. So I apologize, Ray, for that, and thank you again for all of your support. Let me get this one right here. What did Jay Rizzle, man, Jay Rizzle, thank you. You guys are killing me. Thank you. Jay Rizzle says, Governor Cuomo from New York is facing all kinds of heat from women accusing him of sexual misconduct. My question is, why do you think none of these women have filed any charges against him? Can the state bring charges against him? All right. First, let me say that I don't know anything about the sexual misconduct. If the misconduct was a crime, because I'm not sure if he's married or not. If these are just infidelities, then no, right? But if this is any type of prostitution or anything like that, any crime, then absolutely the state can bring charges. Why have none of these women filed any charges against him? Well, it could be because the stuff was consensual, all right? If it's consensual, what are you going to do? But if it's not consensual, listen, and this is what I've seen as an attorney representing women who've been victims of domestic violence. And we've seen it in the news. We've all seen it. Everyone's seen it. There are women who will be violated in some way on a Thursday night, and by Friday morning, they are in the police precinct, like telling exactly what happened. And they've already gone to the hospital. They've already taken the SANE examination, and they are on it immediately. Then there are also women who will be violated on a Thursday, and they will go to the police precinct 15 years later. 15 years later. Why? And it's just, the way people deal with trauma, there's just 1,000 reasons. It's so complicated. Some women wait on it because they just need time to mentally process what the hell happened. Some women wait on it because they're waiting to see if the guy comes into money. You see this a lot with athletes. They don't really think about it until they see the guy on the news, and they're like, look who's on the news. Look who has money. Right. Some women, again, it takes them a long time to process what happened. I mean, there's just so many reasons. So this is a great question. Why do women wait to bring charges? Why have none of the women filed charges? Again, it all depends on the individual woman, and it's really hard to blame, or it's hard to judge, because unless you know that particular woman's situation, I've seen it go both ways. So I'll say that. And then can the state bring charges against him? Absolutely. Now, what the state might do is turn it over to a special prosecutor, since he's the governor. And also the feds could pick it up as well if it's something serious. I need to look into that. So thank you so much, Jay Rizzle, for bringing that to my attention. I haven't heard anything about it. But I know that people have been trying to get Cuomo for a long time, especially with his handling of the Like, didn't it come out that, you know, all the pandemic stuff, but then there was some missing money or missing equipment, you know, stuff gets shady, guys. Stuff gets absolutely shady. Yes, I'm so sorry about that, Ray. Okay, is this what you said? I hope this is what you said. And if it's not what you said, just put put whatever you put, and I'll read it. And so, man, Ray, this is the worst. This is actually worse than, I don't know. I really felt bad, guys, about the sound going out, especially because I'm invested in trying to get all this stuff so you guys can hear me better. What does Ray say? Ray says, since married men out earn single men because of the marriage premium, are Black men's lower marriage rates limiting their economic advancement? No. No. And a lot of reasons, like, there are a lot of reasons why married men out earn single men. If that statistic is even correct these days, I'm not sure. But here's the thing, guys. If you are married and your wife is earning an income, then you have a backup income. When you have a backup, you can afford to take more risks, right? You really can. If you do not have a backup, if you don't have a safety net, then it's hard for you to really press for your promotions. It's hard for you to really press for these commission jobs where you can actually get paid more, you know, but you take on more risk. It's easier if you have a backup to be able to switch jobs. And studies have always shown that if you switch jobs, you know, every few years, you're going to make more money than if you had stayed in the same place usually. Because firms are going to have to keep meeting your rise in the marketplace. Whereas if you stay with the same firm, they don't have to give full actualization to your economic potential like a new company would have to. So are Black men's lower marriage rates limiting their economic advancement? No. And in fact, you know, if half of the marriages are ending in divorce anyway, and guys are getting screwed over in divorces, you know, does it even matter that a man is making 20% more in a marriage when in a divorce he loses 50% of his assets? It could be that the man who makes less, the single Black man who makes less, actually has more assets than the married man, because the married man is going to get divorced 50% of the time. And child support and alimony, man, I mean, that does so much damage on your net worth. So it could be that making a little less on the front end is actually more beneficial on the back end. I would need to look at the studies. This is interesting, but I do not think that marriage is limiting Black men's potential economic advancement. I don't buy into that. But thank you, Ray, for the super chat. And then again, if you wanted to ask something else, if that was not your comment, then just let's see. Then you can let me know. Married men sit atop of the wage ladder. Yeah. I think being married again provides you a safety net to make more moves. But you know, as a divorce attorney, I can tell you that these married men who might make, you know, because if you make more, how much more is it? 5%? 5% to me isn't even statistically significant. But let's say you make 20% more than a single man. That's a lot. But you're going to lose 50 of it in your divorce, and you're going to get divorced 50% of the time at least. So who's really coming out on top? Right? Who's really coming out on top? I think that's a great question, though. I think that's an absolutely great question. Who else we got? We got the man in the house. We got Donald J. Trump in the house. The former president of the United States. What does Donald J. Trump say? Trump says the state incentivizes women to destroy men, be that white or Black, thanks to feminism. They'll use the state to clue you to death on false accusations. There's so much in this comment, and there's so much right to it. There's so much right to it. There is absolutely incentive. The state incentivizes women in certain ways that do not help families, white or Black. It's true. And consequently doesn't help men. Feminism is a huge part. Feminism and the state kind of go hand in hand. That's true. They'll use the state to club you to death. That is absolutely true. The state will get you in ways that the woman just never could on her own. And false accusations, absolutely. Men get slammed with false accusations all the time. And when they're proved to be false, nothing happens to the woman. A lot of you may disagree, but I've been practicing for 20 years and I've seen it. So, I mean, you can disagree on your theory, but I've just seen it in practice. I represented women who've lied on the stand about their allegations in temporary protective orders. And the judge will say, I don't think I don't really find you credible. I found some inconsistencies in your story. I found some contradictions, to be honest, in what you're saying. So I don't think you're telling the truth. So I'm not going to grant the temporary protective order. Okay, y'all have a good day. What the hell do you mean y'all have a good day? I was kicked out of my house for a month. I had to go stay with my brother for a month. Now she gets up on the stand and judge, you see that she's lying. So you don't grant the TP. Okay, I won, but then my brother kicked me out and now I was staying at the Motel 6 like for 7 days. Who's going to reimburse me for all of that money, all of that inconvenience, living with my brother and then the Motel 6? Yes, sir. I said good day. Right? Where's the disincentive to lie? I mean, Calvin, don't even get me started. I've seen so much, man. You're exactly right. You're exactly right, Calvin. But you always are. You always are. All right. I think we got that. And all right. So Big Dewey, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
All right. Yes. So what do you think about all this, Big Dewey?
Man. Okay, so the main thing that I wanted to come online and say was, kind of add on to the comment that I made earlier in the super chat. What I was talking about, of course I do understand that, somebody has to make some type of money and not necessarily going to be respected, especially as a man, if you're not bringing anything into a relationship. But I was just kind of, but also what you said, I'm kind of in agreement. And I think it's the way a lot of men feel. I don't think men truly care about a woman that says has more education and makes more money. The question is are they going to be respected? I think that's the big major thing. I think that especially when I talk to more guys and hopefully when I create my next channel here, and I'm trying to do a lot of work, but I also been working on my main job. I'll be able to have an interview on that channel of someone who has been married and who actually went MGTOW. I think that's it's important to have people to talk about their experiences and everything like that.
Yes.
In addition to the issues in the workplace, that's what I have going on a different shade of purple. That is still part of my mission as well. But I mean, it's just overall, a lot of men. I do believe I haven't seen anything definitive, as far as studies go. But I do believe that there are a lot of men who are starting to step away from long-term relationships and marriages. And I believe it just, like I've said before, and I've said so many times, it all boils down to respect. And I think there's one other element that that factors into this, and it's trust. And I truly do believe that in general, especially when you sit and you talk about a society, a breakdown of trust is a dangerous thing. There's a lot of men in general who are beginning to not trust women. A lot of people don't really understand the real, and I know I'm kind of going all over the place. So I apologize. But because you talked about sexual false rape and sexual assault allegations earlier, they're just at the forefront of my mind. People more often than not often talk about that only 2% of women lie about divorce. Well, hey, let me counter that with another lie. Only 11% of men are ever convicted of rape and sexual assault. So who are you talking about, all these men violating women? Now, we both know that is not true. And the reason why that's not true is because the very nature of rape and sexual assault allegations.
Hold up. Can we, I know sometimes these things get away from us, but can we not say the R word? We can just call them violations or something like that.
Okay, my apologies. My apologies.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
My apologies. But, it's because of the very nature of these allegations. I've heard multiple people talk about this. And even in so-called other official studies, like from RAIN.org, where they try to say that 1 out of 5 women will be violated in their lifetime either way. When you go back and you look at the study and how they came to that conclusion, the questions that they ask are so open-ended that it could mean anything. What's the nuance? What actually happened?
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, but I actually agree with that. I've been doing this a long time, and so many women are touched. Now, what's not mentioned is so many men are touched too, right?
Yeah.
But if you tell me that only 20% of women are touched, I would actually think that's underreported. Now, we can talk about what touched is. Right? Well, when I'm saying touched is the lowest thing and then everything above. But if you're telling me that only 20%, if you're telling me 20% of the women were touched, I would be surprised that it was that low, to be honest.
Well, I can tell you this. There is some definite possibility.
Especially when they were children. Now, I'm not talking about adult women. But but like when you include children in there with uncles, because
you got a point.
Yes. I mean, and that's where it majorly occurs. Uncles and granddads and stepdads, especially the uncles. If you guys knew the uncles, if women really knew what I knew, they would not let their children around their brothers. You wouldn't do it. You would not. I mean, if you knew how often it was the damn uncle, you would not. You would be like, "It's my brother." So so that's what I'm saying. If you're saying the women, it's like, okay, well, 35-year-old, that's a little deep. But if you include the 6-year-olds, Big Dewey, and the 4-year-olds and the 7-year-olds, absolutely, 100%.
Okay, well, I take that back. You may be right on that. I think some of this might have actually hit my family and I haven't realized it. So you got a point there.
Yeah.
But as far as like adult women, I'll sit here and say, but I will also sit here and say this is what I've been on a lot, and I keep harking on the false aspect of it because it seems like people want to pretend that that women just don't lie. And when I sit here and say this, and I want people to know and understand, I'm not sitting here saying that just women are just nothing but terrible creatures. Okay, I genuinely don't mean that. Okay, there's good people just like there are bad people. But can we just admit that women can be horrible people? I mean, that's all that I'm trying to get some people to say. Sometimes, and that's the reason why you see men not wanting to marry, because women pull things that they shouldn't in a marriage, and I'm sure that you've seen it in a divorce. I know there's a significant percentage that I can imagine of these false allegations that come out in divorce simply because they're trying to get more out of the man.
Absolutely.
I mean, I said here, I read a story where a man served over a decade in prison because his wife coached his daughter to get on the stand and lie about how his father violated her.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible. These things happen. There was another story that I sat here and read, and it kills me the way it's portrayed in media. They talked about it. What's the name of the channel? The name of the channel is Think Before You Sleep. Okay, and I wish I just so that people could go and watch it. I would love to be able to drop it in the comment section. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to do a discussion on it one day, just based on that video. But
also, let me just jump in for a second. Shout out your channel. What's your channel name?
A Different Shade of Purple.
Different Shade of Purple. All right, somebody could put the link to that. That'd be great. Okay, go ahead, Big Dewey.
But just where the way that there was a guy, I forget his name, that used to be an anchor, or he's an anchor over at CNN now, but he was over at ABC, and they did a special on a woman who, and the way they set up the story, the way they framed it was so insane. They framed the woman as a victim at first, talking about her past and what she's been through, only to circle right back around and then just mention the false violation that she alleged against another man. And of course, nothing happened to her. And it's these things that I talk about, but the reason why I talk about it so much, and the thing that I say over and over again, we need to talk about problems as a whole. That's the main thing about it. You cannot talk about one half of the problem, but then leave the other side alone. Because if you don't acknowledge the other side, I want to believe women whenever they come out with these issues, okay? I mean, who don't? What normal everyday person say that they do not want to believe a woman when she comes out and says that somebody did something to her, okay? And I mean, just the human being that is in you will rise up and say, nah, we can't have that, until you come to realize that that woman who was sitting there crying, putting on this big, huge show, told the biggest lie. I believe it's Chris Rock that said men may lie the most, but women tell the biggest lies.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, I mean,
I like that.
I mean, he said it in a comedy special. A man to sit there and tell you that he was over at somebody's house and he wasn't there. A woman to tell you that this is your baby.
Facts. Facts. It's so true. I like that. I never heard of that, but that is facts. The biggest lies. I like that. I like that. Chris Rock was on it. I don't really think he's a great comedian. I never thought he was extremely funny, but some of the things he says are very poignant, and he's absolutely right about that. He's absolutely right about that.
I can back that up as a cop. I can truly back that up.
That's exactly right. We're gonna get to you 1 second, Chief Cook, and thank you for coming back. And I think something was wrong with the audio, so thank you for that. Yeah, Big Dewey, I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. But then, when you were talking, I was thinking about this thing too. It's like Charlemagne, Charlemagne, the God, he admitted to all this BS and he's still out. So
okay,
it's kind of,
but
and listen, and that's not to refute your point. That's not to say that the stuff that you're saying is wrong. But just like you were saying on both sides, it does just like Jesus, it's like no one can escape, and certainly not to bring up Cosby, who we were just talking about.
But I don't mean to cut you off, but let me just make this point about Charlemagne and Cosby, okay?
Yeah.
These two people, well, I haven't read the affidavit on Cosby yet, okay? But I do believe that when they did Quaaludes, it's something that a lot of people did back in the day. If I'm not mistaken, from what I've read one time, people actually got high off of Quaaludes. So, I mean, I'm not entirely sure on that. But of course, Charlemagne admitted. But here's the thing that I want to sit here and say. If we can get upset about one, let's get upset about the other. Let's get upset about Cardi B, who has drugged men and now has a career and is still being praised by people. Let's sit here and talk about Asia Argento, who has groomed a little boy for years, got caught having laying with him, and all the while living an allegation against Harvey Weinstein, and yet nothing was happening to him. Let's talk about a lot of women who levy out false allegations in divorce court on the job, and nothing happens to them. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's bring a light to the entire issues. Please, people, understand. I do not hate women. I promise you I don't hate women. But we have got to bring a light to the entire thing, because if we don't, like I said, one of the biggest things that can break down, that can cause issues, is trust. And I do not think that women especially do not want to have men who do not trust when they come forward. That would be a terrible thing, because oftentimes all they have is their word. That is all they have. Again, due to the very nature, from what I understand, of these allegations, all you have is your word. And because of a lot of what has happened, here you are going to come forward, and the first thing I may come up and do is be like, well, I don't know. You know, and that could be a horrible thing for a woman that has actually gone through that.
I agree. That can be horrible, but that should be the way. Listen, that should absolutely be the way. It can't be that someone can just, and listen, guys, and Stephanie, she got a bunch of numbers behind her name. I don't really know, but Stephanie's like, oh, lead attorney, you've seen so much and you're warped, right? But you mean tell you what will warp you? Reality. You will be warped into reality. Like maybe I'm warped, Stephanie, because I see reality for what it is. Right? Maybe you're the one that's really not seeing things clearly.
You know what?
Give me 1 second. And so when you're talking about, a woman just coming up with just her word and a man being like, oh, well, I don't know, and that's a bad thing. I disagree. That's a bad thing. I think that is exactly how it should be. If a woman comes up with a man or a woman or anybody comes up with no corroborating evidence, no circumstantial evidence, just their mouthpiece, anybody should say, okay, well, what else is there? Because we're talking about a man's freedom. We're talking about a woman's freedom. We're talking about a person's freedom. So you're saying that, and I know you're trying to be nice, but you're doing and say, oh, you don't want people to be skeptical. When you come talking about some story that you have that supposedly something happened and you have no evidence whatsoever, and you just have your words, and a person could lose their freedom, the judge or the jury or whoever's listening should want you to tell me a little bit more. Tell me a little bit more. Like it sounded like you were saying like that's a bad thing, but no, to me that's exactly how it should work.
Yes, that's kind of what I meant, but I just still wanted to make that point. But I want to say one more thing to Stephanie. Do you know what can also warp you? Experience.
That's true.
Experience. Okay. I can understand why a woman can be angry at all men on the face of the planet when something happens to her and it seems like nobody heard her at the time. I can most definitely understand that. Okay. That is an absolutely terrible thing. Absolutely terrible thing. But now, how am I supposed to sit here and feel when I've been falsely accused and I tell people about it and they laugh? Yeah. How am I supposed to feel? How am I supposed to feel? So yeah, you want to sit here and talk about what you have seen. Imagine if you experienced it, what they can do to you. So that's all I'm going to sit here and say. And I do apologize for sucking up all your time. I appreciate it.
No, you're fine. I love when you always come on, Big Dude, and you bless us with that big baritone voice of yours. I love it. I love it. Absolutely. And people are riding with you in the chat too. And everybody loves your passion. So thank you so much for coming up. You are always welcome to come up here.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. We got my man, Chief Cook, the police officer, longtime veteran. How are you doing, Chief Cook? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for coming up. Okay. What do you think about all this, Chief Cook?
Okay, in response to the guy who was talking about the R word on things.
Yes.
The reason why, as I come back and say this, reason why you don't see a lot of women in jail and things like that, because no offense, white people who make these laws don't want to see a lot of women in jail, period. Because they gonna sit here and say, no, it's the time of the month and blah blah blah, that kind of thing. Yes, there are rape. Yes, there rape. Sorry, the R word.
Mm-hmm.
That has been cut down a lot.
Yes,
you don't see it a lot, but it is one word. We all heard the story of Boy Acquired Wolf.
I'm so sorry, lead attorney.
No, you're fine. Everybody loves your videos, so you can put that up if you want to. All right, sorry about that.
Lead attorney, this is what's amazing about being married and being young. You get to party all together.
I heard it. I love it. I love it. Sorry about that, Chief Cook. What were you saying?
Okay, the R word. Because we all heard a story. The boy acquired wolf or the girl acquired wolf.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it happens. It's happening more now than it was 20 years ago. It's totally different now.
Mm-hmm.
It is, she could say any woman in this room, I'm sorry, any woman in this country can point the finger at any man and say they rape, and both federal, state, and local go after you, in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
And the same way with like child support. Any woman in this room can say any man, John Joe, is my baby daddy, and the whole state will go after them.
It's true.
And it's hard. It's hard now to say, well, she's lying. She's lying because they don't want, as a feminist, talk about feminist, and especially the main feminist, Gloria Steinem. A lot of people don't know that she's married to a rich guy upstate New York.
Mm.
Yeah, she claims tomorrow you can be independent of this, but she married a rich guy upstate New York. So that's kind of weird.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think you're exactly right, Chief Cook. You're making excellent points.
But the problem is, like I said, a lot of people don't know, they don't want women in prison. We have a lot of cases. I have in my years of women doing horrible things, beat men with a iron skillet, poison, stolen checks, identity theft, and they get away scot free because they know they'll fill the prison up like that.
It's true.
And a lot of people don't realize that. You don't see Steve Harvey talk about what women do, or Oprah, all back in the day. It's always man this and man that. You don't see that because they don't want to see it. You don't want to hear it. Also, how you raise your kids is also important. When I raised some son or some kid, and I go to his mama, I said, "No, I'm sorry, man. I got to raise your son." And she come up and say, "I raised them. I raised them right." Well, how do you raise them? And we can't answer that question. How did you raise them?
That's exactly right. No, everything that you're saying, Chief Cook, is exactly right. And you can tell that you've got a lot of experience on the police force, and you've seen so many things, because everything that you're saying is exactly on point. So thank you so much. Let me get to these super chats here. We got Technological Chaos. Thank you so much, Technological Chaos. What does he say? He says, unfortunately, the women who have been legitimately assaulted are being drowned out by the lies of other women that utilize false allegations for emotional gain. Yes, there's a lot. There's absolutely a lot to that. There's absolutely a lot to that. And we see it time and time again. And like you say, there are absolutely both cases where, and let's be honest, like men and women are being assaulted or being violated out here. But you really don't see false allegations of this type with men. In fact, what you see is an underreporting. With men, you see an underreporting of the abuse. There are so many men who are abused and do not report it. There are also men who are abused and try to report it, and nothing gets reported. It never happens. It never goes through for some reason. It never sticks. So you are absolutely exactly right. So thank you so much, Technological Chaos. Really appreciate it. All right, from one chaos to another, Chaos Rain. Can you hear me? Chaos Rain, are you there?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Do we hear background noise?
Not really background noise, but it's a little bit bit staticky. No, but I think it's good. I think it's good. What do you think about all this? Thank you so much for joining, Chaos Rain. What do you think about all this going on?
Hold on, let me turn off something.
Okay.
So there's some static. Hold on.
While you're doing that, let me shout out this again, Calvin. Thank you so much, Calvin. Calvin says there's nothing men can do because women have a lot of power, especially when it comes to political voting. Men's issues will never get addressed properly. Yes, that's exactly right. Women have a lot.
I know.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got you off the computer. Something. That's why I was doing that. Let me stop that right now. Now I should be gone.
Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Mm-hmm. So, what do you think about all this?
Wow. It's good for me to broadcast. Now I have something to talk about this week or tomorrow. I'm on content because I've been hearing about Jordan Peterson for some time, and I did not know he was pushing a narrative and a message to other groups of men, particularly in his own racial group in this where he's at in Canada or globally. Mostly he's talking about not only, well, he's actually talking about men, but just usually he's talking about his own group of men. And what I've come to realize since he played it, he's only going to give you that because, as you know, Lee Attorney, we have what we call a decline of white birth. And he already knows the atmosphere in regards to the men of his own group, that a lot of them, either they could have the babies or not, they're now turning a different direction in regards to going MGTOW, red pill, and all stuff. They're not dealing with certain things with this Western woman today. So what he's trying to do, he's trying to reach out to the ones that had not been infected by this. So that's why he's not going to give you the disclaimer saying, oh, you should get a prenup. No, he wants to see marriage. Not only marriage, but long-lasting marriage between his own group of men and his own group of women overall. That's what I got out of it. So think about this. What benefit it will serve him to say, yes, you should stick it out. But if all else fails, dump that. Beep. You get me?
No, because he's
her walking papers and send her off away. He's not going to
saying
promote that. No,
Right.
he's not saying that, but he cannot promote that. You get me?
Yes.
Because the point is, he wants to see men and women in relationships, particularly his own group, get married, stay married, and tuck it out. Because amongst their group,
That's not true. That's not, and we talked about this before. And again, this is not something I expect you guys to see. And this is not something that's talked about in the black side of the manosphere. This is not something that's talked about in the black side of the red pill community. And to the extent that it is, it's misinformation, and it's misinformation because people that are talking about it don't have really any real experience. And we talked about white men, for example, and how they're, someone said, oh, well, why is it that black men are so disrespected in their relationships and their marriages, but white men aren't? And I had to jump in and let you guys know, hey, listen, guys, let me tell you a little secret. The United States population is only like 10% black, 10% black, 13% black, 12% black. What does that mean? That means that if you're going to be a divorce attorney for 20 years, the majority of your cases are going to be white people. Right. And I have seen so many instances of disrespect, super disrespect against white men by white women that you guys wouldn't believe. When you say Chaos Reign, that, maybe white people, they stick it out more than black people. Let me tell you something. White people are getting divorced every damn day. Every single day, these white women are filing divorces. So maybe there's this narrative or something about, white women stick it out. White women are dipping. All right. So I just wanted to jump in, and I'm telling you that from personal experience over 20 years.
Is there any reason why their own women are dipping out? Is there any data or any explanation why they're dipping out since you bring this to our attention?
They dip out normally for one of three reasons. One is money. The second is children. Conflicts with children, and the third is infidelity. But then you also have this other reason I see all the time, and just women, let me get my hands ready. They're not happy, right? Women are unsatisfied, right? Who the hell knows what that means? Right? Who knows?
I think I know what they mean by that, but we're not gonna go into that because this is 13.
It's amorphous. So it's interesting. Yeah, but I would love to see you have a YouTube channel, right? Is it called Chaos Reign as well?
Yes, it's Chaos Reign. That's the name of it.
Okay. Well, we will absolutely. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would say this. It's good that you brought this to a different perspective that I'm not catching on, because, like I said, I don't really follow other groups like that per se if I wanted to. But let's say we go there. A lot of people are misconceiving that it's not better over the other side at the end of the day.
Correct.
And this is the miseducation that I find we find ourselves as men and women, where we find there's many channels, Lee Attorney, that's pushing this narrative that the so-called diamond sign is pushing an array of interracialism and all this nonsense, right? But we're not understanding the negative sides of this. And that we should know both. Just like Jordan Peterson pushed to say you should get married, stick it out. But I'm not sure how well versed he was in his marriage or know anything about marriage laws and stuff. That if you're gonna talk about this, you need to give the ins and outs, the good, the bad, and the ugly, like the Wild Wild West.
Facts.
But you know, a lot of young
yes,
men
man.
under the age of what's the demographics? Under 40, right? Is the audience, right? So how many people that's not 30 years old and starting to really question Jordan Peterson about these things? Do you know of anybody?
Nobody. Everybody's so in awe of him. I mean, he is a man that is worthy in many senses of awe because he's spectacularly educated, spectacularly articulate, spectacularly intelligent. So men can be forgiven by just listening to him, and there's like, oh, as opposed to critically thinking. Right. So I understand why men are like that. And most men don't possess the experience that I have. But the experience that I have goes directly against what he's telling young men to do. And that's why I find it so despicable because this man is so intelligent, he should know what he's doing. And I think he's selling us out. I think he's selling young men out, young men who are impressionable, young men who come to him for advice, young men that come to him for direction. And he's selling us out. That's what I believe. Or at least that's what I see him doing. Yes, sir.
Here's a weird question. Do you feel Jordan Peterson is working with other people behind closed scenes to push like you said, he is a psychologist by profession. Do you feel he works with other people behind the scenes to really create a form of what I call propaganda that other people are not aware of? You know,
no, I just think this is his thing. Everybody's got their thing. You know, you look at what's happening with Tommy Sotomayor and Kwame, right? And Kwame was going back and forth with Tommy Sotomayor, right? And then do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? Tommy Sotomayor called Kwame's mom a bitch and then said it again numerous times. I was watching the live stream, said it numerous times.
Oh my God.
When he said that, do you know what Kwame started saying? Kwame shut it down. What did Kwame realize? Kwame realized there's no end to Tommy. Like there's no bottom with Tommy. Tommy's whole thing is like Tommy can go lower and longer than you. He really can. And so this is, and you know, and so some things you are just not going to win with people because they have their own angles. And Jordan Peterson's angle for young men is responsibility. It is it's duty, it's obligation. So he's supporting all of these things. Well, that's what a marriage is, right? So he's like, oh, get married. And the more you're locked in, the more duty that you'll have. The more you're locked in, the more responsibility that you have. The more you're locked in, the more obligation you will have. That's his whole thing.
You know,
so, go ahead.
I would like anybody that's in his audience. Oh, somebody said something?
No, you're good. Go ahead. We're going to get to you in 2 minutes, Nurse and the Nerd, okay?
I would like to see some of his people, or not people, but people that admire him or that's in his crowd, that's, you know, in a lecture circuit or wherever, start deconstructing and really asking these serious questions. I think that's not going around enough when a lot of people that are well known and established through popularity, because a lot of people follow hype and popularity, but we don't really critically say what you mean by that. Can you expound by this? Because people are very fascinated of the man, but they don't really sit back and say, okay, but how that benefit me? You know?
Correct.
Should I do this? Yeah. But I don't think people are thinking like that because let's be honest, the attorney, a lot of people like to follow hype.
Yes.
They like to worship people. I think Sam Vaknin said it. I forgot what he's called it. It's some damn, it slipped my mind. I hope it comes back to me. But it's some type of complex, like some type of not worship complex. I don't know if anybody in the chat room will know.
No,
but it's like a cult. It's like a cult. It's a cult. Yes.
Right. That's kind of how he is. It's kind of, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. So nobody really wants to stand up to him, but a divorce attorney who's been practicing even 10 years would light him up. We would light him up. So you're exactly right. So thank you so much for that, Chaos Rain. All right. And then we got the Nurse and the Nerd. And please no one else call in because we have been going for 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours. So thank you guys so much. It is 12:17 over here in Atlanta, so we're going to shut it down. But before I do, of course, I want to get to the Nurse and the Nerd out there cutting a rug. Can you hear me, Nurse and the Nerd? Can you hear me? Nurse and the Nerd, can you hear me? Nurse and the Nerd? All right, they might be getting in an Uber or something like that, which is unfortunate because I think they waited a long time. We were ready for you. We were ready for you, Nurse and the Nerd. All right. So, guys, let me just thank everybody. Special shout out, of course, to Jay Rizzle. Special shout out to Cal. Oh, here they go. Here they go. All right, let me Nurse and the Nerd, can you hear me?
I'm so sorry.
No problem. I know you guys are out doing your thing. Doing your thing. Thank you so much for joining. Where are you guys at?
The lead attorney, this is what's amazing about being married. You guys get to party together all the time.
Yes, that is a scene that is not very often viewed in the manosphere and the red pill. I'll definitely tell you that.
You cook for your man, you keep your man happy, you guys party together. There's nothing else better than that.
Listen, she's telling you she's telling you how to do it. Adrian, where you at? J&K, where you at? She is giving you the playbook.
I'm telling you. Hello, we party, we boat, we party, we boat, we drink, that's my baby. That's my dog. That's not ooh.
That is
and you
awesome.
Make sure that you feed him breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You do not complain. Breakfast is 4 o'clock in the morning, but you make sure it's ready to go.
Listen,
you do the lunch, you do the dinner.
It sounds like you are just you're explaining how to do it. Trash Can Wave says it's the honeymoon. It's the honeymoon phase.
No, it's been 5 years.
5 years. Listen. Let
this is easy. This ain't nothing.
Let me get on the Nurse and the Nerd side. I can tell you guys as a divorce attorney that the honeymoon phase usually lasts about a year and a half to 2 years.
And you can't
3 years.
You can't
5 years. 5 years sounds a long time for a honeymoon phase. I see where you're coming from, Trash Can Wave.
No, the lead attorney, can you fake it? That's why, honestly, I'm like, yo, y'all getting played, and I'm confused. You listen to what people tell you. People can't lie unless they're like really. Most of the time, when people are like, oh yeah, that person's a manipulator, narcissist, it's like, no, you're just dumb. It's not that much. Like, people are not that intelligent. Listen to what they tell you. They'll tell you their flaws. They'll tell you they're good. They'll tell you their bads. And it's like, when you really, a lot of times, it's some amazing Black men out here in these streets.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So when it's like, yo, that's all you want? Some food? All right, cool.
Listen, she's dropping game. She is dropping game.
I get the duck. What we want? What we doing?
Listen, how old are you, by the way? Can I ask? I know you're not supposed to ask a woman her age. You're how old?
28.
28. That is awesome. That is awesome. Well, listen, everybody's looking for you. Shout out to are you the nurse or the nerd? You're the nurse, right?
No, I'm the nurse. My baby.
Okay, so shout out to the nerd, man, because the nerd has come up. The nerd has got a woman that all these men out here are looking for.
Nah, this is basic. This is nothing. This is not impressive. I know more amazing women that are phenomenal. Me, I'm just like the basic.
Well, yeah, a lot of men would agree that there are phenomenal women out here, but the question is, are they phenomenal in relationships? Like, that's the issue, right? And it sounds like
guys are not that complex. Like, to me, it's like listening to these women. I'm like, who have you people met? And then most of the time when they even talk, it's like, okay, their dad wasn't like this. Their dad wasn't trash. The uncle wasn't trash. The cousin wasn't trash. Their brother wasn't trash. So why are you so angry? Well, the community. Okay, do you know the community? No, I don't know the community. So why are you so mad?
Right.
Well, somebody in the third cousin did me wrong. Okay, well, he was a trash individual. Why are we now painting everybody in the sector of that? It's like weird.
I hear you. No, I totally agree. So what state are you in?
I'm currently, right now we're in Virginia.
Virginia. Okay, so you're on my time zone.
But it's kind of trash because they put sugar in their greens and put sugar in their grits. And I said, well, this is a abomination.
Sugar in the, I've heard of sugar in the grits, which I agree is an
I've
abomination.
never.
Sugar in the greens, I've
They
never
put
heard of
sugar in
that.
the greens.
That's disgusting. All right. Yeah. On that note, I'm gonna let you
But
guys get
originally
back
from
to
Miami, though.
Miami. Okay,
Yeah,
that's what's
Miami.
up. That's what's up. That's what's up. All right. Well, listen, I'm gonna let you guys go do your thing. I really appreciate you guys checking in. To be honest with you, we've been going for 6.5 hours, so I'm kind of running
Yes.
out of steam. But
But the
thank you.
lead attorney, we'd love to do sit down with you because there's so many things that
Yes.
people can do before ending up in divorce. It's like, hello, there's like 19 different things.
Yeah,
Holding out
19
is one of
different
them.
things. I hear you. I hear you. So no, I really, I think you're exactly right. We should absolutely do that. So thank you guys so much. Again, it's 12:30, 12:23 where we are. So I'm gonna bow
Good
out here.
night.
Right. Thank you so much, Darcy today. Really appreciate it. All right, guys. Man, we had a real one. We had a real one on this one. Thank you guys so much for coming on. Really appreciate everybody that made this stream fantastic. I love when we get on here and have great conversations. You guys show me some things, I show you guys some things, and we all get better. It's not just 10 people in a room just screaming at each other. Men ain't ish, women ain't ish. I mean, we are learning from each other. So I love it. Some people in here are capping a little bit, but hey, we welcome that too. We welcome that too. We could call them out. So thank you guys so much. Thank you to all the people who showed up, all the people who commented. Thank you, of course, to the Steel Curtain, especially for watching out for these super chats that I missed. I really appreciate that. Of course, also thank you to Gail, also just the best moderator ever, my number one. She's always going to be my number one. And I definitely want to give a shout out to Calvin Dickerson, who always supports your boy, has great comments. Special shout out to Jay Rizzle again, man. Jay Rizzle's been coming through he's been supporting me for the longest. So thank you, Jay Rizzle. And a special shout out to Mario World, man. Just really, really blessing the lead attorney, and I appreciate it. It really leaves me speechless. And I really do this channel so that you guys can get a different perspective, and I really hope you appreciate it. And man, just Mario blowing me up like that. I really feel the love and appreciation. So thank you, Mario. Thank you to everybody. And we're going to keep it going. You know, I don't want to talk about Charlemagne all the damn time, right? I got to do a little something, but I also want to have these instructive conversations. And lastly, let me shout out to Kathy. Big shout out to Kathy. She is actually the one that gave me the idea to do this, right? And let me shout out Queen. Sometimes I don't get to shout out Queen Shayla because she's always watching these streams from her castle. She doesn't want to bless us with her presence. She's too busy. But shout out to Queen Shayla. She's always supporting me also in the Cash App. So thank you, Queen Shayla. And just thank you to everybody. All right. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going. Now, we've talked about some legal information here. None of this is legal advice. All right. I'm not your attorney. I am the lead attorney, and I'm here to help you